right. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. My name is Russ Altman. I'm an associate director at the Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence Institute here at Stanford. Welcome to our fall conference, AI in the Loop, Humans in Charge. We hope you see the irony of that title, which we worked very hard on. It is not that the humans are in the loop. If you don't know, HAI was formed a little bit more than 3 years ago. We're a group of multidisciplinary scholars from Stanford and elsewhere that are interested in making sure that we guide AI in ways that it benefits humanity. We believe that that is not necessarily the default, and so we want to make it the default. We'd like to welcome everybody who's here in person today, and a special welcome, where's the camera? A special welcome to those of you out and online joining us virtually. I'm excited to be moderating today with my colleague, close colleague, James Landay. You know, we've been thinking about what does it mean to be human-centered, and we're going to kick off this conference with some thoughts from James about what that exactly might mean.
Thank you, Russ. So I recently concluded that 3 years into HAI, we really had a lack of agreement on what human-centered AI actually means and how to achieve it. And so I've been trying to think more directly about this question in the run-up to this conference. And today I hope to make these ideas clear at the beginning as I speak for the need for a more human-centered view of artificial intelligence. So as you all know, AI is really taking the world by storm. It's in many areas, from scientific discovery with tools like AlphaFold to NLP with very usable speech recognition and language translation to AI-driven fashion design to even working robotics, although maybe not yet the sci-fi future of interacting with smart social robots. But the most common place we see AI making impact today is in manipulating our social network feeds, causing people to feel bad, or even worse, to be deceived and outraged, even upending or trying to upend democracy all over the world. Or we see AI helping judges to set bail or sentencing for suspected criminals in a way that is biased by race, as has been shown in the studies of the Compass program. Because of these negative social impacts, we've seen a proliferation of AI for good initiatives and institutes, many beyond HAI. And there's two main ways I see most of these efforts going. The first type of initiative is often made up of social scientists who notice and critique the potential or real harms of AI. And this is useful, but that doesn't help us apply AI in positive ways. It might avoid some problems after the fact, but we'd like to get to those warnings earlier. So how do we proactively design to avoid these issues? The second type of effort, which is both more common and often fails, is when technologists try to go it alone. Typically, AI experts see an important social impact area like health and apply AI naively so it doesn't work in practice. This has happened repeatedly, but has occurred acutely in short-term crises like COVID. It's also occurred repeatedly over the long term. For example, in 2016, Turing Award winner Jeff Hinton said we should stop training radiologists now, as AI will easily surpass humans within 5 years. This has not worked out. Not an AI for radiology, not an AI in skin cancer detection, and not an AI in several other areas, often due to differences between the ideal data sets on which researchers train and test their algorithms and the messiness of data found in real-world hospitals and clinics. But I would claim often these researchers don't even solve the right problem. For example, instead of trying to replace radiologists, we might want to have AI systems work in tandem with radiologists to make this technology more useful. Augment the radiologist's capabilities rather than replace them. This recent New York Times opinion piece quotes my Stanford radiology and HAI colleague Kurt Langholz, who writes in one of his papers, "Will AI replace radiologists is the wrong question." Instead, he wrote, the right answer is radiologists who use AI will replace radiologists who don't. The big problem, as I see it, is that we do not know how to design AI systems to have positive human impact. I believe there's a better way to design AI for positive human impact. This better way is what I term human-centered AI. How do we get the positive outcomes from AI? That is, what would it have taken to have avoided the negative outcomes from, say, Compass's AI-assisted sentencing? To avoid these outcomes, we need to design and analyze these systems at 3 levels in conjunction, in terms of the user, the community, and society. I believe that if you do, you will create technology that has a better chance of making a positive impact. So what do I mean by human-centered AI, and what are these 3 levels of analysis? So first, human-centered AI is about the scope of who we study to find our problems, to develop our solutions, and to evaluate that our systems actually work. To do this, we first need to have a user-centered process. That is, to integrate well-known techniques from human-computer interaction and design that account for the needs and abilities of end users of computing systems. And we need to do that early and often and rapidly iterate and improve a design through rigorous testing. But we must go beyond just having good process here. We need to creatively develop new designs that augment people by accounting for their cognitive abilities and their existing workflows. And we should base these on underlying theories about how and why people behave the way that they do. This will help us develop AI systems that work for humans rather than futilely trying to replicate humans. But this alone is not enough. As has been illustrated by some of the harmful examples I mentioned previously, we can't only design around the user. That would be like designing the sentencing system just for the judge, creating a nice user interface so they could understand the data, but that would ignore some of the underlying systemic issues. It would ignore the community that the system impacts, the people who are accused, their families, the lawyers, the victims, their families. It would avoid understanding the structural barriers they face, for example, racism. Maybe some of these people we meet at the community level would become users and should be included in that user-centered design level. But even that is not enough. We also need to understand what the impacts are on society at large. What does it mean to have a large percentage of the US population in prison, for example? Or an even larger percentage of African-American males in prison in the US? Or a large percentage of people who are simply caught using illegal drugs? These issues have immense societal costs. We need to be able to forecast what might happen if the software we develop became ubiquitous and designed to mediate the potential societal impacts. This is all very hard, especially for computer scientists. This is why you need true interdisciplinary teams, so not only technologists and AI experts, but also experts from design, experts from the social sciences and humanities, and domain expertise depending on the area. So experts in fields such as medicine, law, or environmental science. These experts must be true partners on AI projects from the start rather than added near the end to investigate possible harms. I want to run you through one problem what this type of analysis might look like for an example beyond sentencing. So for example, what does this human-centered AI analysis look like for autonomous cars? Here's a Tesla with its autopilot feature. Whether now or in 10 years, autonomous cars will happen. It's just a question of how much autonomy and where it is used. But what I'll claim is that most university researchers who have done previously worked in this area, let's say over the last 30 years, and now what car companies have done as well is primarily look at the user-centered level, i.e. the driver. So that what the driver might see on the display, such as the large display in the center console of a Tesla, or more importantly, what the driver sees when in autopilot mode here behind the steering wheel. So what should it show, or how should we get the attention of the driver when the system's less sure, for example, less sure of its inferences due to weather, due to a lack of recent mapping, or due to other cars. That's all at the driver level. But these other levels of analysis are quite important to solving or even posing the problem correctly. At the community level, we care about other drivers and what they are doing, what is their behavior, whether in autonomous cars or non-autonomous cars. We care about studying interactions with pedestrians and bicyclists. These have all been an afterthought for these efforts and have led to many of the problems that might have been avoided if they had been considered much earlier on in the conception of autonomous driving. Finally, at the society level, we need to consider the impacts of autonomous cars on a city or a region. Maybe the impacts are not as positive as the enthusiasts might lead you to believe. Some studies have shown that autonomous cars will lead to more traffic and more deaths due to them driving more miles, living further away, and sending cars around empty. These aren't just newspaper headlines, but are based on research, for example, by the transportation experts at the University of Texas, who found that at least in the Texas Triangle megaregion, Austin, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, that autonomous cars will likely swamp traffic due to the changes that these AI-based cars will bring. With this type of analysis from the start, we might decide our societal resources might be better spent on building a better public transit system. If we only analyze and design at the user-centered level, at the start, we may ignore these important questions until it is too late. So the questions I've raised at the society-centered level of analysis imply this analysis must analyze questions of power, which is often left out of technology research. This recognition of power reminds me of a great talk I saw last month by Ibram X. Kendi, the well-known author and MacArthur winner. President Crystal Williams of the Rhode Island School of Design asked Dr. Kendi, what can artists and designers do in creating an anti-racist society? And he replied, what is missing is an analysis of power. Bring an understanding to people about power. We live in a moment when different identity groups are advocating for their rights, their power, their presence, and pushing back against ways they've been denigrated. What is missing are the bridges of solidarity. We need to constantly be building those bridges. Historically, you know who has built those bridges? Artists and designers. I believe we as designers need to take on the analysis of design at the three levels I've advocated: the user, the community, and society. So we can properly identify and take on power, so we can build those bridges of solidarity. What I want you to take away from this introduction is that there are many great applications where we can use AI to help people be better at their tasks, to augment them to be better learners, better designers, or take better care of their body. The key is to keep users, communities, and society needs at the center of these smart interface designs. We're in the early days of finding the right metaphors to allow users to understand what these smart systems are doing and how best to interact with them. And we are in the early days of finding the right design processes and tools to practice truly human-centered AI. I'm laying out a place where we can start. I think you'll hear a lot from our great speakers today on how we can better think about what is human-centered AI. I appreciate your comments later during the symposium on how we might make these methods for carrying on human-centered AI design work better. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. That was really great. We have great speakers today in panels and in keynotes, and we're going to kick it off to start with Jody Forlizzi, our first keynote speaker. She is the Herbert A. Simon Professor in Computer Science and HCI, and presumably because she has copious free time, she also is the Associate Dean for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the School of Computer Science at Carnegie Mellon University. We're thrilled to have you, Jody, and as soon as the hardware works, please take it away.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thanks for that introduction. As you heard, I am a professor at CMU in the Human-Computer Interaction Institute, and I also do work in diversity, equity, and inclusion, another use of my design skills. So I'm a designer by training, and I design and study the impacts of AI and automation in many forms, including assistive robots, automation, and algorithms that track and manage workers. I've had a long career as the first design faculty in a school of computer science. So today I want to speculate a little bit more on my core discipline of design and where it needs to go. Harold Nelson talks about accidental vagrants, which are animals that thrive in contexts where they have not traditionally been. For example, land birds living on the water. These accidental vagrants serve as creative and innovative solutions for positive change within an ecosystem. And so it is with me, a scholar of service design and systems design, working within human AI automation. And along with Hoda Hadari and Raed Ghani, I'm on the executive leadership team of the CMU RAI Center. And our vision is that we must design, develop, and deploy responsible AI to promote accountability and equitable social outcomes. So we want to develop AI that has positive impact in the real world, and that has both internal and external facing missions. Externally, we want to raise the visibility of our work, and internally, we want to better understand the scope and scale of the research we're doing, and foster new collaborations around these three pillars. Research, translating research, whether basic, applied, or evaluative, into practical and policy impact. Education, offer education to our students, community members, and individuals working in the community. And then policy impact, develop materials to inform policy and bargaining. And we have some cross-cutting activities, including partnerships with government, industry, and nonprofit, And we try to have events to strengthen our communities, such as problem and opportunity sessions and policy salons. So all of this is to realize the goal of creating, deploying, and increasing awareness of responsible AI in academia, various industry sectors, and society. So there's a lot of AI research going on in the School of Computer Science at Carnegie Mellon and beyond. And here are some of our emerging topics and themes. And some of the efforts include things like exploring the challenges that machine learning developers face in practice when addressing issues of fairness in the systems they develop, or addressing variations in dialect, vocabulary, and speech mechanics that confuse today's smart speakers and conversational agents, or understanding how people organically come together to collectively audit algorithms to understand how platforms like Yelp Recommender system works, or testifying to the House Financial Services Committee Task Force on AI on equitable algorithms, examining ways to reduce AI bias in financial services. But today I'm going to pivot a little bit and talk about some of my own research in this area of responsible AI for social good. And I would like to start with the idea that, of course, computing technologies continue to change the world at a rapid pace. So it's true we're in a sea change in technology, from the personal computer to continuous sensing, VR, AR, Internet of Things. Technology evolves at a rapid pace. And a plethora of data has been generated. And of course, people have benefited greatly from these developments, ranging from information transfer to crowdsourcing and beyond. But as James mentioned, there's also been shortcomings, for example, in hate speech, fake news, and the ability to operationalize on online platforms. So writers at The Economist decreed that data in this century is what oil was to the last one, and it's true. Data has enabled new products, services, businesses, and economies. But at Google Alphabet, they've likened AI to electricity, saying it can make humans more productive than we've ever imagined. But other researchers have warned that we should today encounter AI like our ancestors encountered fire. If we manage it well, it will become a tremendous force for global good. But if we deploy it too quickly and without foresight, AI will burn in ways that we cannot control. And I really, really like that metaphor. So today, machine learning and AI affect so many aspects of what designers touch, ranging from web-based services to conversational UIs to social media platforms and learning systems. And these technologies support a huge array of products and systems. For example, AI helps judges decide whether criminal defendants should be detained or released while awaiting trial. AI assists child protection agencies in screening referral calls. And AI helps employers filter job resumes. And AI enables facial recognition, which can be used for all kinds of things, including surveillance and crime prevention. So data, ML, and AI are affecting everything that we design. And it's really confusing for designers. So one helpful construct might be first understanding what we design. As technology continues to advance and sensing and data become more abundant, it's hard to understand this sometimes. So for example, conversational UIs like Amazon Alexa and Google Home can be thought of as products, but they're actually services. They're running a service, an AI-driven service underneath. So one helpful test to understand whether something is a product or a service is a transfer of value. So products are things that are owned by someone who did not design or build the product. And businesses get value in manufacturing products when they do things like optimizing production, reducing logistics, innovating, or broadening their suite of offerings. But this can get confusing because software is a product. Maybe some people in the room remember buying Microsoft Office on a big box of DVDs. And these are intangible products that are disruptive in that they can be pirated or copied or made again and again. So services are not the same as products. They're intangible. They require the presence of a provider and a customer, and they're created at the time that the service is needed. Traditional service examples are things like banking, hospitality, healthcare, frontline services in retail, beauty, and healthcare. So notice there's often many products within a service, and these form product-service ecologies. So for example, Starbucks is a service, but the cup of coffee they provide is a product that the customer purchases and owns. Starbucks is a service that delivers a product in a form and time and place that customers desire. The performance is the making and delivery of the custom coffee that you've ordered. And in many places, Starbucks serves as a third place, a place between home and work. And in many places in the world, you can walk into a Starbucks and instantly feel that familiar setting. So it's a global feeling. And Starbucks is also successfully driving commodities into other domains, such as home and airplanes. So the world then has transitioned from manufacturing products to providing services. This graphic from the New York Times chronicles the shift in our economy from products to services in the last few decades. On the left-hand side, around 1960, you can see that the largest, most profitable companies in the US were product-producing companies like GM, Ford, and Esso. But then around 2010, we had a sea change, and the largest, most profitable companies in the US were now service delivery companies, companies like Walmart, Kelly, and IBM. And even though these kinds of businesses sell commodities, they think of their offering as a service offering to get customers the goods they need. And so this is a really big pivot for my discipline of design, because this suggests that service design, a discipline where we consider multiple stakeholders, is needed here to ensure that the experiences are consistent, pragmatic, purposeful, and even ethical across all components of the system. So another helpful construct is the idea that products and services are blending. Servitization comes from adding services to products, such as IKEA, who added home delivery and build services based on customer request. And productization is when we add products to service experiences. For example, Warby Parker, which added physical stores to its online experiences to give welcoming customer experiences around buying glasses. Another construct is that of datafication or data animation. So data can be added to products, resulting in the plethora of smart products that we see, everything from water bottles to mattresses. Data can be added to services, and this is an active area for AI and ML, making predictions, customizing, making recommendations. And data can be added to product service ecologies, resulting in things like holistic sleep systems, where you might have wearables, apps, environmental devices, and even incentive programs for working on sleep. And so this is where it gets really interesting for designers, because I believe most people working in the discipline of design lack the processes and tools to readily innovate with machine learning and AI. And in addition, impacts of these technologies are understudied, from design to implementation and training and rollout. And this is because designing with these technologies is different. And traditional design processes like the double diamond you see here, or Hugh Dubberly's diagram on the right, may not apply. The playing field is really different, and some of the research we've been doing at CMU shows that we need to innovate with machine learning and AI to create products that people will want. We need engineers who can develop custom models for specific applications. We need developers who will integrate AI in their application development and deploy AI. And we need the technicians who will utilize and maintain AI. And all of these are needed in the design process, and they need to have different and complementary skills. So there have been a few efforts to design new systemic design curricula, motivated by the reality that design is changing, and designers today are facing fundamentally different problems than they did even 5 years ago. And some individuals and organizations have made specific audits and recommendations for curriculum change, such as the Institute of Design and Dubberly Design Studio, whose curriculum on the right is a model as exemplar, and it was based on the curriculum of HFG Ulm many decades ago. So I want to talk about some of the application of these broader design skills and some of our research on AI and automation in the hospitality industry. Labor industry experts predict that technology has the potential to automate more tasks in the hospitality industry than any other industry. And large numbers of hospitality workers are being displaced by these technological changes. During the pandemic, which really forced contact-free interaction, it was estimated that nearly 90% of hospitality workers faced unemployment. And the unemployment rates continue to be high due to this shift, demand, and acceptance of contact-free services. So our research team is examining this change and studying interventions and actions to help workers, employers, and technology to be successful across this change. Today in the hospitality industry, robots meet, greet, clean, assist in surveillance, transport, and deliver products and services to people staying in the hotels. Robots are making food, delivering it to tables and clearing tables. So here you see Flippy flipping burgers, Chippy making French fries, Sally making salad, and Sippy making drinks. But robots are only a small part of the technology landscape in hospitality. In addition to robots, we have AI, VR and AR, IoT, smart rooms, smart sensors, big data, little data, biometrics and facial recognition, and conversational UIs. And these systems track demand, not only at the customer level, but in terms of operations, reservations, volume, pricing, inventory, competition. And technology is transforming every part of hospitality, including customer experience, the definition of service, the numbers and types of jobs, and the experience of the workers in terms of tasks, workflow, and work volume and skill requirements. But many of these are really hastily considered design, and there's even less consideration for the implementation, rollout, training, and study of the impact of the workforce. So our work seeks to create an opportunity for workers to envision, design, and engage in worker-oriented research around the future of automation in the hospitality industry. And we're working with Unite Here, the largest hospitality union in the US, to ensure that worker satisfaction, voice, safety, ownership, and agency go hand in hand with an understanding of future technology and future work. So hospitality is what is known as invisible work, because a lot of times people staying in a hotel or having an experience in a casino don't really see what's going on. It's a physically demanding job done mostly by women who are largely immigrants and women of color. And as employers move from daily housekeeping, which is gone since the pandemic, housekeepers' work is becoming harder. In a checkout, they do a deep clean of the room. They change the sheets, they vacuum, they scrub, they turn it from top to bottom, as opposed to in a stayover when cleaning is much simpler. It might be emptying the trash, making the bed, and just refreshing the toiletries. In some hotels, housekeepers are assigned sections, so every day they clean the same set of rooms, and the assignment of rooms was traditionally done with a clipboard, and so the term of art is known as the board. So even with digital services, people refer to the board. Digitalizing hospitality deprives housekeepers of a lot of the autonomy in their work. It tells them which room to do next based on an algorithm. Workers can't always see their whole board, their entire list. It requires some technology literacy to use, and the board can change over the course of the day. But there's also advantages to these systems. It enables faster communication between housekeepers and other operations, such as managers, engineering, and repairs. But what usually happens is with an algorithm, there's irrational room sequencing and therefore an extreme workload. So in the panel on the left, you can see this large multi-wing hotel, and the black path would be the most direct path to be cleaning a set of assigned rooms. But instead, we have this dashed line where the algorithm is making the worker go from end to end of the wing, upstairs and downstairs, moving a very heavy cart. And another thing that happens, as you can see on the right, is that someone is assigned many, many checkouts. So they have a lot of physical work all in a row, and it might be too much work for the hospitality worker. So in the past 3 years, we built a relationship with the union, running workshops with housekeepers, bartenders, and cocktail waitresses. And we first explored these algorithmic managers and these co-robots that are replacing some jobs and transforming others that can't really be completely automated. the high-touch, face-to-face interaction of hospitality service. Our workshops revealed workers' values in their hospitality work, the desire to provide this high-touch service that they are expert at and that they get tipped for, so part of their pay. Some of them had over 25 years of experience in their current role. Some expressed a desire to collaborate with and help members of their team who were less literate with technology, and they all had pride and accountability and responsibility for a job well done. We also saw strong evidence of labor shifting with both technologies. In both cases, these automation systems created more labor for certain hospitality workers and reduced their ability to perform the social and emotional labor that they desire. So for example, several casinos had replaced bartenders with automated bartending systems, and people described these as science experiments. Cocktail waitresses talked about the poor quality of the drinks, the need to drink orders to avoid contamination, and the idea that they couldn't complete their rounds as quickly because they were waiting for the machine, and therefore they get less tips. Hospitality workers also expressed frustration at a lack of training in using automation systems, new and greater impositions of management on the agency with which they formerly did their jobs, and the need to constantly apologize to the customers and attempt to mitigate the negative impacts of these systems. So social science literature on automation has traditionally focused on job displacement, for example, in manufacturing with robots. It's not a simple one-to-one mapping. We don't simply replace tasks with automation, and furthermore, there's not a lot of empirical evidence about how this unfolds and what the changes mean. More recent literature highlights complexity, especially in the service sector. Specific skills can be challenging to automate, and whole aspects of work processes change. And in the hospitality industry, it's even more complex because a hotel can be owned, managed, and branded by 3 different organizations. So this fractioning can affect whether basic, minimal effort, such as low-road implementation of AI takes place, or if change managers are utilized to provide a more experiential, high-road, robust implementation of technology. So enter design research. I want to touch on a few ways that design research and design methods are at play in this work. Researchers, including Steve Barley and Diane Bailey, have called for a broader investigation of technology in the workplace. And this is a key place to operationalize systemic design. They argue for extending to the left to understand issues of power and ideology, and to the right to understand broader organizational issues. And so while ethnographers and social scientists might focus on behavior, or HCI and human factors researchers might focus on technology, a better view might be an ecological one centered in systems design to look more broadly at this spectrum. So we're using aspects of systemic design to understand the many lenses and biases around this problem and to help organize our team. So using systemic design, we can understand the current state, understand the system around the problematic situation, and look at what cognitive models are driving these. And so in this iceberg model, which you see on the left, the designer looks at the events, but then tries to understand the patterns and structures underneath them. Another skill that we use from design is reframing, which is getting to the assumption behind the assumption. So for example, if you compare Amazon and UPS delivery drivers, you can see that while both do the same job and are monitored similarly, UPS drivers are treated quite differently than Amazon drivers. Amazon drivers are managed by algorithms, and they're viewed as expendable commodities. There was a case of an Amazon driver in Arizona who was fired for the inability to complete his delivery. He was punished for things, apparently, that were beyond his control, and the company appears to manage its workers algorithmically. But UPS, on the other hand, empowers and informs its workers substantially more. Data collected by these workers is reviewed by humans and not algorithms, and if there's an error or grievance, they have a human-centered process in place for rectifying it. So talking to our guest room attendants, housekeepers, gave an individual or UX perspective of this problem. Talking to the managers gave a broader, more multi-stakeholder perspective from service design. And talking to the manufacturer of the software revealed additional and, of course, conflicting perspectives. talking to hotel management revealed even additional perspectives in this work. So some of our ongoing questions are, what can we design? Where will it have the most impact? So we'll co-design, prototype, and test. We want to avoid isolationist or biased views of technology. And I think there's a trend in HCI and HAI right now which depicts all technology as a negative force which disempowers workers. And I want to caution against that for a number of reasons. We want to avoid reductionist views of work. We want to look at the differences between minimal implementation of automation and a more robust setting. And we want to take steps towards designing not only new roles, but bargaining information and steps towards policy. And in all of these, we can use systems design and co-design to get to richer ways to unpack these research questions. Some of the other ways that we use design in our large multidisciplinary team include rectifying research questions and looking at the demands of field work among this huge team, avoiding isolationist views of technology and reductionist views of work, and taking these steps forward. So our approach in this project has been leveraged to help CMU fulfill a larger obligation to create opportunities for workers and labor organizations to participate in technology innovation. So we're responding to this emerging consensus among policymakers that innovation and technology development are strategic initiatives for our country. So this summer, the president signed the CHIPS and Science Act to establish a technology strategy with guidance from a new National Science Foundation Directorate on Technology, Innovation, and Partnership, known as TIP. And this legislature names universities, industry, government, and labor organizations as 4 critical stakeholders in the Technology Directorate. Design research has been formative in the university's engagement with the labor movement across a number of efforts across campus. And I'm proud to say that design research has been formative in developing a working relationship with the AFL-CIO, its Technology Institute, and 58 affiliate labor unions as representatives of workers across the spectrum. So with the Tech Institute, we're developing this notion of bringing worker voice into the innovation process, ensuring that we use workers, engaging them, collaborating with them to help improve technology development. We bring their voice and labor organizations into the innovation process, and we create a model of labor academic engagement across sectors and communities. So in conclusion, today I tried to talk about how the field of design is changing, how product, services, and systems are blending, how data is abundant, and machine learning and AI is affecting everything that designers touch. I've also talked about how design practice and design research continue to evolve to be applied to more complex problems. It's more than just products and services for us now. In the case study of hospitality automation, it's also about understanding this really complex situation around workers and their actual or perceived vulnerability to AI and automation, and the many impacts that surround them, including history, context, economics, labor management relationships, politics, and more. And then finally, I've tried to show how design can be critical in designing socially responsible AI. We design things like new training materials, new interfaces, but we also design information, policies, communications, even material for bargaining, all with the intent of improving the experience of workers and other stakeholders. So thanks for listening. I want to thank my funders, my collaborators, my students, and the people who give me ideas, all of you. So thanks for listening.
We're going to sit over there.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Jody. That was fantastic. Couple of things on questions. For people here in person, we have mics in the back to ask your questions. There's one over here in this aisle and one at the end of the other aisle. And then online, there is a facility for asking questions called Slido, and we encourage you to put your questions. We will be monitoring those and bringing those up. And now I'm going to join James and Jody, and we're going to have a chat. Yes, so go to a mic, please. While you approach the mic, let me just start out. How do, I was very surprised that you kind of implied that the design field wasn't quite ready for this revolution. And I just want to probe that a little bit, because I felt like, for example, architects are looking at individual lives and also the community. And so tell me a little bit more about why that big surprise came.
Sure. I think that in most design training around the world, we are not training students to think about AI in appropriate ways. So designers can make beautiful things that people desire, but they don't know what to do with AI. And often data scientists and technologists can make elegant technical things, but they may not be the right product. So we need to find a way to build those bridges. One of the things we've done in our teaching at CMU is to talk about using AI as a design material, looking at its capabilities. So we're trying to reframe and develop designers who are more ripe to work with data scientists and other technologists.
So this is related to a question I had actually for you, which was, over the last 10 or 15 years, design has gotten a seat at the table in Silicon Valley. You know, Airbnb and these other examples have led to designers being key to founding teams. We've seen key designers like Irene Au have a partnership at Coastal Ventures to bring those people in. And at the same time, design tools like Sketch and Figma have really allowed designers to explore designs and be able to communicate to engineers what they want. AI seems to me like it's changed that in a way, in that this is a technology that there isn't easy ways for designers to really express what they want. Is this leading to some difficulty in that progress that we've seen?
Yes, I think that's absolutely the case. And let me put my futurist hat on and say, let's look at the field in 5 years and see what's happening. I think we're on the brink of a recession. I think lots of people are losing their jobs. There's going to be a shuffle in who can get employed and where. And at the same time, the things we're designing and managing as products are more complex. So we were talking about this yesterday, Hugh Dubberly, John Kane, and I. We were talking about fast and slow design and how design is going to slow down, and designers will need to become more managers. They'll have to manage many more streams within the innovation, creation, and implementation of a project.
As promised, I want to go to the audience.
My name is Jonathan, and I have a question for Professor Jody. So I'm interested in your discussion on the AI in the hospitality industry. I'm just being curious, the level of adoption today, and its variation among the high-end hospitality versus low-end, U.S. versus Asia versus international.
Great. So the question is, what are the comparisons of automation adoption across properties and across the world? So I can't speak for other cultures. We're studying in the U.S. right now, but yes, we've all gone on YouTube and watched the videos about the robot hotels, and much more social acceptance of tracking and awareness of who you are as a customer. We're not quite there in the U.S. yet. The situation in U.S. hospitality is fragmentation. So you can have a brand like Hyatt that commits to using product XYZ to help its housekeepers and operations. And even in different Hyatts, the rollout, study, and existence of other systems will be very different. And as I said in my talk, there's not a lot of empirical research. So I think this is a ripe area to try to understand what's going on. Thanks.
Now we'll go to this one.
So I have two questions, one technical, one non-technical. I'll ask the technical one first.
Okay.
Thanks for a great talk. It appears to me that when you're working with blue-collar workers in very large numbers, whose experience might vary from person to person, that an algorithm like reinforcement learning that would be used to train an optimizer, such as you described, would want to incorporate feedback from many unreliable sources rather than one trusted one, which is the norm in reinforcement learning. Do you have any thoughts on how the algorithms might need to change to better adapt to your work?
I think that's a very elegant suggestion to think about reinforcement learning in this space. What I can tell you is there's barely any AI. It's so on the cusp of nothing. So I think there's a ripe opportunity to use even simple, robust AI here. Furthermore, they have many interconnected systems that don't talk to each other, and they're sticky. So they'll get new things, and the old things are still in evidence. So we sat in meetings with managers looking at 10 to 15 applications to track hotel operations. So it's really low level, but that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a quick question. Today is the day of strike among white-collar workers in the UC system. And I wondered,
I saw a few in here. Eric. No.
I wondered how your ideas carry over from blue-collar to white-collar work.
Yeah, that's a great question. I've been so immersed in hospitality that it might be hard to make direct comparisons, but one thing I can say is, in the field of design, there's a lot of call right now for participatory design to empower these people or fix these people, and I think this is an area where we haven't really pushed. So yes, we can advance participatory design and collect the voices of stakeholders, but how? I think that's a really interesting research question and another that I'm interested in, and perhaps in that we could find a way to transcend other groups. Thanks.
Question?
So this is fantastic. I'm Melissa Coide with FinReg Lab. We're a DC-based research organization. And first of all, when you made the comment and showed the picture of the two trucks, I texted my brother, who's in administration management at UPS, and said, you should be feeling good. UPS is more kind, perhaps, in their management of the drivers. And then it occurred to me, and this gets to my question actually for all of you, what is going to motivate in terms of ultimately requiring some level of governance around how humans are being brought into consideration? So I'm in financial services policy. We have laws and regulations that dictate if you're using machine learning for credit decisioning, you have to be able to explain it to a consumer. Why a decision was reached. You have to evaluate for fairness and a disparate impact assessment. But I hear and I see in many of these other sectors, especially medicine, we were having a conversation this morning where, a tool may be developed, but the data or the population that it's then deployed upon doesn't even represent. And I love that what you're building is from the ground up and working with unions and labor organizations. My question is, where's the motivation going to be? Is it going to ultimately come from the ground up? Where's the power? It's the power question that I think ultimately is good to spend more time on. So would love to hear all of you all opine on that. I mean, coming from DC and US government, my instinct would be, when are regulators really leaning in a more aggressive way on this? Would you all say back to me, wait, industry and these different sector and applications don't feel like we know enough around the smart, responsible use of AI? How do you all think about that, and where are you landing? Because frankly, I've been watching HI grow for the past 2.5 years. I'm glad we're having this conversation, but we were also trying to have this conversation 2 years ago. So where are we?
Great question. I'll speak to the work I've been doing in hospitality and then let others chime in with their expertise. But, going to the AFL-CIO conference this summer and watching group after group stand up who had protested, unionized themselves, Amazon workers, the staff at University Arts, my alma mater, gives me faith that people are, it's an activist moment. People are speaking up, and they have structures of the AFL-CIO to help them. But I also think we need top-down, we need regulation, we need, for the literature I've been collecting on worker surveillance is scant. We need a lot more research here, and then we need action from above. So I'm happy about TIP. I'm happy about the CHIPS Act. I think we need more. I'm sure you could speak to other domains.
Comment on medicine
Yeah,
at all?
so I work in healthcare, and I actually work very closely with the FDA, and they've been remarkably careful about not diving in to an empty pool. By the way, the cusp of nothing, quote of the day so far. So in healthcare, the regulatory agency that I'm most familiar with is being very careful because they're very aware that it's not clear what to do, that they could squash innovation if they're not careful, and they could get a huge firestorm of complaints from their sometimes very influential vendors if they are too heavy-handed. And so I do think that academic right now is the answer. We have to create the evidence base so that policymakers have something to actually go on, because right now they're on the cusp of nothing, if I may borrow that phrase.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and if I were going to comment on what is going on at HCI, we have a really good policy team, and they're working with folks in Sacramento and Washington. I mean, one thing we noticed is a lot of the folks there simply don't have the knowledge to be able to make regulation. We've seen this in embarrassing quotes from senators in hearings, et cetera. So one thing we've done is we've had staff come here for education on AI so they at least have basic knowledge to do the right things. I think that's the first step. Right. But we had a question on the virtual Slido from 6 who says, as an HCI person who's worked for a trade union for 5 years, I really enjoyed both of these talks. What do you see as the role for HCI and computing researchers in policy development in this area, especially at the state and national level? So I thought, yeah, what do you think HCI people should do? Not
HCI, human-computer interactions.
Yeah, thank you, Russ.
Well,
not necessarily, policy experts.
I think, James, you hit it on the head, which is to bring in knowledge about AI, working with it, humans interacting with it, to help make those policy briefs, to help inform, the audience, to help bring the arguments up. I think that's really important. I'm sure you have ideas too.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think, we're a field that's about connecting the different pieces, whether it's social sciences to technologists, HCI, people are often in the middle, and I think we can do that same thing with policy folks as also being a translator between areas.
I think we'll bounce between humans and virtual question now. Let's go to a human.
Yeah, hi. I'm Anoop, and I love the human intelligence in this conference. So I'm very interested in the convergence between creators, and I think there are 3 schools of thoughts or 3 mindsets here. One are the designers, one are the technologists, and then the business professionals. So what do you suggest from your research and learning as to what is the best way to get them to work together and with AI, thinking about AI evolving from it's taking over the world to, oh, it's going to help us and it's going to augment us. So what do you think as the best avenue to do that?
To get business technologists and HCI people talking together?
Designers, technologists, and any business creators, all of them actually working together to get what we need.
Great. I think getting the disciplines together to work and study. So for example, at CMU, we have a Masters of Product Management, which is a blend between computer science and business. Those students take some design courses. They go out in the world, they practice in internships, and slowly we're changing the field. I think placing the right interdisciplinary leaders at certain strategic points is critical.
We actually see that in our students somewhat too. So like many other schools, our AI track in computer science is by far the most popular. Yeah. But many of those people do a master's where they'll do HCI, or vice versa. They did their undergraduate in HCI and then do a master's in AI. So we're seeing a lot of people who want to connect these together to make the products they work on more effective.
Just as a follow-up to that, how do the employers feel about the close connection with the unions and the AFL-CIO in your work? Is that a showstopper for them, or do they engage?
It's mixed. I mean, that's the best thing I can say.
Okay.
Some fear that we're going to tell them that they're being surveilled, or some fear that we're going to tell them that the technology is bad. So, it's a careful pitch and then a very long waiting time as it moves up and down in our organization. people feel like, oh, we really need to look at the pros and cons of this. And then the other time element is where they are in deploying this technology. Of course, ideally, we'd like to get match cases where there's a property without and a property with, but there's really very little symmetry in the industry. So.
Hi, can you hear me? So I'm Neil Sundaresh, and I work in large language models for software development productivity. So our audience is software developers, and we've learned the hard way that UX is an important aspect of AI when we deploy AI, especially when we interfere with developers when they're in an analytical mind frame. Very similar to what you're talking about your hospitality workers. So one thing we talk a lot about in making this effective. So I call UX the last mile of making AI work, but probably for you, in your case, it's a first mile, I don't know. We talk a lot about A/B experimentation. You didn't mention that at all. So when humans are involved so much, how do you think of A/B experimentation? So somebody talked about reinforcement learning, but here you could run an experiment of a good enough model and see how humans behave. Are they more productive, less productive, more happy, less happy, et cetera. But
yes, I thank you for your question. I think A/B experimentation is important, and there is certainly a role for it. The reason why I didn't mention it today is the research that we have been doing has been at such a small scale. We haven't been privy to a lot of data sets. We are working right now, very much from the bottom up in small groups, but I think this is a really valuable method. Thanks.
I'm afraid that that's the end of our session. I know there's questions waiting, and I apologize very much. This has been a great session, and we should move to the next one.
And let's thank Jody again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on to our first panel of the day on designing for AI. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Ben Schneiderman, Manish Agrawala, Salima Amershi, Genevieve Bell, just go on down there, and Elizabeth Gerber. Okay, thank you. So Ben is a CS professor and founding director of the Human-Computer Interaction Laboratory at the University of Maryland. This is really one of the first significant players in HCI. He's a real founder of the field. He's a member of the National Academy of Engineering. Manish is a computer science professor here at Stanford, also an undergrad and PhD alum. And he's the director of the Brown Institute for Media Innovation at Stanford. Salima is a senior principal research manager at Microsoft Research and the co-chair of the advisory group at Microsoft called Ether, AI Ethics and Effects in Engineering and Research, where she focuses on human-AI interaction and collaboration. Genevieve is a professor, director of the School of Cybernetics, and director of the 3A Institute, which stands for Autonomy, Agency, and Assurance, all at Australian National University. And she's also the acting dean these days, so we really appreciate her making the trip, and a Stanford PhD alum as well. And finally, Elizabeth is a professor of mechanical engineering, CS, and communication studies, as well as co-director of the Center for Human-Computer Interaction and Design, all at Northwestern, and also a Stanford PhD alum. So welcome, everyone. Our panelists will each offer up a short presentation before we begin our conversation. And so, Ben, would you like to start?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, James, and thank you, Russ, and the organizers for this great event and the courageous title of AI in the Loop. That really sets things right. That's where we have to be. And the second part of that is humans in charge, and that's what we want to put, humans first. So that's the story. In this panel, I'm going to lead off and try to give some examples of what we mean by good design, and then come to conclusion with some guidelines, some of the many that I've developed. Next slide. Ooh, is there a slide control? Oh, here it is.
Not that one.
Not that one.
There should be another one.
Which one?
There you go.
The other one. Okay, so there the central question, and James laid it out in his very elegant opening, what is human-centered AI? And he really nicely characterized that we were dealing with users, we were dealing with communities, and we were dealing with society. We have to think about multiple levels. One of the gifts of design is the clarity of thinking, of separating out user communities, market segments, and understanding the different communities of users. James also put the point that it's a set of processes by which we go about doing design. And it's a set of guidelines, which is where this section is going. So design brings a fresh way of thinking and breaks open the box of AI, this global large monster that we don't even know how to look at, but now we can see the parts of it. So for me, the central premise is that the goal is to amplify, augment, empower, and enhance people. That's why we're building systems. That's what technology's always been about. That's what Lewis Mumford said. We start from serving human needs. I mean, there is a gain to technology-driven innovation, but there's even a bigger gain from user needs-driven innovation. And that's what HCI has brought to this, and what human-centered AI is understanding what are the human needs that we can fulfill, and how do we go about doing it. This talk focuses on one part of it, which is the way we reframe our thinking, the design metaphors, the language we use, the terminology, and the visual imagery. Please take away all those images of a human hand shaking a robot hand. It's deadly, okay? That's the wrong message. Where do we want to go? We want to talk about human needs. We want to put people first up front, okay? So my list is to shift from some old language. This is going to be hard because the old language is compelling. It brought people into this. It raised funds. It attracted journalists, okay? Intelligent agents, we're going to do it all. Teammates, collaborators, partners as AI. Assured autonomy, not just autonomy, but assured autonomy. And then social robots, we're going to make it all happen. Well, social robots have been around for 2,000 years. They're not coming. They're great entertainment, and the Disney audio animatronics and the other forms of entertainment are what we're going to see. We want to shift the language. My language is maybe less compelling, but I hope more descriptive, accurate, and a guide to reframing your thinking. So I want to see super tools, AI-infused super tools that are reliable, safe, and trustworthy. You're going to hear me say that, reliable, safe, and trustworthy. If it's not, if you're working in a medical situation where life-critical needs are around and it's not reliable, safe, and trustworthy, shut it down, okay? Shut it down. That's a bold statement. We're going to look at telebots, ways in which humans are in control and operating devices remotely. We're going to look at control centers, and then active appliances are the language I'd like to promote. It'll take you a while to get into it, but I hope they will help you in your thinking. So my favorite super tool is that digital camera on your phone. It's got lots of AI. It sets the shutter, focus, color balance, reduces hand jitter. Yet, it's your photo. You frame it, you compose it, you zoom, and it's your decisive moment when you take the picture, when the right pose is there. When I was taking pictures, and when James looks up at Jody, that's my moment. I get that picture because I'm looking for a story to tell, and it's my photo. Then, it builds in all the things I need because I can edit, I can clean it up, I can discard it, and I'm socially connected. And the goals of good technology design have been and will remain, I believe, support self-efficacy, support human creativity, clarify responsibility, and advance social connectedness. Those are the four principles we're going to look for in good design that is user-centered, community-centered, and society-centered. We see the same design principles in navigation choices here from the White House downtown, 8 miles to the University of Maryland in College Park. Lots of AI. I ask for the route. I get a set of choices. I get a preview, a key design goal, preview. Let the users know what's going to happen next. Okay? And then I get to choose. I can choose the short route through the city with lots of stoplights, not too much congestion, or I can take the long route on the Beltway, more scenic, around, but maybe more gas consumption. Most decisions have complex multiple dimensions. And you may have a certain moment where you say, yeah, I want to see the scenic route, or I haven't been on that scenic route. Let me know. You can't predict what the user's going to want to do. They are individuals, they are different, they're responsive to momentary needs. Similarly, other success things, I start typing University of Maryland, I get a set of recommendations. I can ignore them, I can take them. I'm in charge. Text completion, grammar, and so on, spell checks and so on are also part of that environment. A more ambitious super tool might be the Bloomberg terminal, okay? Lots of AI again, okay, lots of AI. Bloomberg takes in 1.6 million articles a day, clusters them, ranks them, and orders them according to the needs of each user who may be interested in a certain country, a certain industry, or even a certain company. And so it provides the information they want, but they control it, they lay it out, and here what you see is the design of a tiled, non-overlap, spatially stable display so that with a glance, the decision maker, the analyst, can see what they want, move to the next place, and take action. It's their design, their screen, they get to do what they want. And that's why more than 300,000 people pay more than $20,000 a year to have this on their desktop. That's design. We might choose different colors and different styles in this old-fashioned sort of red, green, and black design, but it's a style that works that the users respond to. Telebots. You'll see a lot of AI people tell you the Mars rovers are autonomous. Of course they're autonomous. It's 200 million miles away and takes 22 minutes for a signal to get there. Yeah, they're autonomous in one frame. If you think as a designer, the rapid performance to avoid obstacles, avoid precipices, to adjust the antenna, to adjust the solar panels, all that happens autonomously. But there are 80 people at NASA JPL who are operating this Mars rover at a different scale, at a different way. They're deciding if they see something interesting on the horizon, they go there. They can choose to reframe the mission, okay? They get a preview of what's going to happen, but they can always change it, okay? They are also there to deal with problems. Typically, these robots are not self-repairing. And so they need to deal with the problems that arise. But most importantly, in most of these robotic setups will be that they are there to design the next generation of robots, okay? And that's a very central role. The surgical robots, the journalists love to say surgical robots are better than human robots. Not true. The manufacturer of Da Vinci surgical system, the leading one, says robots don't perform surgery. Robots don't perform surgery. Your surgeon performs surgery using Da Vinci by instruments that he or she guides via a console. And it's a wonderful device because it allows physicians to make very accurate movements deep inside human body cavities in a way that they could not do with other kinds of instruments. It also allows the keyhole kind of surgery, small incisions that make for better surgery, faster recovery, and often more successful outcomes. So that's what we mean by telebots. Control centers and hospitals which monitor hundreds of devices, which collect aggregate data, which then improve the training of these systems of machine learning to make better algorithms for older adults, for children, for people with different comorbidities. Control centers also support the idea of information-abundant displays and human social interaction to take the actions that are needed. The active appliances growing through your house, becoming AI-infused, which are increasingly part of the world if they're reliable, safe, and trustworthy. That's the message. So your washer, your dryer has sensors, it collects data, and the algorithms get better because the machine learning gets to work on more of the data over time. Your pacemaker, which used to be considered an autonomous device, is becoming user-controlled, and then the manufacturer, Medtronic, will monitor 10,000 of these to collect the data to improve performance for young, for old, for special diseases. So that's the story here. The summary reminds you that the language, the metaphors, the visual imagery needs to change. That's where we're going. And the design guidelines, which I've suggested here, as a much longer discussion elsewhere, the idea of overviews first, zoom and filter, then details on demand, previews, and then allow the user, as in your GPS driving, to select and initiate, and then you monitor execution, but you can change. You're not locked in. You're in control. If you want to take a side route, as I did driving down here, I wanted to go to Vista Point. I went to Vista Point, and I could get back on the road and do it. There's a longer set, which I will leave for another time. It's all in the book. This was my COVID project, the Human-Centered AI, to tell the story. One of the reviews that I really liked said it's one of the most important AI books, not HCI books, but it was an AI book. And so that's brought the right kind of attention that I want. And Forbes magazine gave me a big boost by saying this was the thing for managers because it distilled the stories into a straightforward way. There's a Google group I run with 2,700 people. Once a week you get a note. Please sign up if you like. I've already been pleased. People told me they are readers. And it distills the kind of things that are happening. Follow us on Twitter, if there still is a Twitter. And take a look at our website for resources. And if you want the book, there's a discount code with Oxford University Press. And so that's the story. For me, the future is human-centered. This is important. We need to go there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ben. Okay, we now have Manish Agrawala.
Wrong slides. Wrong slides.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks, everyone, and hello. I wanted to pick a purposely provocative title here because I wanted to spur some discussion. Hopefully this talk will spur some discussion at the end. I know the title is a bit extreme, but it's all in an effort to get the discussion going. The title, of course, is Unpredictable Black Boxes Are Terrible Interfaces. And I just want to start by unpacking that a little bit. So, here's a black box. And most modern AI tools are generally black boxes. They take some input and transmute it into some kind of output. So in this case, the box is going to represent DALL-E, but it could just as easily represent GPT-3 or Stable Diffusion, or really any modern deep neural network where we don't really know what's happening inside of the black box. Now, I've been wanting a new picture for my homepage for quite a while now. My homepage picture is out of date. So I gave DALL-E this prompt, right? And a couple seconds later, it produced this image. Now, at many levels, this image is astounding, right? It made a photographic image. All the parts of this image work well together. The background room, the person, the lighting, it all kind of works, right? It's amazing what this thing has produced. It's from the name alone, it's produced an image of someone that's of Indian origin. That also is quite amazing, right? So that's great. It does have some artifacts. The hand doesn't quite look human, right? I was hoping for someone that looks maybe a little younger and cooler. But overall, this is an amazing capability, right? We as humans have never had the capability before to take a sequence of words and turn it into an image, right? So that's amazing to me. Now, I want to use DALL-E to do something else, right? So I want to construct another image. This is a photograph of the main quad at Stanford and Memorial Church. If you haven't seen this, it's just over there. I encourage you to go check it out afterwards. What I want to do is produce an image of Memorial Church and the main quad, but I want to put it in Blade Runner style. Okay? So the film Blade Runner, I think many of us are familiar with this. When we think of Blade Runner, we think of maybe nighttime, rain, lots of neon signage, food stalls, and people, right? We think maybe of this. So on the left, we have a film still from Blade Runner, right? Lots of neon, as I said. On the right is a photograph that another person took of Tokyo, and it's titled Neo-Dystopian Tokyo in Blade Runner Style. All right? So many of us have a sense of what this Blade Runner style is, and you know, I want to convert this. I want to have a version of this, but in that style, and just take a moment to think about what that might be. All right? So now I'm going to feed this to DALL-E. This is the first image that I get, right? And you know, it's figured out this kind of neon coloring, a little bit of signage. It looks a little bit like Memorial Church, not that much, but it didn't capture the whole quad. So I you know, changed the prompt, and a couple of iterations, I get this. A couple of iterations later, so now we see more of the quad. I want the nighttime rain, so I add to the prompt, and I get this. And this is after some more iteration. I continue to iterate, try to get people and get it more lively. Doesn't quite get there. And you know, I decide to switch over to making an illustration that would hide some of the artifacts, perhaps. And you know, after 21 iterations, I end up with this, right? And you know, it's kind of there, but it doesn't really match the image that I had in my head. All right? And this was a lot of trial and error, right? I had to go in and type in different prompts. I only showed you a few of the iterations. You can kind of see all of them on the right side. It took a while. This is not a good interface. All right? So when I say terrible interfaces, this is what I mean. And it's recognized that it is a lot of work to do this prompt engineering, right? So hence we have sites like PromptBase where you can go and pay for a prompt, right? These people have recognized that there's value in buying prompts. So you know, this is not an easy task, and there are tons of research papers that are all trying to make prompt engineering better, right? So why is this such a bad interface? Well, for that, I want to shift to Don Norman and his book, The Design of Everyday Things. Many of us have probably read this. There's a great anecdote in this book that I think is illustrative. And so he talks about another kind of black box, a refrigerator, in this case a white box, I guess. And it has two compartments, a freezer and a fresh food compartment. And he was having trouble setting the temperature of the refrigerator. And what he has are two dials, one for the freezer, one for the fresh food compartment, and these kinds of instructions. And he was trying to set the temperature of the refrigerator using these dials. And you know, if we see these kinds of dials and these instructions, many of us, Norman included, build a conceptual model that suggests that there are two cooling units. One dial controls the cooling unit for the freezer, and the other one controls the cooling unit for the refrigerator, right? That's the model that we have in our heads for how these controls work. It turns out that this is not the right model. The right model is this one. There's one dial that controls the cooling unit, and there's another one that controls this valve, right? So these controls are coupled together in a way that doesn't match the conceptual model. And because of that, Norman couldn't figure out how to adjust the dials to get the temperature that he wanted, right? The mapping from the controls to the output temperature was unpredictable, right? He didn't have a predictive conceptual model. So I argue that a good conceptual model lets users predict how input controls map or affect the outputs. And when the conceptual model is not predictive, users have to resort to lots and lots of trial and error. And this is not a good experience. All right, so let's go back to this, right? I changed the prompt a little bit. I want to be cooler and younger. And, and this is terrible, right? Because I don't have a conceptual model for how this thing is working. I can't predict how the input prompt controls the output, right? What does cool mean to the system, right? Does picture represent a photograph or an illustration? I guess it might be a photograph, I don't know. How did I get that, right? Now, one thing you might argue is, well, you know, AI, a lot of times when we're designing AIs, we're trying to make these models do something that a human could do, right? The Turing test is all about that at some level. And you know, aren't humans great interfaces? Well, I would argue that humans are also bad interfaces, right? And it's for the same reasons. We don't have a great conceptual model for what the human is going to do, all right? So at some level, I would argue this is a bad interface. But I will also say that humans are a little bit better than current AI for the following reason. We can interact with that human artist, right? So I can have a conversation. I can start with my prompt, and the artist can ask me what I mean, right? We can build up a shared semantics. If something is ambiguous or hard to understand, the artist can ask me about it, or I can suggest ways to fix the ambiguity, right? And at the end of that, we can have maybe something that's closer to what I want, right, from the artist. So, you know, when we interact with a human, we have a conceptual model, likely that is based on a model of ourselves, right? That's not always a correct model, but we have that. And we also have this kind of conversational interaction. We can build common ground and shared semantics, and we can repair when there's ambiguity. And those two things are really important for making the interaction work well. Now, some iteration is still required, as I showed in the conversation. So this is still not a perfect interface in some ways, but it's better than current systems, I would argue. All right? In comparison, here's what happens with an AI, right? We either don't have a conceptual model at all, or we have an incorrect one that is based on thinking of the AI as a human, right? And that's almost certainly totally incorrect. We can't converse, and there's lots and lots of trial and error. Now, I should point out that there are some people trying to push on this, trying to make these interfaces much more conversational. In fact, there are a lot of researchers trying to do this. Probably many of you in the room are trying to do this. The one thing I would argue, though, is that they're maybe not thinking about it in these terms, about establishing common ground and providing for repair. These are a couple of directions. Here's one more direction that I'm particularly interested in. Here, we take a prompt as input into the AI model, and instead of generating the output directly, we generate a piece of code that you execute to then produce the output. And you might ask why that's better, but in many ways, I think this is better because we can define the semantics of the code, right, really precisely. And so it becomes more of a shared language for talking about the outputs with the AI. All right, so two things I want to leave you with. When users can't predict how input controls affect outputs, the interface is terrible, right? And this will really always be true until we can explain the mappings from inputs to outputs in a way that allows people to form a good conceptual model, a predictive one. And then finally, we can improve these AIs by providing more conversational interfaces. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Manish. We now have Salima.
Okay. Is there a clicker? Is it this one? That one?
Try it.
Okay.
Try the other one.
Okay. Nope.
I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it is that one.
wait.
Okay.
I think I turned it off. Okay, we'll see how this goes. So hi, everyone. I'm Salima. I'm going to be talking about measuring what matters for human AI teams. Ben's not going to like this title, but it's more about measurements and metrics than teaming. Okay, so topic of the day is, of course, humans in the loop or AIs in the loop. But what I'd argue is that something that's slowing progress is that when we're evaluating our AI systems, we're not measuring this loop. When we're evaluating our AI systems, we're most often asking the question, what can these models do? But what we really need to be doing is asking, what can people do with these models? And I wanted to show this image because this is someone from my team, Victor Dibia, trying to prompt Stable Diffusion to show an image of a robot helping a human walking on the streets to sort of illustrate that humans partnering with AIs. This is, the outcome of it, which is, a beautiful image, but, ironically, the robots are holding each other's hands and the poor human is walking by himself. I think that, really reflects the state of how we evaluate these systems. So when measurements don't reflect what people need and value, bad things can happen. So this is just one example where an incident where a Palestinian man's good morning post in Arabic was translated to attack them in Hebrew, and then he was subsequently arrested. And something that we know from Facebook's communications is that at least one of the ways that they were evaluating their translation feature here was by using a metric called BLUE, which is an industry standard that essentially counts the words that are shared across sentences without considering their meaning. But of course, meaning is probably one of the things that was needed to be preserved most and evaluated for most in this scenario. Okay. And so standardized metrics and benchmarks like these have actually led to rapid advancements in AI because they allow for these apples to apples comparisons across models. But as we've seen, when these metrics don't reflect what people need and value, bad things can happen. And when those metrics are then used to make deployment and development decisions, then that's when things can go wrong. And this is well known in the industry. And this is just a survey from 2022 of several natural language generation systems papers. And you can see this is showing the citations per year. The dashed vertical lines here show common criticisms of these types of metrics for not reflecting what people value. Yet, you see the number of citations for them being used has just only increased. And then these metrics translate to industry. So this is a paper from some other folks from Microsoft Research who did an interview study and then a survey after that of 61 practitioners. And what they found was that 85% of the time, teams are using these automated metrics similar to BLUE or other standardized metrics to evaluate their AI systems. 47% of the time, these models gate what gets actually deployed to people or what advances to A/B testing. Someone asked about A/B testing earlier today. And 50% agree that these metrics are a reliable way to assess the performance of our AI systems. So that can be problematic. So on my team, we wanted to figure out what matters for measuring our code generation systems. So code generation, this is an example of a code generation system using one of these foundation models, GPT-3, fine-tuned on open source libraries. So this takes a natural language prompt and produces a full function generation. So super powerful. Currently, the state of the art for measuring these types of systems, code generation models, is to optimize for correctness. So the way that this works is you take a function, split it into a function header and body. That gets passed to a code generation system, which produces a bunch of generations. So you'll ask for K generations. They're ranked. Pass those generations through some unit tests provided with the functions. And we see how many pass or fail. So then you can compute your metrics over this. So standard operationalization of correctness currently is this metric known as pass at K. So here, if you see pass at 2, if you're looking at pass at 2, here none of the top 2 pass, so this would be a failure. But if you're looking at pass at 10, this would be considered a success. So this is how we measure for correctness. But what we see when people are talking about these code generation models is they're not really talking about correctness. They're talking about the impact on productivity and the effort that's saved when they're interacting with them. And so what we wanted to ask on my team is, what do programmers really value from these code generation systems? And so what we did is we had people, so 46 professional programmers, annotate generations across 5 different models, over 60 human eval problems. And so we collected 552 annotations, and we were asking these programmers to annotate these generations in terms of correctness, in terms of what they found valuable. So would they value seeing this generation? Would they value it as a starting point? And how much effort it would take them to convert a generation into a solution that passed the unit test. And what we found was that correctness was indeed correlated with value, but effort was almost perfectly correlated with value. And this difference was significant. And you can see why this happens if you actually watch people program with these types of generative models. So here is just a video of someone interacting with one of these systems. The system is showing them a generation. They go back, iterate over their prompt to try to get it to do what they want. So they're doing this back and forth, viewing suggestions, et cetera. And so we wanted to get a sense of like what people were spending their time on with these new models. So these are folks on my team who did a study with 21 programmers, having them complete 8 diverse LeetCode problems. And then they had them retrospectively annotate what they were doing and what they were thinking by looking through videos. And so they had about 3,000 events annotated. And from this, they could break down what people were spending their time on. And interestingly, 51% of people's time was spent interacting with these models. So when they're coding, they're actually spending a lot of time trying to get these models to do what they want, steer it in the right direction, verify, edit the code. And this isn't bad because there's been several studies showing that overall you're saving a lot of time when you're interacting with these models. But the type of work you're doing is much different. It just demonstrates a huge shift in the type of work that people are doing when they're coding now. Now, instead of coding, they're spending a lot of time trying to steer these models to help them code. Okay, so this takes a lot of effort, and effort matters. And so, what can we do? We know that accuracy and correctness is not the same as value, and people get a lot of value from other things with other uses of these AI models. And so one thing that we can do, an opportunity that we have, is try to capture effort saved or productivity when we're comparing these models and deciding which ones to deploy to people. So this is something we tried to do. So we tried to look at other metrics that we could use. So in this case, what you're seeing is a ground truth code generation on the left, and on the right is a generation from a model. And so right now, this generation doesn't pass according to our correctness metric. It doesn't pass the unit tests. But you can tell that it's actually quite similar to the ground truth. So what we did is we looked at simple edit distance. We looked at a few different metrics here, but edit similarity is sort of 1 minus edit distance, and used this to see if that was a good way to capture effort. And so we did this evaluation where we took a data set, looked at how people evaluated the generations, and we wanted to see if edit similarity might be a good metric for a good proxy for effort. It wasn't. It was about 50.51 according to Pearson. So it wasn't a great metric for effort, but it did allow us to capture some of what this correctness metric misses. So this is when this pass at K passes, people get a ton of value out of it. But when it fails, people still get a lot of value out of these generations because it doesn't necessarily have to be completely correct. It just has to be close enough. And so if you combine these metrics, then you can, in even just a simple way, you can get a much stronger correlation with effort and then also value. So using these types of metrics is really important. Metrics that actually reflect what people are wanting from these systems is important so that we can make good decisions about what to deploy. Another reason why this is important is because when we change our objective, we can change the experience and change what we focus on. So another thing that folks on my team looked at recently was techniques for reducing effort in these code generation systems. So they looked at using highlighting of tokens, where they were highlighting tokens based on the probability of being edited. So not uncertainty, but is this going to be edited by a person? And again, they had professional programmers do several problems and found that highlighting in this way, as opposed to uncertainty, was something that significantly reduced the time to interact with these systems. And people strongly preferred it. Okay, so to summarize, creating human-centered AI, designing better systems require human-centered metrics that reflect what people value. So I just want to thank folks on my team. We're hiring interns, so apply with us. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Salima.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one with the green button. Okay. All right. Genevieve.
Humans in the loop, humans with a button.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. I'm going to ask everyone to change gears with me. You've just heard 2 talks about AI. This is all about humans, loops and control, no AI, no graphs, but at least one image created by an AI, because that seems to be on point and on trend. All right, so I want to begin the way we would begin all conversations in Australia by acknowledging where I am today, which is on the lands of the Alawan people, and I want to pay my respects to elders past and present. I want to acknowledge that the work I'm about to share was created on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people in my hometown in Canberra, Australia, and I want to pay my respects to elders past and present there and acknowledge that that is country that was always sacred and never ceded, and that my country is in the middle of a very long journey around truth and reconciliation. And for me, knowing where my work was created and in which place it began is hugely important when I think about the work I do. And I know that this talk will be heard in lots of other places, and I want to pay my respects to elders past and present in those places too. You could begin a talk about humans in the loop and humans in control with Norbert Wiener and his work on cybernetics and a book he published in the 1940s, where he was beginning to contemplate what it meant to think about computational technology and human beings, or as he framed it in 1946, the animal and the technology, the animal and the machine. And for him, it was about the relationship between those 2 objects and the ways in which that relationship could be described. He believed it was about communication and control. He and his colleagues would go on to generate a great many theories and theoretical and pragmatic approaches to thinking about technology development. AI, of course, proceeds from many of those conversations, and the practitioners who gave us the term AI back in the 1950s were part of earlier conversations about cybernetics in the 1940s. This would, of course, be the requisite computer-generated image. The prompt here was Norbert Wiener in the style of Francis Bacon. Norbert's never looked so good, to be very clear. However, I decided I didn't want to talk about 20th century technologies at all, or even 21st century ones. I want to go back to the 19th century. I want to go back to one of the original technologies that creates one of the original loops. I want to go back to telegraphy. And the reason I've picked the 19th century and telegraphy is that I think it gives us a series of ways of problematizing the notion of control. So where do you start? Well, you start with the technology that framed the world. You start with the first technology that connected the world and that, in the words of at least one American politician, annihilated time and space. It meant that information could flow absent physical means. It meant that electricity in the form of batteries generated a single loop that was grounded in multiple places and that spanned the world. It was a combination of different technologies and engineers and complexities. And in Australia in 1872, that technology connected my country to the rest of the world. It took 36,000 wooden and metal poles. It took 3,000 miles of galvanized wire, and it took 2 years to string a line from Adelaide to Darwin and from Darwin to London, and in so doing, changed the way Australia thought about its relationship to the world. It also created a whole series of other kinds of roles and other kinds of humans. The first one, if you squint, is leaning against one of the poles in the veranda there. His name is Andrew Hewish. Andrew Hewish was the telegraph operator of this telegraph station, and his job was to be a human in the loop. For the telegraph to span 3,000 miles across Australia, you required a station every 250 miles to reboost the signal. You had to listen to the telegraphy come in one side, key it into the machine, and send it out the other. He was one of the original humans in the loop, one of the first tech workers. He had a range of skills. He understood Morse code. He understood electrical circuits. He understood batteries. But he also was a sign of telegraphy. He stood in a uniform. He amplified the signal. He wasn't just a human in the loop. He was a human making the loop. For him to do his job, he required rules and regulations and a standards book that was produced somewhere else by a man named Charles Todd. That regulation book demanded that Andrew Hewish turned up in uniform on time, that he did his job. It framed his days. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he sent the weather report to Adelaide. At 12:58 p.m., he cleared the line so that at 1 p.m., a time signal could go across the entire network. You couldn't be in control unless you had rules, but the rules framed what your control looked like. Of course, if you're Andrew Hewish living 600 miles from the nearest city, you need, and maintaining a 3,000-mile line, you have other people who you need to make that loop work. This is Tom Hanley. Tom ran a crew of linesmen. They had horses and ladders and insulators and wires and telegraph poles, and their job was to maintain a 250-mile section of the line. That meant they cut a full chain's worth of length, 20 meters. What is that? 20 yards on either side. They had to fix it every time it broke. They had to maintain it. They were responsible for keeping the loop running so that there could be a human in control. In order for all of those humans to exist, there had to be food. In order for there to be food, there had to be market gardens. This is Ned Chong. Ned Chong comes from Amoy in China. He immigrated to Australia in the 1850s, and by the time he was in his 30s, he was running a market garden in an improbable place called Oodnadatta. I dare you to Google it. Oodnata. It is in the middle of nowhere, but there was a market garden there, and Ned ran it, and he supplied the entire area. In order for there to be people living in places in remote areas, you needed to have food. In order for one loop to survive, you had to create a separate loop. That loop was a loop of Chinese immigrants who ran market gardens and mercantile relationships across much of the interior of Australia, ensuring that there was fresh food and vegetables, but also creating ties between Chinese communities in Australia and in China itself. And of course, it wasn't just the Chinese who were creating loops. Jody, wherever you are, your line today about vagrant design and sort of accidental vagrancy made me think of Australian camels, which are also part of this story. So now you've got a telegraph station and a line, you've got repairmen, you've got food. How's it all moving around? Because it isn't on horses and buggies and trains, because none of those were here. It was, in fact, with camels. And a businessman named Thomas Elder, who in the 1850s worked out that if you were going to supply interior Australia, you needed camels, and so he started to import them. But then he realized that if you were going to import camels, you needed people who were experts in working with camels. And so he sponsored immigration for men from South Asia. And the cameleers came to Australia, where we know them as the Afghans, improbably because they weren't. They then brought an entire other culture and set of cultural practices with them. Fayette and Tag Muhammad were two such men, brothers. They ran a camel business for a man named Thomas Elders, that same Elders business. They, in turn, worked this same part of the telegraph line in South Australia. They brought camels, they dug wells, they planted palm trees, they sponsored mosques, they brought imams, they brought business, they brought many, 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 many more camels. And those camels extended the range of the telegraph line and of those humans and of all those businesses. And the reason, Jody, it made me think of that is when Faiz and Hayat stopped bringing in camels, the camels didn't stop themselves. And now there are somewhere between 500 and 750,000 camels in Australia. We call them feral rather than accidentally vagrant, but it's the same principle. Turns out when you create one loop, you create others, and they don't always unfold the way you expected. And of course, once you've got a line, not everyone once thinks the line should be there. In 1883, a young boy named William and 6 of his friends took slingshots and spent an afternoon on the Kapunda Road shattering the insulators on the telegraph poles, because you know it sounded good. And you know there's nothing like shattering porcelain at 10 feet above the ground in tension to think that's a good way to spend an afternoon as a 10-year-old boy in a remote country town. They were, of course, arrested. They were charged with the malicious crime of throwing stones at a telegraph line. The police in South Australia were then cautioned to go to every school in South Australia and explain to people this was not a good thing, thus, of course, ensuring that a whole lot of people who didn't know that it was a crime or even a possibility before went, oh, hey, I'm in on that. Of course, there were other people disrupting the line too. If you were a lost traveller in Australia, walking your way to the telegraph line and cutting it ensured you would be saved, because you were never more than 250 miles from a repeater station. And there is at least one account in the newspapers of someone who hitchhiked north by cutting the line and being taken to the next repeater station and doing it 3 times before he was arrested for possibly inappropriate use of a telegraphy system, but you have to admire the entrepreneurial spirit of it. Of course, for the First Nations people across whose land these lines went, disrupting the line was about something else. It was about resisting colonial impost. It was about resisting the structuring of this force, and sometimes it was just about the pragmatics of the fact that insulators were much easier to shatter and make into sharp points than flint, and the wire made excellent fishing hooks. But nonetheless, once you have a system, disrupting it is part of what it means to think about it. Control and its opposite, which isn't always a lack of control, might sometimes be about disruption and resistance. And of course, all of that entire telegraphy system, that entire loop, was happening on a place that had always and already been Arabana land, at least in this particular instance in northern South Australia. It's a land that was given form by ancestral spirits, in this case, the old man black snake and the old man red belly black snake, who crawled across this country and gave it form and meaning, gave the people who live there now responsibilities for that country. They would not talk about being in control of that place. They would talk about being responsible for that place, as they would say always was, always will be. So when we think about a line that unfolds, it unfolds in multiple ways with multiple constituencies and multiple characteristics. So how do you put those 7 tiny fragments of history back together? Well, for me, you do it in 2 ways. One is to say talking about control is never just talking about control. Talking about control is talking about a whole series of other kinds of ways of encountering and engaging with technical systems. It might be about extending the reach of that system or amplifying its range or maintaining and supplying it. Banal and boring as they may be, hugely important, as you heard multiple people talk about this morning, to making those systems work. It might be about the rules and regulations given by one regime or imposed by another, and all of those are also about power, about who has it and who doesn't. For me, evoking this set of stories is also a way of saying, how is it that we want to think about humans in control? Which humans? Who's being celebrated? Who's being erased? I can do a very good job of telling you all those stories, but did you hear me say a woman's name? No. Are there women in this story? Yes, but they're even harder to find in the stories that are here. I could tell you about Bessie, who is Ned's wife. I can tell you about Mary, who is Albert's wife. I can tell you about a number of those women, but finding the other humans that are necessary for these humans to be there is part and parcel of what it might mean. So who are the humans in control? Who are the humans that let that happen? Who are the humans upon whose bodies that control is being written? What is the loop? What are the other loops? What are the loops that that loop creates and the loops that it might erase, replace, supplant? And how might you unpack all of that? For me, means that as we flash forward to the 21st century and want to talk about AI, these are conversations we've already had. These are lessons we've already learned. These are places we can go looking to think about how we inform our choices moving forward. And with that, I'm going to stop and say thank you.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth, bring it home.
Yeah, thanks for letting me follow that. Can I see notes or no notes? Can I see my notes or no notes? Okay, well, just
Unless
read
you
it.
have a laptop with it. Go for it, you can do it.
Okay. I have my laptop behind me.
Up to
Well,
you.
no, then we'll just do this. Okay. What button am I pressing? This one? Ready? Okay. Hi, everybody. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you very much for giving me your attention before the break. First of all, I love the way you acknowledged the land. I'm going to start by. It happens, I promise. What am I doing? Thank you. Start by acknowledging the people. So AI didn't create this conference. It was created by people. And my research I'm about to share was created by a whole host of folks. Here are just some of them. Nothing happens alone. So show of hands, I would like to see who all is completely satisfied with every human relation collaboration they have. Just raise your hand. Okay, let's modify that. How about, are you satisfied with some of your human relationships? Okay, this is good, great, functional crowd. Let's go into another one. How many are satisfied with all your relationships with AI? 100% perfect relationship. Come on, let me see it. Okay. Oh, nice, thank you, one brave soul. AI is really working for you, that's great. Let's modify that and say some. How many are satisfied with some of the relationships? Okay, good. What this scientific study just showed me is that there is room for improvement in both human relationships and our relationships with AI. And this is wonderful because this is what I study. I am trained as a designer and a management scientist. And my vision that's been repeated in different ways, slightly different, is that I would like to collectively have us design a future of work that represents us, people, and works for us, people. So represents, I think Genevieve just added a lovely commentary on representation. I do not think our current systems represent all of us, nor do I think they work for all of us. So how are we going to do this? First of all, a story, hopefully a story of Google Glass that came out in 1914. That would have been funny. 2014. We learned from this that the technology can only reach people if they want it. None of you are wearing AI glasses in the room. All of you were supposed to be wearing them if you got the memo in 2014, but we didn't want to, right? We didn't want to because they invaded our privacy. We didn't want to because it changed human interaction. There's so many reasons we didn't want to. And so this is just, remember Google Glass when you're thinking about what can AI do. People have to want it. So I'm going to argue that designing AI that people want is as important as making sure it works. This is a picture of my child during Zoom school. Who had the privilege of having children or being in Zoom school, right? Best time of your life. This is my child, head up against their head because they had just worked with an intelligent math tutor and never wanted to do math again. Prior to this, they loved math. So again, we must design systems not only that work, the intelligent tutor worked, but it made my child disinterested in math, it made him not motivated to do math, and a series of other things. We're still recovering from use of AI tutor during Zoom. So this is a future, because again, prerequisite, we all needed, I guess, a picture of Dali. This is a picture when I typed in an unmotivated, dissatisfied workforce. Unmotivated, ineffective, unsatisfied people on the Stanford campus, by the way. So this is your future, James and Russ. I don't want this, and if anybody wants this in the room, let's talk at lunch. So how are we going to avoid this future? Well, first of all, let me celebrate. AI is doing great things. We've already talked about that. Go AI. I'm supportive. But what we really need to do is we need to reframe the question of what can't AI do, but what's the optimal fit between our work, and when I say our work, I mean us as human beings, what we do, and what AI can do. So it's about the conversation between our work, the work that brings us meaning, the work that brings us satisfaction, and what AI can do. So we got to go back in time. 1914, not quite as early as Genevieve. Here is the Ford manufacturing plant. A man by the name of Frederick Taylor was working with Ford to develop what he called scientific management, which sounds strangely like some of the things we're doing right now. He wanted to make car making more efficient. So he anybody who knows the story, broke down all the components of car making. So instead of a team making a whole car, he would have one person that was just really good at putting in this left front wheel. And that's all you did all day, left front wheel, left front wheel. And because of this, Ford was able to make a car in 93 minutes. That was radical at the time. He was also able to pay his workers $5 a day, which was twice as much as the daily average. So people were getting paid well. Ford had dominated the market with 43% of the market. But what was the workers' experience? Dissatisfaction, uninterested, bored, because they were only doing a part of it. So what are we going to do about this? How do we frame this? This is a solvable problem. James Hackman and Greg Oldham in the 1980s were really interested in why organizations were losing all sorts of people. They were having a hard time retaining their employees. Does this sound like the pandemic, right? We're losing employees. What do we do? Where do we go? I'm going to share with you a model that they presented years ago that still holds true today. So the first part of the model is that, high level, there are characteristics of jobs that lead to critical psychological states that lead to outcomes, which are both satisfaction and work efficacy. The job characteristics are these, and I'm going to illustrate these. I'm going to go through each of these, illustrating how they play out in my work as a researcher and a professor. I'm going to show how they lead to meaningful work, how they lead to responsibility of work outcomes, and how they lead to the actual knowledge of the results of the work. And then, as I said, lead to growth satisfaction, job satisfaction, and efficacy. You can have both. You can have satisfied workers and effective workers. It is possible. So, skill variety. This is really just a fancy word for how much variety do you have. As a professor, I get to work with many people and apply many skills. I'm very lucky to have high skill variety. Task identity is just about, is there a middle, beginning, and end? Yes, indeed, I work on the academic calendar. I start with convocation, I end with commencement. Beginning, middle, and end. Significance. Is my work significant? Yes, I am so lucky to impact the development of students, faculty, et cetera, as I'm sure many of you are. Autonomy, pretty straightforward. We've talked about this. How much independence do I have? Yes, I get to design my own curriculum. I design this talk. I get to do what I want. And then feedback, how much someone knows about their performance. Where do I receive feedback? My particular lab has been really interested in this last one, feedback. You may think in a world abundant with information, feedback is everywhere. Well, guess what? There's a lot of information, but not a lot of great feedback. So we've been using this model and focusing in on feedback to think, how can we change feedback to get better work outcomes? So I'm going to give you just a few examples of how we've done this concretely, so you can imagine potentially using this model to design your AI systems. So as I said, we've mostly focused on feedback support technology. And the one important thing that's critical about this is we haven't assumed what people are needing. We've gone in and worked directly with people, much like Jody was talking about working with the hospitality industry. You must work with people rather than assume what they need. So here's a first project. Raise your hand if you've ever been to a meeting where people showed up unprepared. Okay, you're liars if nobody's raising your hand. This was a tool that had prompts, instilled prompts in people week leading up to the meeting at different intervals to get them to be thinking about the topics and bring information in. When they came in, they then had this interactive board that they could start the conversation with. Another example, preparing for feedback. How many teachers in the room have given feedback and not had it heard or acted upon? Okay, great. I won't ask the students to raise their hand I'll raise my hand. As a student, I was given feedback that I didn't act upon. Waste of time. So this is a tool that helps basically people prepare and act on the feedback given. Another one that we came up with is pairing. So oftentimes you show up at these meetings, who do you talk with, who do you get help from? This is an algorithm that we developed that helps you ask for what you want and pairs with somebody who is likely to be able to help you. But it's not just, it's careful to not just pair people that it always pairs you with. It also is interested in having you broaden your connections within the group. So it also varies based on the last time you met with a particular person. So this ensures that you're not only getting help, but you're also getting help and extending your network. And then a second to last one is scaffolding feedback. It turns out that when you're getting feedback from a lot of novices, we can actually figure out a way of scaffolding the feedback in such a way that you can actually get feedback that is as good as experts from many novices. So this was in the case in which you can't get a hold of the expert or your boss or what have you. Can you go to a broader group of people and get feedback that's just as good? And then lastly, and perhaps my most important design, is a non-AI system. This was based on people. It turns out in feedback, people have a hard time receiving feedback. I know this sounds shocking, but it's true. And what we realized is we were going to create a system. That was the plan. We were going to create a technical system. And what we realized is all we needed was a script. We needed a verbal script. No technology needed. So I like to remind you that sometimes no AI is the best AI. Please remember that as you're designing, if you take this human-centered approach and design for people's work and the way that you're doing it and look at their pain points, please remember sometimes you just need a script. So my call to folks in the room is please, please consider this. Instead of taking the AI first approach, as we've been hearing, take the human-centric approach. Design and iteratively test with people to augment these job characteristics I showed you. And I'll conclude with a final thing. I am an alumni of Stanford. I was privileged to receive this alumni magazine, ripped, but still in my mail. This is my doorstep. Thank you, Stanford Business School. And I was struck, and this relates to Ben's talk, I was struck by the language of the title of the article. If you can see it through the rip, it says, How to Survive the AI Revolution. And I think this is the wrong framing. Surviving is not what I want to be. I want to be thriving. So please, join with me and help us to thrive in the AI revolution. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Liz. Okay, we're going to first have a conversation on stage, but first what I want you to do is, you've been sitting a while, so everyone just stand up and stretch for 10 seconds. It's not in my script, but I could see it. Okay, good. I don't need my audience dropping over from this. All right, okay, let's now have a conversation. Wow, we've gone all the way, I feel, from, Anthropology 101 to HCI 101. Manish, I feel like I just taught that lecture last week, and it was great to hear. I heard a few themes come up. I heard in a lot of our talks this word reframe. We heard it from Jody as well. I'm kind of curious, what do you think is the key thing we need to reframe in our thinking about how to design for AI versus designing for other products that we know a lot about? Yeah.
Oh, sure. I think we've all been saying it. It's put humans first, and human needs drive innovation. I think that's where you want to go. We want to provide the kind of things that support human self-efficacy, creativity, responsibility, and social connectedness. That's the key.
Okay, so one question I would ask is, many of us teach user-centered design, human-centered design. Isn't that what we do? Is there something new that we need to pick up because it's an AI-based system?
I mean, take a look at the example Manish gave. I mean, look what happens when someone who doesn't get it is designing the prompt system, okay? Why is it a conversational thing? Why is it a natural language interface? When it's a great place for a design of a structured prompt that would have the different components to remind you of the semantics of prompt formation, of the possibilities. It enriches you by having a more structured approach. And so the instinct that says that human computer interaction should be based on human-human interaction is suboptimal. It's a poor design. Cliff Nass here, sadly died early, a wonderful psychology professor, great guy, who had developed the ideas of computers as social actors, later recanted and said humans can't be teammates, AI can't be teammates, okay? Article with Virginia Groom. So that is the change. That's the reframing. He got it. It took him a while. He had to go through that to understand that human-human interaction is not the best model. We have better ways to design, and changing from natural language interaction is an obvious one. Elon Musk says, people have eyes, therefore my car will have video cameras, not LiDAR. Not a good idea, okay? So there's lots of ways we should get past that model, reframe to the idea of designing tools, super tools, telebots, active appliances.
Good. Salima, do you have a thought there?
Yeah, I mean, so I agree with that, and I think in terms of reframing, I would say we have to reframe some of our processes. So even if there are people like designers or folks who understand the sort of human-centered principles, a lot of those people aren't in the room making the decisions about what gets built. And I think that we have to rethink our processes and have those folks there working with the technologists, working with the AI people upfront and early on.
Great. Any thoughts, Genevieve or Liz?
Sure. I would say that capitalism still rules. That's not my personal opinion. That's just a fact. And so the consequence of that is that, and I was trying to allude to in my talk, is that productivity is going to matter. We can't ignore productivity, but we need to think about it with how people are also productive, not just how machines are productive. And I think we're really forgetting about people productivity. And in user-centered design, we usually look at what's called like the bugs, things that don't work. And I feel like right now we're designing we're not focusing on the bugs, we're just like, it's a whole makeover on the human being, human makeover, as opposed to just the things that don't work. And I think it's not gonna get us to a more productive place, as long as capitalism rules.
Yeah, I think that's great that you brought it up, because I had capitalism, question mark.
Yes, we do have it.
Though I didn't know if I heard anyone say it, but I was really curious, like, how does that really affect a lot of these metrics, which was also, related to, I think, Salima and Genevieve's talk about what we're measuring, what are our goals? Like, should I throw up my hands because of capitalism, or how do we hack around that? What are the disruptions that need to happen to make these new tools work better?
I mean, I think in terms of metrics, I really like the framing of the job characteristics. And I think, right, I talked about metrics in terms of like the immediate, productivity gains and how people are interacting with these things. But, there's the downstream things that we need to consider, and how these autonomous tools or, support systems actually impact the people who are working there. And, in the long run, is it going to take away their autonomy, their freedom, and make them unhappy? I think the downstream effects are even harder to measure and then optimize for in these systems.
And I guess the only piece I'd add, James, and it's always really striking to me when I think about the telegraphy example, right, is that a similar bundle of technology unfolds completely different in different countries. And it unfolds differently in different countries because you have different governments, different histories, different cultures, different variations on capitalism, which while it may rule in that sense, it doesn't look the same in different places. And so there is a little bit here of AIs aren't only being built by large American companies, they're being built by governments, by companies who are headquartered and cultured in other places. And whilst productivity is certainly part of it, we know there are other underlying motivations for building large technical systems and other kind of variations. If it weren't 12 minutes, I might have reflected on why the British government chose to roll telegraphy out all over the world, a technology that, by the way, made them no money for 50 years. So, the British government subsidizes undersea cables, has a lock on controlling telegraphy in about sort of 50 of the 100 years that telegraphy is big. And for them, it was about shortening the distance between the Home Office in Britain and their colonial apparatus. So they connect India 10 years, 15 years before they connect Australia, because we weren't doing anything that anyone cared about, whereas British control in India was much more fraught. And so there's a piece about what the motives of various large entities, not all of them capitalist, not all of them commercial, will be here, and being sensitive to the fact that, yes, productivity is a metric, but so is control, so is surveillance.
Absolutely.
And if you wanted to say, James, where's the reframing? For me, I'm not usually talking about the past, as you know, I'm usually talking about the future. And one of the things we joke about Australia is we're living in the future by at least, 17 hours.
Sometimes 18.
Exactly. Depends on the time zone. 21 if you're in Perth. And one of the things about living in the future, even just that little much, means that we're also acutely aware that you can't talk about technological apparatus without talking about climate and sustainability and energy. And so one of the things for me that's missing whenever we talk about humans in control is we are back to, for better or worse, Ben and I both reject the image of the God hand and the robot hand, but I think we should be similarly critical of the language of humans in control when we sit in a time and a place where thinking about the environment, the ecosystem, climate change and sustainability might also need to be part of the locus here. And certainly there's at least one AI running in Sydney that I can think of that's entirely about energy saving. So it's not productivity in that sense, it's about dropping the energy bill of a particular building, and humans are definitely not in control of that, and it's running a smart elevator system, which means that humans wait longer in order that more energy is saved, and the elevator has trained humans to wait longer. It only took about 18 months. And there's something there about what it means to assert humans in control are. I can, problematize all the humans that are in and out of control, but I do wonder about what's then also missing that's a constituency in that conversation. For me, that would be about, both governmental regimes and the environment.
So animals and nature.
And that.
I mean, Genevieve's wonderful holistic view of the context of technology implementation is really central. And it goes directly against what James had in his opening talk, talked about Jeff Hinton's narrow, task-focused issue about the radiologist. And so the notion that the rationalist fever dream, which is that you can decompose work into these small buckets, is really destroyed by Genevieve's clarity about the large context we have to do, and human systems are there. Humans are different from computers. It's a category error to suggest that computers are like people.
Well, and I'm kind of struck when I read back into the 1940s where they're not even talking about, they're talking about animals, where they imagine that humans are an animal, but they're equally interested in a wider range of them. So for me, there's a little bit here about how do we think about and want to center around the non-human as well as the human actors in all of this, which for me would be a different way of breaking that frame. James?
Yeah, I want to just quickly draw attention to a slide that may have gone by on Jodi's. She referenced Donella Williams' systems work, and this is old work that's brilliant. And I think she was well ahead of her time in understanding the way we need to look at systems, and I think offers really compelling frameworks for people to check out. So please check her work out.
Okay, I want to shift gears a little bit. Manish brought up conceptual models, and I said this is really a basic thing that we teach in, introductory design or HCI. And it seems easier said than done. You give me that fridge, and I've designed it. I've redesigned it every year for 25 years, so I know how to do it. But do we know what some good conceptual models are for smart systems? Clearly people are using the black box, which is not a good one. We heard about the conversational agent. Maybe it works in certain domains. Do we know of good conceptual models? And secondly, is it harder to create these for intelligent systems than it is for any old system I'm building that doesn't have AI? Though I'll claim there won't be too many of those much longer. Any thoughts on the difficulty of designing conceptual models, and are there good ones out there?
Yeah, so I think this is really dependent on the capabilities of the AI system that you're building. For a lot of these models, no one really knows what they're doing at a causal level inside of the system, and so that makes it very difficult to convey a conceptual model that is somewhat predictive. I think the other direction that I sort of proposed in the talk is that by establishing shared semantics and common ground with the system, we might be able to make better interfaces. They still won't be perfect, but at least they'll move in the direction of being a little better. So, so I can see movement in that direction. I've seen less work on trying to really establish good conceptual models of these black boxes.
I'm curious whether, Ben, these terms you used as alternative terms, do they allow me also to develop better conceptual models?
That's exactly where we're going. I think we want to find those models that are comprehensible, predictable, and controllable. I think that's still the durable notion, and the notions of direct manipulation, that you're in charge and that you can override it. So we come to depend on reliable, safe, and trustworthy things. Our camera sets the shutter, the focus, the color balance. But if we see that the focus is wrong, we can adjust that. So we're there, we're still in charge. It's the humans in charge. That's the title of the conference, Humans in Charge. And I think that mental model should be there so that users have the control panel by which they can get what they want, and then the system gives them some previews, some offers, some opportunities, but they can override.
I want to give a 1-minute warning that we'll start taking questions from the audience in about a minute. So if you have your question, as you know, we always cut it off early. So go ahead, James.
Thanks. Any comments on good conceptual models that we've seen or how to develop them? Is it harder for smart systems?
Well, look, I mean, I think, again, I'm going to kind of give something completely off the side of this.
That's why you're here.
I know. That's why you use me, James. I recognize that. Some of my colleagues in Australia have been building a set of neural nets that they've been training on Aboriginal Dreamtime stories in language, and using 2 different variants of a story where different pieces of a nation will know different parts of the story, and so using those as the training data sets to generate a phenomena to power an art installation. And so for me, I was really interested in starting to think about how was AI being used here, not in the context of productivities and efficiencies, but in the context of creating both, in this particular instance, an ancestral figure's ability to appear in the 21st century, and then a way of kind of manifesting what that would look like. If you're interested in it, you can find it on the website trackerdataproject.com.au. But it was about how do we think about using some of AI's techniques to do something very different. And then, you know, for those of us who've been around for a while, that should sound vaguely familiar, because the notion of computation and creativity has a long history dating back to the first AI conference when McCarthy is pondering whether an AI will make music, through to the 1960s and 1970s, where we saw lots of computers being used in a variety of ways to make art. And for me, there was sort of something interesting about a very different set of conceptual models being deployed for a very different kind of intentionality, right? And I think I find those interesting.
And that will be a great segue later today when we introduce our next conference on art and creativity in AI. So that's good. Let's go to the microphone back here. Remember to please introduce yourself briefly before your question.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anna Ilieska. I'm a Mellon Fellow at the Stanford Humanities Center and lecturer in the Division of Languages, Cultures, and something else. There was another L at Stanford University, but you get the point. I'm from the humanities, so I am very happy that you just announced the next conference, because this is exactly what my question would have been. So by a show of hands, how many literature scholars are there in the room today? I knew that. I knew that.
6.
6 people. That is a very small amount of representatives of the very field that studies humanity in charge, the humanities, right? Literature in particular. So what I'm very curious about is how would you, as all the panelists today, where do you see our contribution? What is the role of literature in what you do? How can we really contribute to your work? There is a lot of conversation about all of the topics, literally every topic that you've discussed today. I could give you an example from philosophy of literature, or literature that illustrates some of those points, specifically around human values, about what we value, about truth concepts, but somehow the conversation isn't taking place. I asked a very similar question as this one exactly a year ago when I came to Stanford for the first time from the University of Chicago. So I also would like to know, where do we stand from that point of view? Thank you so much.
Great
I've learned a
question.
lot today.
Can I make you feel just marginally better, but also tell you you're going to have to come to Australia? Will that work as an answer? So about 2 years ago, I was asked by the president of the Australian National University to start a new school at the university, first school in 40 years. It sits inside what is now the College of Engineering, Computing and Cybernetics. We just renamed it. And I'm the director of the School of Cybernetics. The school's got 3 research clusters in it. One looking at how you take cybernetics as a theoretical concept and use it as a tool. One around how we think about using cybernetics as a way to drive different kinds of business and work and NGO activity. And the third one is around what I think the function of all of us in my school in particular is, which is to tell stories about a future or futures that are more hopeful, equitable, and just than the present in which we find ourselves, and then to actively break the present in order to make that possible. That means that cluster has 3 things going on. One, it has artists in residence. First tranche will be announced in a week. Secondly, I'm about to hire my first comparative literature professor in that space. And the third thing is that all we do there is think about the stories we tell and why those stories do and don't resonate, and how we can, through doing that actively, I'm going to use a complicated word here because it's complicated in its own politic, decolonize the imagination we have for the stories we tell about AI, so that we can get partly to Ben's point about how do we mobilize a different set of metaphors, but that also means how do we invite a different set of people into the conversation. So no, I endlessly frustrate the engineers and computer scientists I work with who think that anthropology and comparative literature are obviously the same thing.
Other comments? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add, so in preparation for this, James asked me a while ago to come up, and I was really thinking, what am I going to talk about? So I started asking all my colleagues across different fields, hey, what can AI do for you? Like, that was my question. Would you like AI in your life? In your work life in particular? And if so, what would it do? And I was really struck. I talked to many, many humanities professors, and I was really struck by not surprised. They just said, I love to write. Like, writing brings me joy. It's hard, but it brings me joy. I love to be in the studio. I love to paint. I don't want AI to make the art for me. I want to make the art. And that's really, actually, that was the genesis of this talk, was people saying, these are the parts of my job I love and that I want to do and that make me human. And so I think the humanities jobs is the humanist job, and quite frankly, the technologist job is to remind us of who we are in the world we want to live in. I am not an avatar, although it may appear that. I wanted to show up here in person and deliver a talk. You all chose to take time out of your busy life to be here in person and process the information. So I pay an immense gratitude for you reminding us of what it means to be human.
I want to stress that we value our remote participants.
Sorry. Love you guys too. Value you too. But there's still humans behind a screen. Are there still? I don't know. Maybe you have some non-humans attending. I don't know. What's your non-human attendance?
Well, all the questions look very human.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just going to say, for us here at HAI, we value the humanities and our colleagues in this work. So, we have a faculty leadership that includes, a professor of English, Michelle Elam, who will be one of the leaders of that next conference. We also sponsor postdocs and other scholars in the humanities. And I would say in my own research, I actually have 2 different projects that use narrative story as kind of the metaphor in the way that these AI systems are structured. One in a tutoring system that I hope is not as bad as what your daughter got, and the other in a behavior change application. And both those projects I have a collaboration with an English professor who is a narratologist, which is a term I didn't know existed 3 or 4 years ago. So we all, even us computer scientists, can learn. Okay, so we have some questions over here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bill Diamond from the SETI Institute. Yes, we do exactly what you think we do. We also use a lot of AI and machine learning, and no, that shouldn't scare you. But I had a question about this conceptual model that you were talking about, because when you had that wonderful example of the refrigerator and the freezer, it came across as though the user had the wrong conceptual model. In other words, it was the fault of the user for having the wrong conceptual model of how the fridge and the freezer control system actually worked. When it seems to me then, what is the responsibility of the designer of the freezer and the refrigerator to understand the conceptual model that somebody's likely to have and then adapt to that, either in terms of informing them, no, your conceptual model is wrong and here's a different one, or yes, I understand what your conceptual model is, and so we're going to actually make it easier for you to understand how this actually works, because it doesn't work the way you think it does, but we understand the way you think it does, so we can make that easier for you to set those controls. So that's the essence of my question is, how do we deal with this issue of the conceptual, the responsibility of us having the right conceptual models versus the responsibility of those developing tools, systems, whether it's AI or hardware or whatever, in terms of understanding what conceptual models we have?
Yeah, great question. I didn't give the full example, but we teach this in the HCI classes. It's never the fault of the user, right? The responsibility of the designer of the system is to give the user enough of a conceptual model that they can control the thing well, right? And there are lots of ways to do that, but one way is to inform them about what the real system model is. Another way is to make controls that work well with the conceptual model that the person has, right? That is predictive. And so it's really the responsibility of designers to make sure that that happens. And the same is true in AI systems. I really think that if we're thinking about AI in the loop and humans in charge, the designers of the AI and the systems need to think about how to provide a conceptual model that someone can work with. Right now, I think for many of us, the conceptual model is that the AI, it's a proxy for another human, right? Our model is another human. And we should move away from that. It's the same thing with the robot hand and the human hand, right? That's an incorrect model. I think we would all agree that's a totally incorrect model. And we should think about how to move away from that.
I want to have one question virtual.
Okay, let's
if
go
that's
to a
okay,
virtual
just to make
question.
sure, because out of
If
respect
you just
for
hold
these,
on back there.
Yeah. Christina McElleran says, humans in charge is problematic when humans are biased and mistake-ridden. Should people be the benchmark or the final authority? Racist, sexist, ableist humans generate lots of suffering. She says, or they say, would rather face an algorithm without human interference in a number of contexts. Thank you for that question.
Want to take that? You said like an answer.
Yeah, I mean, this is, this denial of human expertise. Yes, humans make mistakes, but they're also remarkable in their creativity and their capacity for expertise. Gary Klein, who's a hero for me in this direction, makes a very strong and clear message about that. What we really need to do is build machines that make smart people smarter. We want to enhance their ability. We understand that in a lot of designs by having limitations, guardrails, interlocks. These are all the things that have gone in the human factors literature for 70 years about how we prevent failure. So your self-cleaning oven, once the temperature is above 600 degrees Fahrenheit, you can't open the door, okay? And that's built into a lot of technologies. That's design at work. That's the right kind of design. We need to build more of that. And we need to enhance human expertise while lowering the chance of errors. Absolutely.
We're going to take a question back here.
Thank you all. Excellent panel discussion. I'm Ala Youssef. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Stanford Amy Center. I think a lot about ethics and policy and how we develop and design AI tools for clinical practices. I guess one of the questions that this conference has provoked me is, what are the competencies of the humans who are in charge? How we develop that? Is there specific expectations, accountability measures? If we're thinking of training the next generation of leaders, what should be the competencies we design curriculum and training programs for them?
Communication. Communication is the way we understand each other's conceptual models. It's the way we understand people's motivations when there's bias. We can overcome a lot through communication, and too little has been done in this. I teach a class of PhD students who are brilliant thinkers but can't share their work in a single sentence. That's not just my university. That is this university. That is every university. And that is problematic. And walking over here, I was having coffee with a friend, and he said, really, is it that, he was going to teach his class in AI. He said, really, is it that fundamental? Do we just have to teach communication? I said, yeah, I think it's just communication. And civic participation.
Yeah, I was going to say. And
Go ahead, yeah.
I'd add two more pieces to it.
Yeah, and move to Australia.
Yeah, obviously, it's just going to be my answer, and I'm hiring. I was going to keep just doing that, right? Well, it's nice there. Got advantages. There's two more pieces, right? One, I also think, while we talk a lot about the value of having multiple disciplines in the conversation, we aren't good at framing how to have that conversation.
Yes, absolutely.
So there are too many places where, as a social scientist, I'm asked to talk about, just tell me about what the humans do in this instance. And when I want to give a critique of power or race or anything else, I'm told, no, I just want to know the human bit. I'm like, well, actually, my discipline comes with those lenses too, so you can't have one piece without the other. So I think there's a bit about how do we move from having multiple disciplines in the room to framing a conversation that produces something as a result of that.
I've got an AI for that.
I don't believe you.
Sorry.
You seem lovely, but no. So we've been framing that as talking about productive discomfort. So how do you teach people to be good at being in a place where it feels uncomfortable? So I think that's both about how do we teach our students that, how do we teach the next generation of leaders, but how do we be good at managing that too, right? It's one thing to celebrate diversity and inclusion. It's another thing to realize that to make that work effectively, you actually need a different set of leadership tools and techniques. And so for me, communication, number one, but number two, an ability to both manage with and look towards productive discomfort, because I think that's actually, for me, a critical piece of the puzzle too.
Okay, I think we have time for maybe one more question. I would like to take the question from the young computer science professor in the nice sports coat.
Eric Paulos, I am a human, not an AI. Go Bears, I'm from UC Berkeley, so I'm required to say that during big game week. Thank you for this great panel. I'm actually curious because I love this narrative that Genevieve brought us about the telegraph operators. And partially, I loved hearing about the humans, but it was also reflecting on that moment where they were kind of bending towards this very machine vernacular, these dots and dashes. And in some sense, that is very much about kind of the early encounter of things. But I also was thinking about the next iteration of that, where individuals were talking on phones, and I know you're well aware, and probably most people in the room, but essentially there were huge changes, not just in the way we communicated, but in cultural shifts and values and things that were very much around gender and inclusivity, and it's obviously many people have written about this to a great extent. But the thinking was, with that came kind of a revolution, right? So people brought new empowerment to particularly women that could now be empowered to communicate in ways that the society deemed not acceptable at the time, and on and on. How can we're talking about AI and how it can be more kind of support us and empower us, but we also hear words as Liz Gerber put up, these kind of revolutionary terms and things around changing the way that we're using technology. And it almost seems like an opportunity to connect this revolution with other kinds of revolutions. We know there's going to be new social norms that develop, new values, new kinds of ethics. We can also have an important, but maybe it's a side, but very important conversation about how do we put ourselves in line with the adoption, which we know there's going to be AI, and embed these really strong values of equity, inclusion. We can sort of change society alongside of the technology adoption. I'm just curious, I don't have any answers to that, but I'm really excited about that opportunity for kind of our society and the world, but comments on that.
You're just looking at me, why? Because Eric Paulos and I have been having conversations for 150 years. Hello, Eric. Been a while.
It's been a while, yes.
Look, Eric, one of the things that's really striking to me about going back to 19th century telegraphy is that it is a technology that does some things that haven't been possible since. I mean, the way it collapses time, so it goes, in the instance of Australia, from taking 46 days on the fastest ship with the wind behind you to get a message from London to Adelaide to 4.5 hours and 36 pairs of hands, right? And that's a shift in time, a percentage shift that we've never seen since. But it also means that it goes from communication to information, because what moves has to change. And you have this kind of fundamental shift, as you rightly say. New business models get created, new forms of communication come into being, new kinds of experiences get privileged, and new kinds of people get disenfranchised in that moment. And I think, not unreasonably, sitting in the 1850s or 1860s, you might not have known those were going to be the consequences of a global technology. Sitting in 2022, looking into 2023, we're kind of out of excuses. I mean, you know, it's pretty hard to say, oh gosh, I had no idea that this would fundamentally reinscribe inequities along the lines of gender, class, race, religion, able-bodiedness, and location. So for me, there's a little bit that sort of says, if we don't have that as a, I mean, I don't think you can legitimately say that at this moment in time. So if you can't say that, your question then is precisely the right one, which is how do we then call into being through our work and our activities a set of pragmatics that mean you aren't reinscribing all those things we know technical systems do if you don't think about it deliberately and deliberatively. And so then it becomes a whole lot of really hard work. Everything from how do we think about who our students are, to who's standing in front of them in the classrooms, to how do we think about educating our regulators, how do we think about what companies and governments will be building here, and how are we intensely attentive to the fact that we have at least 170 years of history that tells us where the problems are going to be, so we should be able to, if not stop them, certainly anticipate them with slightly more rigor. Which isn't really a helpful way of saying, yeah, we know what's going to happen, so how do we make sure that it doesn't happen quite as badly?
Okay. I think on that note, we're going to end right there. Thank you for such an engaging conversation.
Oh, wait. I just want to, that's a really sad note. I'm so, like, this is a bad note. I mean, it's not a bad note. It's depressing. I'm depressed. So, no, what I want to say is the flip side of that is, like, let's envision the world we want to live in.
That's correct.
Not just how can we make a shitty world less shitty, but how can we really think about a beautiful world we want to live in and go for that?
Well, like I said, I mean, I think you have to. So I can salvage what sounded to you like depressing, but to me was just a clarion call of clarity, which is to say we have this responsibility, right, to tell stories about a future or futures, because I think it's multiple, that are more fair and equitable and sustainable and just. But then we also have to act right now to ensure those aren't just stories, but actualities.
Great.
Fun. I took it as a call to action.
We've done that for you now.
And thank you for that great conversation. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the questions.
Sorry, Jenny.
We're going to go to our first demo. Okay. Please help me welcome Hariharan Subramoniam, who is an assistant professor at the Graduate School of Education and a faculty fellow. Sorry.
Come on up.
Hariharan is an assistant professor in the Graduate School of Education and a HAI fellow here at Stanford. Take it away.
Yeah, it's on the other side. I don't have a headphone jack, but I think with USB 3 it should work. Yeah, I think it should be okay because the USB 3 has yeah, hopefully it should be okay. Thanks for the introduction, Russ. Hey everyone, today I'm going to give you a short demo of an AI augmented tool to support note-taking and learning from video content. This work is in collaboration with Ian Chow from UC San Diego and Eitan Nadar from the University of Michigan. Let me start with a quick example. Here is a short 30-second clip explaining why stars remain in a stable state.
Stars exist because of a fragile balance. The mass of millions of billions of trillions of tons of hot plasma are being pulled inwards by gravity and squeeze material together with so much force that nuclei fuse. Hydrogen fuses into helium. This releases energy which pushes against gravity and tries to escape. As long as this balance exists, stars are pretty stable. Eventually, the hydrogen will be exhausted.
So this was a short 30-second clip, but there's a lot of information like packed into this short video. If you were a learner, you would need to understand how the inward gravitational force on the plasma triggers this nuclear reaction and how the fusing hydrogen atoms release enormous heat and energy, creating an outward pressure counterbalancing the gravitational force. My point is, videos are highly expressive and engaging, but they are also a high bandwidth channel encoding information across space and time and audio and narration, all of which can be difficult for learners to process. Unlike text, note-taking from video is also quite challenging. Learners may need to repeatedly pause and rewind the video, manually transcribe the narration, and take static screenshot, making it nearly impossible to capture the richness of animation and motion and interaction that is present in videos. And these challenges are only amplified for longer videos. What you saw was a 30-second clip of what is an 8-minute long video. So to address these challenges, we developed this tool called Video Sticker. I'll switch over to the demo in a minute. But as you can see, the interface consists of a video player, a transcript panel, and a note-taking panel. The central idea behind video stickers is that learners are able to directly grab objects from the video frames as animated stickers in a just-in-time manner to support note-taking. So with that, let me just quickly switch over to the demo. So this is the, just refresh for good luck. So this is the live interface with the neutron star video loaded. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start playing, and then this pin button you see here, as I'm watching the video, like I want to minimize disruption when the learner is watching the video. So I'm going to click on the pin button to quickly capture like screenshots, which we call frame stickers, which are important frames in the video that the learner wishes to revisit. So I'm going to hit play now.
Stars exist because of a fragile balance. The mass of millions of billions of trillions of tons of hot plasma are being pulled inwards by gravity and squeeze material together with so much force that nuclei fuse. Hydrogen fuses into helium. This releases energy which pushes against gravity and tries to escape. As long as this balance exists, stars are pretty stable.
Okay, so let's say, at this point, like I've captured a few frames that I want to revisit and like start taking more detailed notes. So I can use these frame stickers as sort of like bookmarks or references to navigate back to the video. So I'm going to go back to the first frame, and as you can see, video stickers has automatically like detected the object in the frame, and then you hover over it, you see this pop-out effect. What I can now do is I can click on this, and I can decide like the duration of the animated sticker that I want. In this case, like the horizontal shift which you saw in the video is like not semantically relevant to this thing. So I'm going to turn off the motion path displacement and then add this as a sticker. Now, when I hover over the sticker, you can see that it's animated. But also, you can see that video sticker has automatically tried to identify like what the object is and map it with the corresponding narration from like the transcript. I can click on this, I can make edits, I can change the transcript and so on, but let me move on to the next sticker. And I do want to capture the fusion of the hydrogen atoms. So again, what you're seeing here is a local timeline where the dots you see are interest points that video sticker, the AI that we use, has automatically tried to identify like significant changes in the objects or significant interactions between objects. So as I navigate along this timeline, you can see the changes and the interactions being captured. So I'm going to go and add this as another sticker. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the third sticker, sort of showing the counterbalance between the inward gravitational force and the pressure from fusion. So this is sort of like the three core concepts conveyed in this 30 seconds of video. But that's not all with video stickers. What you can do is I can click on this, and I can expand the sticker frame by frame so that I can capture low-level like details or like see everything like laid out horizontally in case I want to annotate on things and so on. And then using the pen tool, I can start building connections between these different objects or stickers. And the other cool thing is there is this rich linkage between the video and your notes. So you can click on any sticker and navigate back to the notes, back to the video. But also, you can start annotating directly on the video. In this case, on the sticker. In this case, okay. So I think the demo gods have stopped working. So yes, so this is essentially like the idea behind video stickers, and it's not just for educational content. You can also use this for skill learning and sort of planning a new workout. So if I go here and oops. So I can watch these sort of like videos about specific procedures like folding a dumpling or whatever, and then here I can expand this sticker into its constituent frames. Yes, so hopefully this gives you like a brief demo of like note-taking using video stickers. We've done some initial user studies and the feedback has been positive, and we're now looking at how to evaluate the learning effectiveness using these semi-animated notes. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions during lunch.
Thank you for that, Hari, and thank you for everyone for a really engaging morning. Now it's lunchtime. Please take everything with you for lunch. And if you're at home in the virtual world, I hope you have a tasty lunch for yourself. We will convene at 1:30. And please go out these doors to my left and to your right if you're looking at me. See you at 1:30.
I hope you enjoyed the morning's keynote presentation by Jody Forlisi and all those other great talks in our panel discussion on designing for AI. I now would like to introduce our second panel of the day on AI for communities and organizations. Please welcome our speakers to the stage. We have Niloufar Salehi, Melissa Valentine, and Michael Bernstein. Niloufar is an assistant professor in the School of Information at the University of California, Berkeley, and I also would like to say we are proud of her as a PhD alum of our own department. She's a superstar. Melissa is an associate professor of management science and engineering, as well as the co-director of the Science of Work, Technology, and Organization here at Stanford. She also did her undergraduate degree here too, so. And then Michael is an associate professor of computer science and the STM microelectronics faculty scholar here at Stanford, also a bachelor's degree holder from Stanford in the fabled symbolic systems program. And I also like to say my personal mentor, so thank you, Michael, for being here. Unfortunately, Christina Harrington was unable to travel today, and we look forward to hosting her at a future event. But we'll have the same format that we had earlier. We'll have each of the panelists speak, and then we'll have a discussion. So first we'll have Niloufar.
Thank you so much, James. It's exciting to be back here at Stanford. So before I start, I just wanted to take a moment to say that all of the work that I'm going to present here today was done by graduate students at UC Berkeley, and some of you might have heard that there is an ongoing strike. It's the biggest strike since 2019 by any worker group in the US. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say that I think that a lot of the ways that our institutions treat our graduate student workers and postdocs are unfair, and especially when you have students who are rent burdened and are facing food insecurity, I think it's frankly inhumane. And so in the last panel, I really liked how the conversation ended on how do we sort of build the worlds that we want to live in, and seeing these students and the work that they're doing really gives me hope that we are working towards those futures that we want to live in. And so with that, I'm going to start talking about human-centered machine translation for high-stakes situations. And I'm going to start with sort of a situation. Imagine that you're a physician and you want to tell a patient who's come to you that they should hold the kidney medicine until they've had a chance to speak to their kidney doctor. The problem is that you speak English and your patient only speaks Mandarin. So you put what you were just about to say to the patient into Google Translate, and you get this back. Now, I'm assuming that a lot of the people in this room don't speak Mandarin, and so I wanted to do a show of hands. How many of you would send this off to the patient or show it to the patient?
Google Translate, yeah.
All right. And how many would not do that under any circumstances? All right, thank you. I'll talk more about this, but actually in the real world, people do share it a lot. But the problem is that what this has actually been translated to is the opposite of what the physician wanted to say. It's keep taking your kidney medicine until you've talked to your kidney doctor. And so as an HCI scholar, we look at this interaction and we see two big problems, right? The first is that in this interaction, it's hard or in many cases impossible to identify errors. And the other problem is that even if we did identify the error somehow, we wouldn't have any actionable strategies to recover from the error. And so starting off from this example, what I'm going to talk about today is what HCI methods can teach us about how we can design and use these AI systems like machine translation that is widely adopted. And I'm going to talk about two main phases of HCI that HCI people in the audience will be familiar with, needs assessment and then design and development. And I'll end with some open questions that we still have. So the first thing we did in this project is often known as needs assessment. We started looking at what are conditions where machine translation what are conditions that we could potentially test this? And one of the things that we found early on was that discharge instructions actually have really high impact. There was a study that was done actually by some of our collaborators at UCSF Hospital where they found that for patients who have low English proficiency, they score worse on almost every post-discharge scale that they could look at. So things like following through on medication, coming back if any of the conditions that they were supposed to come back with happened. So we know that these text documents that people are usually sent home with, discharge instructions, are text-based. They seem like a good place to intervene, and they're almost always given to people in English. And so we started thinking that machine translation in this condition has the potential to massively improve these communication barriers that people have across language barriers. But one big problem is that it doesn't always work, and that errors can have really high-stake consequences. So there have been a number of studies. One that was actually done by some of our collaborators at UCSF Hospital found that 8% of the common sentences that would show up in medical discharge instructions from an emergency room were incorrectly translated by using Google Translate from English to Chinese in a way that they carried potentially critical and significant harm. So if you just look at which ones are incorrectly translated, it was something around 20% of commonly used things that people say in emergency discharge instructions. But 8% of those were, and the example I showed at the very beginning was an example of one of those sentences that was actually said to a patient carried significant harm. Another study showed that 17.5% of translations of emergency discharge instructions across 7 languages did not retain the meaning. And it's worse for low-resource languages and languages that are further from English. So for Farsi, it was something like 32%, and for Armenian, it was 45%. And this has led to a lot of articles in popular press talking about how Google Translate still isn't good enough for medical instructions. So what HCI teaches us in this kind of a situation is to start asking, what are the user needs for machine translation in this sort of a medical setting, for medical communication, and how can we design for them? And so the HCI methods that we usually use for a needs and values assessment, one is to do what's commonly known as need finding, so decentering the technology, centering the people, their organizations, their activities, and starting to ask, what do they do? Why do they do it? But I'm going to argue that that's not going to be enough, really, for AI systems, because there's this whole other set of things that we need to know, and are ways that I think needs assessment needs to be expanded. So you can't really do needs assessment independent of knowing how the system works. A major component of these AI systems are the modeling assumptions that they make, some constraints that we know exist in the context that they're used. So these kinds of things, I think, are actually really important. And so it's not that you could do need finding independently. I guess you could sometimes, but a lot of the times, they sort of have to happen iteratively and in parallel. So algorithm design is happening at the same time as we're trying to better understand the context of use, the needs, and the values. So I'll quickly go over 2 things that we've done here. The first one, trying to take the first method, and the second one, trying to better understand the data and the modeling assumptions. So the first was a very classical HCI interview study that we did. We conducted semi-structured interviews with 20 healthcare clinicians across 7 specialties, and we tried to understand how they're using machine translations in a medical setting. We spoke a lot to people who worked in conditions where they had a lot of low English proficiency patients. And this was published in FACT this year. Some of the things that we found were pretty expected. Like, they had limited time and resources, which meant that almost everyone that we spoke to was actually using Google Translate in the hospital, which is surprising given that a lot of you said you wouldn't. There was also a lot of cultural barriers, issues with medical literacy that were separate from just knowing English. And another thing that we found that I thought was really interesting was their emphasis on accuracy and accountability. And especially for physicians where errors can be life-threatening, and then there's all these liability issues, they cared a lot about the accuracy and accountability part. Another thing that we looked at, which I thought was really fascinating, was the strategies that they were currently using for this communication. So I think that oftentimes, and even in HCI, when we think of communication between people, we think of it as this one-way transfer of information. But the way that the clinicians that we spoke to thought about communication was more of a mutual production of meaning kind of way. And Part of that, for instance, includes testing someone's understanding, so testing to know whether they understood what you said or not. So the clinicians who we spoke to, in addition to using the Google Translate often on their phone, were also using social cues. They were using what's known as teach-back methods, where you say something to the patient and then have them repeat it back to you. They asked patients to repeat information. They also use mental heuristics, and they used a lot of nonverbal communication as well. So one example was someone that would draw a picture of a person and show it to the patient and say, could you point to the parts that hurt? So I thought that was really fascinating. And thinking through that, we've sort of been thinking about the social role that an interpreter plays in these kinds of situations as a guide towards design. And there's been a ton of work on what interpreting is. So an interpreter is someone who comes with you and knows both languages and translates, basically. And they do a lot more than converting the text to the other language. In fact, there's been a lot of work on these different metaphors of communication that I mentioned. The monological model being, language is seen in a social vacuum. It's like, I have a message, I transport it to you, versus a dialogical model, which thinks of communication as a joint production of meaning. And so sense is made by a common activity, and there's reciprocity in communication, and especially in miscommunication, like in cases where there are errors. And so thinking about these two metaphors of communication, I wanted to show you what our translation interfaces have looked like for the past 10, 20 years. And to start thinking about which metaphors of communication are baked into this interface. So we'll come back to that. But the other part of our needs assessment was looking at verifying system constraints and data and modeling assumptions. We got a data set of over 3,000 discharge instructions from our collaborators at UCSF Hospital. And some of the things that we found was almost all of it was in English. It was often not translated, but it was also really structured and repetitive. And so this is really important if you're thinking about building an AI model, if you know these facts about what the data actually looks like. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is what we've actually done with this data and with this project. So like I said, our clinician strategies, we found that a lot of what they were doing was basically this dialogical model of communication, so using teach-back methods, back translation, nonverbal communication. And that they cared a lot about seeking verification and a pragmatic approach. And so given that we have these discharge instructions, and we know that it's really, really, really repetitive and really structured, you can start to think, what if we had a memory of all the translations of the common things that are said? And then if you do have that, then the problem that we had earlier, which was I have this text in English, I do not know Mandarin, and I want some way to verify that the thing actually says what I want it to think, can be changed from a translation or a black box translation model to a retrieval model. So what if I had a memory of a lot of the things that I think you might want to say, and then I just matched your intent. So I said, OK, when you say hold the kidney medicine, I think what you're trying to say is do not start taking your kidney medicine. And then I actually know how to translate this because it's in my translation memory. And so you can verify that this is actually what I wanted to say. And you can start thinking about this larger model as an alternative way to think about different inputs, especially in problems where there's a small set of potential inputs and people can verify their intent with the input, and we can sort of verify the output as well. So you can start thinking about in visualization scenarios, or maybe even in diagnostic scenarios, how you might be able to use this. So my students have been building this translation memory for the emergency discharge instructions. It has some basic ideas like taking out the words that are words of medicines or things like that and replacing them with sentence structures and trying to clustering them and finding things that we think will probably have the same kind of meaning. And we've been thinking about how would you actually use this. So here's a very, very short demo of a tool that, as a physician, is writing out the discharge instructions, is actually pulling from the memory to suggest things that they might actually be wanting to say. And if you have this, then you have much more than an ability to verify translations, but you also have a really structured way of keeping the data as well that you could use later. So I'll wrap up with some open questions that we still have. A lot of these are in this workshop paper that we presented at the HCI plus machine translation workshop at EACL. Some open questions in NLP are, a lot of the times, one thing that you can quickly verify is whether something is even a good candidate for translation. So how can you automatically identify that? And then if you did, how do you help people understand that and repair? So here's an example of a Slack bot that, given something that is hard to translate, will offer you suggestions of other things that you might be saying that mean the same thing that are much easier for it to translate. And then thinking through this joint construction of meaning, a lot of overlap with some of the rest of the themes of the conference today, but thinking about how do you think about quality estimation? How do you make it so that it's more aligned with what people actually need? How do you think about question and answering methods in this joint construction of meaning? And some open questions in HCI can be, how can you think about nonverbal communication as well? So can you think about generating images as a way to help? Or what kind of questions might someone ask a translation system? And one last takeaway is that in all of this work, I think these HCI methods are really, really important, but also need to be further developed for these kinds of settings. And I would really like to thank the students who've led the work and all of our various collaborators at different stages of this project.
Great. Thanks, Nilofar. Okay, now we have Melissa.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Valentine. I'm a professor in management science here at Stanford. I study how technology changes work and organizations. Today, I'm going to tell you about a study that I did and explain how it shows how AI is changing the nature of human expertise. And I think this question of human expertise is really fundamental to thinking about human-centered AI. So as you know, prediction algorithms, optimization algorithms, machine learning algorithms, these are being configured to do judgments or decisions that typically we've thought of as knowledge work, or things that experts use their critical thinking, like judgments or decisions that experts use their critical thinking to do. So as I've been doing studies in this area, trying to understand how this technology is changing human expertise, I've noticed these two sort of disconnected predictions about what AI is going to do to human expertise. So on one hand, in my home discipline of organizational theory, which is a subfield of sociology, this is a literature review looking at lots of studies in this area. And the conclusion, sort of the sum up of this literature review, is that learning algorithms will lead to the devaluing of knowledge workers' expertise. I also spend a lot of time reading the practitioner literature for data scientists. And this second lit review is from a summary of a lot of different studies of machine learning in healthcare. And you can see that one of the conclusions from this study is that knowledge workers' expertise is becoming increasingly valuable. It's increasingly valuable. So we have one prediction that's predicting a devaluing of expertise and one prediction that's sort of looking at the devaluing, or it becoming more valuable. So I think that these predictions are less incompatible and less contradictory than it looks on the surface. But I think it's worth figuring out what assumptions are sort of underlying this and how these are connected. So I think one idea that helps us understand these sort of competing predictions is understanding, I think we need to think deeply about what is the nature of knowledge workers' expertise right now. What does it mean to be an expert lawyer? What does it mean to be an expert marketer? What is the nature of that expertise, and how does AI actually implicate that expertise? So in the sociology of work, we have a literature stream that's decades old where people have looked at this. What is the nature of occupational expertise? And there's two themes in this literature that I'm going to pull out because these are what changed during my study. So one is that occupational expertise is sort of produced, trained, evaluated, reproduced in communities of practice. So if you are an academic, think of how professors learn how to be professors, how grad students learn how to be grad students. It's in a community where people teach each other. It's very relational and interactive. The second piece is that oftentimes communities of practice, especially knowledge workers, will rely on informal theories that help them make decisions. So if I'm a marketer and I'm thinking what's going to be a successful ad, oftentimes I'll be looking to an informal theory of marketing. Like, what do I think makes a good marketer? What makes a good ad? So those are the informal theories. That's the nature of knowledge workers' expertise right now. So the study that I did an ethnography. I embedded at a tech company. The way that I sampled for this company, this actually came after I was doing a study with Michael, who will speak next, and we were discovering how hard it is to get big data, to get enough data to draw insights. So I wanted to give myself a treat. So I decided that I was going to find a company that had all the data and all the data scientists, no silos, using words like data highways and things like that. So I found a company in San Francisco. They let me come study them. So I spent 10 months working at their company, studying their practices. And what I really wanted to do was to look at the specific work practices of a group of knowledge workers before, during, and after an algorithm was developed for them. So the second thing that this study this method, what this offers, is a chance to look not just at the pieces that get automated, because I think that's something that labor economists are able to tell us, but to tell us how that is affecting the rest of the job. What expertise do you have to develop to be able to use an AI system, for example? So these are the things that I think are not yet in the conversation, but need to be included in the conversation. So let me tell you about our knowledge workers, and let me tell you about our algorithm that we're talking about today. So the knowledge workers that I ended up studying, just by chance, this is just where all the data and all the data scientists lived, were fashion buyers. So the fashion buyer's job was to stock the inventory for the company. They had to pick the clothes, they had to pick the depth of styles and the breadth of styles that they thought would make a good inventory for this company. And what I'm going to show you through some data is that these decisions were based on informal theories. They really thought of themselves as like making bets on what was going to be a good inventory. So the data scientists who did very good human-centered design for this AI, that's not what I'm going to focus on here, but it's fun and it's in the paper. I think they did a great job of doing the kinds of things that have been talked about during this conference. This is a stylized UI. This is what they had created. So the data scientists made an inventory algorithm that basically was configured to recommend what the best performing inventory would be. So if you want your inventory to have like really good revenue, for example, then you would say maximize revenue, or recommend 20,000 units of clothes that will give me the best revenue. And then it would generate a list of what are the 20,000 styles that you should buy. So for math lovers, I'm going to give you a test here. I'm not going to ask for the answer, but just so you're just tracking if you're understanding what I'm describing with the algorithm. So let's say that the algorithm is saying, is telling you buy 20,000 units of some clothes, and it's set to maximize revenue. And let's say that I tell you that the jeans that have the highest revenue are the top ones. So what is the algorithm going to tell you? Naively, just like what is the recommendation going to be? If you're thinking, it's just going to say buy 20,000 units of the top performers to maximize revenue. That's exactly right. That's exactly what the algorithm is set up to do. So now you understand the algorithm. But they also had an area where the fashion buyers could input their constraints. They would say, you know what, you're telling me buy 20,000 of the blue jeans, but I feel like red is going to be hot. So notice that's my informal theory. I'm like, I think red is going to be the hotter performing style. So you could constrain the algorithm and require it to recommend 10% red. Okay, so how did this change the knowledge workers' expertise? What I'm going to show you, so this is, in my field, is called a process diagram. This is just event, event, event. So I'm going to focus here first on telling you about the first event, which is just how the buyers started out with informal theories about inventory planning. Then I'm going to describe how the data scientists introduced their expertise, which was in modeling, computation, user interface. And then together, these two groups came up with a new expertise. And basically what they learned how to do was together they learned how to test the buyers' informal theories about a good inventory. So over time, the buyers got much better at sort of registering what their theories were, formalizing it with variables and relationships, and then testing it and sort of entering a feedback loop like that. So first, let me characterize the informal nature of their theories to start with. So I'm presenting just explanatory quotes, but these are examples over the 10 months of things that I saw basically every day. So what I'm illustrating here is the spreadsheets that they use. This was before they had the algorithmic UI. So they use these spreadsheets, and what I've chosen some quotes here that illustrate the nature of the bets that they were making. So one of the buyers is saying, okay, so our vision here is growth. she, the customer, liked these jeans. Does she want them again? We think so. We're giving 1.3 success rate on the upside to say, account for these initiatives, they're coming. We don't quite know what they'll do, but let's prepare, right? So it's kind of a bet. And this is illustrating a community of practice, so they're talking to each other, they're sort of testing each other's theories. Do you think that this is gonna work? I feel like it's kind of balanced, but it's very intuitive, it's very informal. And the most important part of this that I want you to see is that this is an open feedback system. So I would say, I think red denim is gonna be really hot this quarter, and I buy a bunch of red denim. And then I'm not actually ever held to account. No one ever asked me, how did your strategy turn out? How did your informal theory turn out? Did red turn out hot? It turns out they didn't have a practice for measuring whether their actions had produced the results that they were looking for. So this top quote is in their hindsight meetings, and this illustrates that it was very data-driven. This company was very data-driven. So the buyers she's sort of summarizing, she's saying, okay, it's the usual set of metrics. You can check them out if you're interested. Now I'm gonna go into the surprising results. And they would sort of pick different stories from their overall performance. But it was not I had said red, here's the test of red. So it is a very kind of open feedback system. So then they started working with the data scientists as partners. They had a very kind of equal relationship in this regard. They worked together to basically co-produce a new expertise. Now what I'm going to illustrate here is a difference in how the data scientists were pushing the fashion buyers to think about their work. And I think what you'll see here, it sounds a little bit it sounds a little bit like empirical science, any empirical science, where you're basically being asked to pre-register a hypothesis and then consider the evidence about how your hypothesis did. So here a data scientist is watching a buyer use the interface. The data scientist is listening to the buyer be surprised about the recommendation of 10,000 units of this one style. So the buyer's explaining, okay, so it's putting 10,000 units into this style. And the data scientist started to explain, well, that's what you're expecting. You told it to give you, to maximize revenue. So it's going to tell you to buy 10,000 of the, most revenue driving style. So the part that I sort of highlighted in purple here, so it says, this is where you get to be creative. This is where you get to pick out the breadth that you want. So they started pushing the buyers to, in advance, at the start of the quarter, sort of go on record and be like, I'm registering this strategy. I'm going all in on red. So it's articulated up front. It was not like that before. The second one is they started to push them to identify the evidence that they would need to reject their hypothesis. So they thought 10,000, the buyers thought 10,000 units was too many units. So they started being asked, well, what evidence would make you make that bet? What would you need to know to want to go 10,000 deep into this style? And they started to ask them to think like that and to articulate evidence to reject their hypothesis. Lastly, this was strategic thinking, so they also were pushing them to kind of articulate trade-offs that they would be willing to make. So let's say that they decided to go all in on red denim, and they recognized that that was risky. Then the data scientists would basically push them to say, how much of an upside would you need to be expecting to take a risk like this? And they taught them to sort of explicitly narrate the trade-offs in that regard. Okay, so the final piece, this is the part that I think is revealing kind of a new expertise and a new way that I think that data scientists and knowledge workers are going to work together. So this is a new expertise. I have evidence, I'm going to show you evidence that the fashion buyers by the end of the study had changed their practice and they had become much more formalized in the way that they tested their own theories. And in some ways, we expect that knowledge workers are supposed to be disempowered by this, but actually they were able to go push back on the data scientists and say, your algorithm is not performing. Your predictions are off, for example, because they'd sort of learned this practice of measurement. So here is an example where the data scientists were having office hours. This was after the algorithm had been in use, and they actually had the actualized business results. So the buyers had followed the recommendations, they had their results back. And they brought back to the data scientists, they themselves had made a spreadsheet. They looked at all the predictions that the algorithm had made and calculated how many times the algorithm had been off. So they brought that evidence to the data scientists as kind of formal theory testers themselves. The last piece that I'm going to emphasize is they really had started to understand themselves differently. They thought of themselves now as testing their theories. So here's some language in their quote. They also talked about themselves as kind of double checking. They were double checking their theories. They were using the algorithm to really kind of double check their intuition. So in summary, This study shows a new expertise, a co-produced expertise. You needed both data scientists, you needed both the knowledge workers to work together to develop this. And it gave them a new expertise in being able to kind of test their informal theories with these closed feedback loops. So to conclude, algorithms lead to a devaluation because it taught the knowledge workers to falsify their own theories. So it devalued because now they're falsifying their intuition, but in ways that they could measure, which was empowering for them. And then it's invaluable because it needed to be baked in, basically designed into the way that the algorithm was working. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, Michael.
All right. So let's dive in. We don't all agree. We've talked about a lot of things today. I want to zoom in on one place in which we don't all agree, but that has a lot of impact. Let's talk about ground truth. This is the data that we use to power and train all of these algorithms we've been describing. Now, I'm a social computing designer, so I'm interested in the creation of technologies that bring people together, connect people online. And in my travels in social computing, we see AI algorithms being embedded in all sorts of online social environments, ranging from AI tools that are used to identify comments that are toxic and should be pulled down from a social network, finding misinformation, moderation decisions, and so on. So if you've never seen one of these kinds of algorithms, here's one of them. This is one that Google made, where you feed it text, might look something like this, and it's going to make some sort of decision, a recommendation, here thinking that this particular comment, despite its obvious veracity, is 95% likely to be toxic. Okay, but now what? Should this comment, this one that's taken from a large data set that's used to train these algorithms, be classified as toxic or not? Now, if I were to take a survey of us here, and it were representative of the kinds of folks that tend to answer these, it's actually kind of a split jury. It's 50-50. About half of people think that this crosses the line. The other half would argue that it wouldn't. But who's answering which way? That matters. But it's kind of elided and invisible, kind of implicit in the architectures that we use to build AI systems today. That we typically, what we'll do, having traveled in sort of the data annotation world for a while, is we go out, we ask a number of people what the right ground truth answer to this thing ought to be, and then we do something like aggregating their answers. Say 3 people here said gray, 2 people here said red. We just take a majority vote, and we say, all right, well, most of the people said this is gray, so we're going to assign this the ground truth label gray. Okay, well, we then do this across a whole bunch of data items, use that, feed it to your neural network, train. Okay. For many years, this has worked pretty well, but it's starting to show its seams, and in fact, I would argue it's much more than just starting to show its seams. Now, in a traditional machine learning task, something that's using largely maybe what you'd think of as sort of perceptual or low-level cognitive aspects of our brains, something like, is this a dog? Hopefully, we're all going to agree on the right answer to this. This makes the sort of aggregation a fairly safe maneuver. But in social computing tasks, increasingly, like toxicity detection, if it's 50-50, what are we going to do? Unfortunately, when we aggregate, this is silencing minoritized groups. Right? When the disagreement is irreconcilable, who we sample for the labels matter. And unfortunately, those who are often subjected to, say, harassment online in this case, are easily going to be overridden by majority vote because you take the majority vote, and unfortunately, they're just fewer in number, and this thing is going to get labeled non-toxic. I just want to convey to you how widespread this kind of disagreement is. In fact, in a large data set, if you just take the things that are labeled as toxic and you bootstrap resample the data set and you say, all right, let's see how stable this is, about 40% of the labels flip. The actual training labels flip just by resampling from the same data set. Expert Reddit moderators, I think it's number 10 website, though who knows, with Twitter, maybe it's going up, disagree with each other on about 1/3 of posts and whether it crosses the line and ought to be removed. In one large social network had a bug in their system for a while where they were feeding their fact checkers the same link twice without realizing it. Turns out that fact checker was disagreeing with themselves a third of the time. And this is not just in social networks. When we're looking at medicine, which expertise has the ability to, or has the power to make these kinds of decisions? If you're a designer, for example, the kinds of design advice you'd want to get if you're in one area of design are going to be very different than the kinds of design advice that might conflict with that if you're a different kind of designer. And yet we see things like this, where you have this data set and you have these ROC AUC scores that are like, yeah, we're perfect at this. And I think this belies a kind of two cultures problem, where traditionally in AI, we have something where we're trying to evaluate technical performance and measure generalization error. And in HCI, we're sort of often looking for user-facing experience. We're measuring attitudinal responses and so on. And these are fairly correlated with each other when there's not disagreement, right? You're going to say 100% accuracy, and probably all of the users approve. But in the case where we disagree, you might still say 100% accuracy because of this majority vote, but no HCI person worth their salt is ever going to say 100% of users approve, and they might not even launch this thing. So in some work that was led by students in my group, we're starting to see that this kind of number, like 0.95 ROC AUC, is really inflated. You can start to look at this and say, well, what percentage of users who actually see this thing will agree? Gives a very, very different kind of answer, right? A much less convincing measure. And my argument would be that we will make different kinds of product decisions, as Salima was orienting herself toward earlier today, if we align our metrics with the things that matter. So the metrics matter, but also the models matter. So what I'd like to do is sort of offer another possible alternative we could examine, something that we call jury learning. Rather than simply hiding this sort of implicit jury of who's deciding what the right answer ought to be, can we make it explicit? When you create the model, can we ask the practitioner or the researcher to specify a jury of, say, 12 members, could be any size, picking 12 here because it makes good movies, and articulate what proportion of that jury should represent each identity or intersectional identity. So for example, if you're again taking this online toxicity space where there's been lots of activity in my side of the world, you might define a jury that's going to highly represent groups who are commonly targets of harassment. Women, black individuals, black women especially. So this changes the sort of semantics of these models when you do this. When the model says, here's what we predict, it might mean something more like this. For this jury with the following composition, this jury would vote it to be toxic. And this is, I think, important because what we stop doing is instead of trying to smush people together into some single label, what we're trying to do now is say, well, actually, we ought to be modeling individuals, individual annotators or individual people within the instead of the training set. So what the model starts to do is actually make predictions for each juror, aggregating those to produce a final outcome. So it might look something like this, where you're specifying different kinds of identities or characteristics that you might care about making the decisions in what proportion. You might have some set of, say here, liberal jurors, another set of jurors who have high school diplomas and are parents. You assign them a certain number of seats. This populates sort of your jury space. Here's a very small one. And then what we might think about doing is actually for each decision, sampling those annotators out of the larger annotation pool based on the people who match those criteria. We're going to sample them randomly. We're going to use them to populate the jury. We're going to predict what each of them would say, and we're going to make a decision. So this might be, in this case, not toxic, or if it's a regression outcome, we might actually predict the regression. Now, one thing you can't do in real life, but we can do because this is all happening through an algorithm, is sample many, many different juries that all match these criteria and be able to articulate, what does this all look like? Well, not every jury would agree. So what we start to do is be able to visualize what different juries might think, even though they all match the same criteria. We have to return some response, so here we're going to return what the median jury says. This has all sorts of downstream implications, like for interpretability, right? You get interactive sense-making about the nature of the disagreement. There's not just one person who has to stand in for an entire group. You get to start to understand what's the distribution of all the people and where do the jurors who were selected for this decision come from within this group on their feelings on the matter. Now, this starts to ask all sorts of interesting questions about, I sort of hand-waved, it predicts everyone's response. Traditionally, again, we have no notion of who is giving the response in these AI models. But if we start to integrate those kinds of things, it means that we can draw on lessons that we've learned over many years from, for example, the recommender systems literature, because you start to see things like this. In a typical data set, you have a set of people who you've sampled. They've labeled just some of the things, but not everything. It's very sparse. You have a bunch of other people who you didn't sample right now, but you might. And then you're given characteristics about each individual, and you might want to, and you don't know what's going to show up. You have to make predictions about comments that you've never seen before. This allows us to start to draw on what's called, in this case, a cross and deep network. This is something drawn from the recommender systems literature, the kinds of things that power Netflix. What movie do you want to see? Well, learn something not just about movies, but also about people. What do you like? So we're starting to model what are sort of groups of people, what are the patterns in what people think, and and the relationships between the people and the topics. Now, I'm pitching a metaphor here, something sort of a jury as a metaphor for how AI might make decisions in societally contested spaces. And you might have a question. You might have many questions. Amongst those questions might be, can jurors be biased? Absolutely. I do not say that jurors cannot be biased, but I think that's the wrong question. Because if you give me a choice between trying to de-bias a model post hoc after all of this bias has already been baked into it, or selecting and training the appropriate folks upstream, I am always going to pick the upstream solution. It's much easier to avoid throwing sewage into the water than trying to clean up the sewage later. You might also ask, well, okay, you're making, someone's now making an explicit decision about who the jury ought to be. Who gets to decide that, right? Well, one thing we could think about is that this is actually an opportunity for contestation, right? We can actually debate this. My point of view on this would be this is something that's much more readily debatable than like a precision recall curve trade-off. I'd also point out, by the way, that all the data sets we're already training on already have a jury. They're just hidden, they're implicit, right? They're sort of swallowed up by this majority vote. And actually, we can sort of backwards solve for this using the approach that I was describing. This large toxicity data set I was just gesticulating toward is actually 74% white or so. So it looks a lot like me. So I think it's much better to actually just make this transparent where stakeholders can deliberate over it, right? We should force ourselves to make those kinds of decisions out loud. So we can start to go to people and say, what happens when we put this in front of folks? We get moderators on large sites, Discord, Reddit. We ask them to author these juries. We measure things like who's represented in the juries for the decisions that are being made on their own platforms, or who ought to be. And again, I'll remind you that the baseline here is looks a lot like me. And we also ask them, does jury learning change the classification outcomes? Okay, so maybe we change the jury, but does this actually change the behavior of the classifier? Well, on the representation side, we see that there are massive swings in the representation of the folks that are included on these juries, largely by reducing the representation. You can see in the red lines here, the representation in the background data set here. This is where I'm getting the 74% white number. And the blue bars are the ones that are sort of in the participants' juries that they selected. So you can see increases in many of the groups, largely by reducing the representation of white jurors. This changes the downstream outcomes. About 14% of the classifications that are produced from this are different than those of the state-of-the-art classifier. And we can say, well, what's likely to flip? It's often the things that are highly contested. Comments around racism, death and suicide, LGBTQ plus issues, mental illness and policing, and so on. These are things that are, who you ask quite really matters. And I would argue that these are seen by the users of these platforms as effective policy. Now, there's many things that don't flip, things that people agree are clear of the line, like positive things, thank yous, happiness, or things that everyone essentially seems to agree ought not to be included. Human trafficking, various racial epithets. There's no disagreement there. It's really the things that this model is changing has to do with the stuff that's right in this societally contested zone. So as we talk about AI, I want to encourage us to talk also about ground truth. I want to call out to my graduate students who led this work. Can you wave? You're all in the room, I think. Mitchell, June, Michelle. Go talk to them. They're really excellent, as well as my colleagues who collaborated with me on this work. So thank you for the invitation.
All right, great. Thanks, Michael. We now have time for a conversation among the panel as well as questions from the audience. If you step up to the mic, remember to introduce yourself, and also to the folks out online, we see you. Okay, so those are very different views, I think, of this topic, all very interesting. I had a really basic question, I think, starting at Nilüfer, and I think Michael as well, and maybe even, I think, comes into something Melissa talked about, is this idea of, you know, being able to design the models for these systems at the same time the interfaces, and trying to separate them, which we might want to try in some ideal design process, doesn't really work. Are there real barriers to that in terms of the tooling to do it, or design methodologies? And, you know, what does that mean, at least for a research community, of like how to make that happen for industrial practitioners?
Yeah, I think there is quite a bit of a difference, because when you think about a lot of the conditions that these methodologies were developed in and were really brought forward, the technology was very different. So I think the methodologies need to be developed more or differently as well. And there's this really great paper that I can share later because I've forgotten what the title was, but it was about sort of what makes human AI interaction really difficult to design for. And they talk about these really interesting things around, you know, need finding that I mentioned. We often think about what do people need from the technology, but without knowing also what the technology could potentially do, it's really hard to do that need finding. And then, you know, prototyping is really difficult, and so we need better tools to prototype. Testing, evaluation, I think is going to be really, really important, and thinking about evaluation as the way that it's commonly thought of in AI, which Michael also talked about, which I think is going to be really important. It's sort of like testing against the ground truth versus thinking about in a real world environment. And in that condition, I'm really inspired by the physicians who we've been collaborating with, the way that they think about it, the way they think about RCTs as sort of being the gold standard, and you didn't do anything if you didn't do an RCT. And I think there's a lot to learn from other fields who have had similar issues, and thinking about how do we take each of these pieces of the methodologies and develop them to be able to work better with these new kinds of technologies.
Any other comments?
So my tepid to hot take is that I think we're rapidly hitting the limits of what you can really do by taking a model as given and trying to wrap an interaction around it. I think that this has sort of been our modus operandi for such a long time in HCI. They're like, well, okay, we've got like a VR system. Let's like think about what interactions might happen around it. But I think especially in the case of artificial intelligence, it's really holding us back because it's making us beholden to the assumptions of the models in a way that's often harmful. And harmful could just be it's a bad product, or it could be actively harmful. And it creates, you know, I think Jody was gesticulating toward this morning, like creates this really tough space that, you know, we have to become experts at everything, and this is yet another thing we have to become experts in order to actually do a good job of designing. But I think that if we're going to see truly transformative opportunities, they're going to have to start from that assumption of like, actually, as Melissa was demonstrating, how do we get in at the modeling stage rather than later?
So I'm wondering, you know, is that true for some of the bigger trends? Right now, we see a lot of people, including your own students, my students, poking around at foundation models without any understanding of what's going on inside the model. Is that different because of these foundation models and we're going to build on top of that? Or is that foundation going to crack if we want to get the kind of control that you're talking about?
I'm going to answer the other one and then let you do foundation models. Because I think what I observed, the data science team that I observed had data scientists who were really good at modeling, and then they had a really talented UI person. And I think the process that they used was so iterative, and they assumed that they were modeling for interaction, and they assumed that they were modeling for their users. So they were able to sort of in context prototype and iterate and design in collaboration with their users. And so they sort of like as they were going, they changed the UI because they saw that the users thought about it a certain way. They saw that the users were much more iterative with an adjacent occupation, the planners. So they sort of made it more of a like iterative way that the users interacted with the UI. So it's just sort of, I think that illustration is like a +1 on the model. The data scientists have to be modeling for the user, like what's happening in the user's actual expertise. And they have to have space to really help the users transform the way that they're thinking as well. Foundation models I didn't study, so go ahead.
Turns out we didn't have an undergraduate course in them when you were.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I think we mistake sometimes the legitimately impressive power and advances of these with what it would take to cross a chasm of becoming useful. I think I agree with you that we've seen a huge promulgation of applications building on top of GPT-3 or DALL-E or Stable Diffusion. Are we seeing things that people are picking up immediately and are changing their process? I'm inclined to agree a bit with Manish here, where I think that like prospect theory rears its head. People are risk averse. If there's a 5% chance this thing's going to do something silly and embarrass me, I'd rather just do it myself. And looking back at at Ben's talk this morning, just looking at being able to see the multiple options, et cetera, I feel like there are ways to soften that blow. But I think that people are savvy. If there's a 1 in 20 chance that this is going to be a catastrophic error, like in the space of these medical domains you're talking about, I'm not going to chance that.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering about, again, about how much we understand about the models and Manish's black box argument. In your translation example, it seemed to me like, doesn't the underlying AI system have some confidence value or some metric of how good it is? And if I had just revealed that, might the doctor go, oh, that's a 70% one. Maybe I need to call the person on the phone rather than trust that. Do we have any idea of how the technology there is actually working and why that's not the UI?
I think that's a really interesting question and goes a lot to what Salima was saying about the quality estimation. For translation, quality estimation is about as hard as translation itself. Okay. So we don't really have good metrics. But I think what's really interesting in some of the work that we're doing, going back to the evaluation question, is that we are testing. So in, say, a study we're running right now where physicians come in, we bring in an actor to pretend they're a patient, and they're communicating with each other. They're trying to do a diagnosis, and we're going to see, like, if you just show them the translation versus if you show them translation plus any of the quality estimation models, the best ones, does it make a difference? And we don't have the results yet, but my hunch is that no, it doesn't, because the quality estimation doesn't really give you the information that you need, which is, I think, really important in thinking about then what sort of quality estimations do we need and what could actually be useful. And I think there's a big disconnect there between a lot of these quality estimation models were built to help in the training of the translation models so that you can take a lot of data, translate it and see and better your translation tool. But I think there's a big disconnect to what is actually useful, which is, I think, something that the medical domain has been really interesting for me in learning that there's a lot of pragmatism that I think we could use from. So even the study that I showed, which was one of the motivators of us studying this question, that 8% of the translations are wrong, it's actually published in a medical journal, and it's published as a positive thing. So it's like, look how great this is. It works 92% of the time. We should all be using this. And when you bring it to a group of people who are building these systems, it looks like a huge failure. So I think that's something that's really important for us to know. What are the risks? What are the harms? How do we evaluate these things? How do we evaluate them in the context of use and in ways that are actually useful?
I actually, if I was going to identify some themes that I've already seen today, this idea of the metrics of evaluation has come up, explicitly in Salima's talk as the main focus, but like in every answer, you have it, Michael, you have it, and I'm really curious, sometimes those metrics are maybe made to be easy for AI people to check how well their model's doing and have these online competitions that have had a success in pushing the field forward, but it seems like they don't actually match the values of use or humans, yet those values to get them into metrics seem hard. So I'm wondering what's the work that needs to go there to kind of close the gap between the kind of metrics that AI folks want to use for their reasons, but fall down when meeting the reasons that we need it for human consumption. Ideas there? How do we close that gap?
I mean, I think my context was pretty specific because it was a for-profit business, and the data scientists were accountable for getting their users to adopt it and use it, and the users were only willing to use it if it actually helped them do their jobs better. So in that case, the impetus was on the data scientists who worked really hard to do this, to like make their product useful for the business users. So the business users were always interested in the same business metrics they had been in, and then the data scientists figured out a UI that sort of put for example, like a machine learning client segmentation kind of behind the scenes. So I don't know, so it was in the context, like the business users metrics was already kind of what was driving it, which I think would be different for academics.
Any other? Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll just say, and put yourself in the shoes of a PhD student. It's an hour before the iClear or NeurIPS deadline or something like that. How do you, what can you evaluate in that time? Right? I think that there's a very practical constraint that they often operate under, which, in HCI, this is why we end up getting IRB approval, months potentially at this point before the deadline and collecting it. We're not operating on that time scale. Yeah. And I don't think that we as HCI people have yet put forward a viable alternative. And I don't know, that may be on us. I don't know, if I had an idea of how to put that forward, I'd be doing it, but I don't yet.
I mean, I would say in some of those communities, there were workshops or organizations like NIST that were involved in some of the earlier benchmarks that helped push the field, but maybe it's time for the HCI people to call, have those workshops and say, hey, work together to do it or something. I don't know. We have a lot of people who are waiting at the mic, so why don't we go, please identify yourself and then ask your question.
Sure. Hi, I'm Meredith Ringel-Morris from Google Research. So I love the jury learning work, but seeing the talk makes me worried that the field of AI is becoming like the TSA. So you think about the TSA at the airport, and they're just super reactive, right? It's like, okay, someone put a bomb in their shoe, so now everyone has to take their shoes off forever. But they're not really predicting in advance what the threats are in a coherent way. And I see that a little bit as an example in the jury learning work where, of course, we do want to see more demographics represented in AI data and decisions, but how do we decide a priori what those should be versus just being reactive to problems we see? So, gender and ethnicity are a low-hanging fruit to add, but there's a million other data demographics that could be on our juries. And how do we anticipate what those are in advance instead of waiting for the next AI disaster where we're like, oh, we forgot about people with disabilities, or oh, we forgot about 42-year-old Midwestern women with 4 children who like to wear Nike shoes. So I want to hear how AI cannot be the TSA.
I was very close to being described by that last one. I think that increasingly computer science is political science, or ought to be. There's much that we could and should be drawing from. This is why it's amazing to be a place like this where we have such an amazing political science department where I can collaborate and these things. It's these questions of governance are not new. It's not like online platforms are the first ones to ever have to deal with these. I do think that we're very late to the game of realizing what to do about it. The paper that my colleagues and I keep looking for but have never seen, but seems to be sort of informally empirically true, is that most online governance does get set in reaction to disasters. You create some online group, things are going great, and then there's like a huge flare up, and then you create procedures around that. And so we are very reactionary. But I agree that there's a lot of knowledge that's been generated by the social sciences, by folks in accessibility and others that can tell you, I can tell you all the ways in which teenagers are going to abuse this system. And yet every startup seems to repeat the same sort of litany of mistakes, sometimes after they've been bought for $44 billion. And it's a challenge. So I think that if we can put together something beyond checklists, because I think it's easy to ignore the checklists, but at least sort of what Howard Rheingold refers to as governance boot sectors, have a good starting state for governance that every community can fall back onto. I think that's what I would argue is our first step.
Any other? Okay. Next question.
Bob Glushko, Berkeley Cognitive Science. I'm going to say, Melissa, thank you. That was the most positive story I've ever heard about data science. They actually learned together to do good things. It was just so wonderful. But it reminded me of two things. One is, we used to talk about expert systems. Has that word disappeared from the vocabulary, expert systems? Remember that phrase? Because it reminded me that 40 years ago when I was at Bell Labs, my department built an expert system to help maintenance people predict faults in the physical plant, like when is this cable going to go bad? We named it ACE, Automated Cable Expertise. And this is a shout out to Jody. The union refused to deploy it until we renamed it Apprentice to Cable Expert. Because they viewed the first title was the same, it was software did not change.
Yeah.
But changing the name of it meant they would say this works with us and values our expertise versus de-skilling us. So I mean, that kind of labeling really does matter. But my real question is, what happened to the word expert systems? Is that gone? Does that date me as a 1980s guy to say it?
I mean, I feel like when I do my literature reviews, I read all about it. I don't think it's like currently that active in the current like things that I'm reviewing, but I think it's so relevant. So I'm glad you said that. I think it's fantastic literature, and it's quite relevant. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could hear from Ed Feigenbaum. I think he was here earlier, but expert systems are definitely around. It's just what's changed is how we implement them. We're still saying we're going to have this augmentation of humans, an expert system that's going to, give you advice and you choose, right? It's the metaphor is still similar to what we have.
Yeah, and I have to say, to give credit to, I think the data scientists who I studied were really like exceptionally good at human-centered design, and the company that I was at just had a very kind of a great data culture around it. So I can't take credit for the positivity. It just.
But I was curious about that because they seem to have this really nice, setup of there's the data scientists and they're working closely with the employee, with the knowledge worker, as you referred, and it made me wonder. Some ideas of the future of computing is, well, everyone's going to have that. You got to take that data science skill, and they would do it themselves. Could you see that knowledge worker doing that work, or do you really see that they needed this kind of expert to work with them? Like, what's the future of how that role will be?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, honestly, I don't think that they wanted to. The knowledge workers were there because they loved fashion, and that was their identity. They wanted to do really good fashion. And I think that they obviously self-selected into that retail tech company. They were there because they recognized that the company was trying to transform disrupt fashion through data. So the people who were there had selected there, but they truly want their knowledge work that they wanted to do was to do fashion. But I think that their identities did shift over time. It did take time for them to start to recognize themselves as experts who would make use of an algorithmic system. And they, at first they just were it was hard for them to think like that. It took a major change in the way that they thought about things and in their identity to recognize that it helped them do what they wanted to do better. They would be better fashion buyers if they used the algorithm. So I think that was the change that they wanted. So I would predict more of a collaboration, more of a cross-functional collaboration going forward.
Great. Another question from the mic here.
Just a quick one. So Michael, your thoughts sparked something that's deeper in AI these days. Even a natural language parser that's built using statistical neural parsing, it's entertaining a whole bunch of hypotheses about meanings of sentences and questions, such as we might ask Google speakers. And I wonder, how deep is this problem that we are, in the end, surfacing one parse or one way of interpreting the question and answering that, and the other parses are suppressed deep. And whether the kind of observations you're making about sort of segments and contexts that exist within the sources of labels and data, that also exists post that, so that we really should be aiming towards quantum computing or some approximation thereof to keep entertaining these multiple hypotheses and contexts till we need to converge.
Well, until we get quantum users. So I'm going to be very interested to hear Niloufer's take on this, because I think in the medical context, it changes the calculus substantially. But it's not immediately clear to me that a top-end list as like sort of tends to get returned by these is necessarily the right way, the right representation for how people should think through these alternative paths. Now, this has been an issue in the information retrieval literature since nearly the beginning of time for information retrieval. If I search for Java, do I want the coffee or the programming language, right? The classic question. And I can only give you one set of search results, right? So I think that this sort of, as you would put it, superpositioning over multiple possible interpretations or points of view, if you're in an application domain where that matters, I think you ought to directly do this. There's, again, classic HCI work on what's called design galleries, where the entire intent is to show you a wide range of different outcomes, depending on sort of what you think might matter to you. But if I'm not in an application space where, like, I'm trying to design a poster or something like this, that might not be the right way to convey all the alternatives to me. So having given her enough time to maybe vamp for an actually intelligent response, I'll give this to Nilüfer.
I think that's actually one of the things that we've been thinking about is that the way that we're thinking about it is we want to find sentences that have the same clinical intent. And that's oftentimes different from having the same meaning, or there might be multiple different cases. So we've actually been thinking about what would it look like to show you multiple different things if we're not so sure about what you mean, or show you options. And I think that could actually be really helpful for the physicians because they have a lot of context that they're holding in their heads. They have a lot of potential alternatives or clinical intentions that they're trying to communicate. So I think that could actually be a helpful way to think about it in a medical domain, both like in a diagnosis task or in a communication task.
I mean, it appears that even current conversational agents have that context sensitivity where occasionally, instead of answering a question, it will ask a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Did you mean this or did you mean that? And building upon that idea more and then sort of keeping many possibilities around it seems like the right way.
Let's go over to this mic, and please introduce yourself first.
Yeah, Anoop, and really getting interested in this area. So a big question that I keep ruminating over is, well, as they say, right, in statistics is you can have lies, damn lies, and then statistics. That's what someone said. Now with AI and models that are black boxes, as Manish said, it's like we don't even know, or we can't even investigate and verify the lies that data scientists could probe into. So instead of like ground truth and ground lies, what are the thoughts about ground education, grassroots level education, before this becomes a fire hose, or it has already become a fire hose of applications, and to make it accessible actually, because there are benefits to all this. But you don't want, you want AI to help you make decisions, but you want to take the judgment yourself. You want to make the judgment yourself. So what are your thoughts on this rambling of a question?
Michael.
They want me to ramble. Okay. Ben showed this morning a picture of a terminal that investors use, right? This is what we'd refer to as an expert user interface. You don't just throw someone in front of that, right? They get training. They know how to interrogate it, how to manipulate it. I think that when there are some contexts in which what you want is an expert user interface, the command line terminal being another example. Photoshop. Many of these tools are not designed for sort of just walk up, click, and wow, now there's a picture of Manish looking young and really vibrant and so on. I think what part of Manish was complaining about was that it didn't make him look young and vibrant. No, was that it was trying to. He didn't have controls, right? There was no expert user interface here, right? And I think where we sometimes get into trouble is that we can't even succeed at that. It's hard to wrap, Windows icons, mouse pointers, WIMP interfaces around something that's even where we have complete control. But now we're in a situation where we don't have complete control, and now we're trying to create a very simplified user interface on top of it, and we're just building on top of sloppy foundations a little bit. Now it's not clear, as Manish pointed out, that we currently know how to do any better. But I think that if in those situations where it's sort of like end user applications, it's not even clear to me how we identify the lies, the damn lies in the statistics, or help someone do it. You know, there's great work in the School of Education looking at misinformation identification, and the basic answer is like, don't go deep, go broad. Look at who said this and who else said what. And I feel like we don't have those similar kinds of techniques. I couldn't tell a designer do this to overcome that issue.
Right, but you do emphasize the need for education, and basically before it gets out or has started getting out to the people, and like we missed the boat on social networks and information and verifying that information, but there's an opportunity here to catch things before, instead of electricity, it becomes the fire, as it was said this morning.
I think the question is where you want to add friction in the system. Where do you intentionally want to make things harder or slower in order to guarantee sort of the cognitive amplification and not the wildfire, right? There are times where you need to slow down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go over to this side of the room.
Thank you. This, going back to Genevieve's
Can you
comment.
say your name again?
Oh, sorry, Laura Wilson. Coming back to Genevieve's comment this morning about getting to the productive discomfort. And Melissa, I'm wondering about were you just observing, or were you a participant in some guide rules? And where they started, within a company culture with the profit is, there's a lot of common ground to start those two teams, but they were speaking different languages. So as the conferences had so many all these different discussions coming back to how does we address this translation between different disciplines, I'd love to hear how that groundwork might be applied and all these great other examples that we're hearing.
Yeah, that talk was so great this morning. I really appreciated it. So thanks for bringing it up and giving me a chance to talk about it. So you called out things that I would say. So a company culture, they were already on all of the same systems. People had self-selected to be in that company together. So a lot of the work had already been done, but it was still very hard for them to translate across their. It seemed like it ended up just being like their occupational mental models. So what the data scientists cared about so much was, standardization, measurement, modeling, formalization, and what the fashion buyers cared about was just solving the problems that they needed to solve. So the structure that allowed them to work together was really just a human-centered design, sort of like over time. And I think the data scientists' mental model was that they needed to understand the mental model of their users. So their prototype sessions would be in front of the user interface, and they would just be talking about it and gesturing to it and sort of, having that boundary object where they were able to, that's what helped them kind of translate across it. The data scientists were also willing to change a lot of things even after they had sort of realized that it was going to be a constrained optimization. Like they were willing to change so many things in the UI and change so many things in the algorithmic interface so that the users would be able to use it in the way that felt better to them. So having spaces, the prototyping spaces, I think, was where most of the translation work happened between the two occupations. And I mean, it took a long time. It was like a year process before, they had the going system, and then it was like 6 months before they had actualized business results. So it took a long time, I think, is the other answer. I don't know, any thoughts on translation, or Michael?
Okay, let's go over here.
Hi, good afternoon. Carlos from UC Berkeley. I had a question for Michael on the practice of this juror selection that you were making to kind of have more inclusivity on the data processes. How, I understand that from a research perspective, this is something that you can maintain long term, and you can actually have as sort of a case study for inclusivity in more democratic decisions. But how practical and sustainable is this in a more commercial sector or in a more professional setting that's not research focused, where you want to make sure that you are having inclusive selection of the data that you're using to train your models, but you also need to have that time frame in mind, and you cannot cover all these different categories of people that you might be looking for. So how do you make that decision in a commercial side?
two quick observations about that we saw through the project. One is because of the way that this model works. Now, if you don't have any people representing some group in your data set, you kind of got to go get them. But if you do anywhere, then it's immediate, right? There's no retraining needed. Like, so the sort of cost, quote unquote, in that sense to the organization is very low. I think often, really all that's happening, like the mental trick of this project at some level is like getting people to ask aspirationally, who are we? Or who do we want here, right? And I think often you get more pro-social responses than when people don't stop and reflect on that. So often those folks are in the data sets already. In fact, everything I showed was essentially on top of a data set that already exists that we didn't publish, that other people collected. Like, this happens, but people just haven't been thinking about it correctly. The other sort of practical response I would give is that it turns out this actually produces like better performance as well. Again, turning back to Salima's comment earlier about what we measure matters. On something like comment toxicity classification, and you're trying to predict, and you have a state-of-the-art model that's trying to predict the aggregate label, the performance on that is lower than through the model that we use, because it turns out that knowing something about who's being asked to render the response gives you a lot of predictive power. So if you simply do it this way, you actually taste great, more less filling kind of response, where it turns out that if you do it this way, you're actually modeling the phenomenon better as well, and so your performance gets better. Now, I think there are power and structural issues that I'm not addressing here, which is within an industry context, are there potential liability issues if we make explicit who our jury ought to be? Should we be forced to publish that? If we don't and we know who the jury is, can that be a cause for like a lawsuit and discovery? Sometimes there's this sort of legal maneuver of like we can not know intentionally. And that I don't have a direct response to, but I do think that there are many situations where there might or ought to be such a better answer.
Thank you.
Okay, I was just going to make a plug for the folks online. Ask questions, because Russ will call on you if it's a good one. Let's take one more over here before we go online. Jeff?
Hi, Jeff Bigham, Carnegie Mellon University. So really great panel, really great talks. I guess one question I had is, it seems like a theme today has been that the problems are more complicated than we thought, that a lot of the kind of manual, kind of intensive design work, understanding your users, and iteration turns out to be really important. Who would have thought? But I wonder, so is the right way to think about it that foundation models and some of these really amazing things which people have pointed out are amazing many times today, is it that they sort of give us this false sense of efficacy, so they get us really close but not quite there? And if that's something like the truth, then what's really changed? So has something about the design process actually changed because of these advancements? Or is it pretty much the same, we're just rediscovering that because we got kind of tricked by how good these things kind of work out the box, even though they're not good enough?
Yes.
I would claim maybe those things are good to help us to actually prototype the things that we want to understand better, but maybe they won't be sufficient to ship the real product that's good enough for what we think are the metrics that we think are necessary for good human impact.
Yeah, I mean, one sort of mental game we can play here is like, we have these continuous changes in the performance of the measures. Where are the qualitative changes in user behavior, right? It's not continuous. I've talked too much, so I would like others to speak.
I agree, actually, I would build on that. So I'm not a HCI researcher, so the framework that you're describing I might be getting wrong. The long tail of automation seems alive and well, is maybe what you're saying, yes. And I think what Michael's saying is the same thing that I observed, which is there was a lot of interaction, but there was this phase shift, which I think is what you're saying, right? When it finally got together, and the computational power was it was staggering. It was I can't believe they could do that in a second, and it used to take them 6 months of manual labor to do it. So maybe long tail of automation, is that what you're saying, is alive and well, and you're saying the computational phase shift when it finally clicks together is pretty cool. So it feels like that Jeff is saying that we know that. Yeah, that's right. True.
I would also just caution, I feel like it's early days, and it's pretty hard to make a conclusion whether it's going to work or not when we've only publicly seen a few of these models so far. Do we have a question?
So this is from Nupur Ravel, and it's for Melissa, although others may have comments. And it's, could you speak more to the intuition, gut aspect of the datafied worker? So I think the knowledge worker who became dataficated. That's my verb. A lot of value of experts and their immunity in the face of new tech lies in the uniqueness of their judgment and the bets that they make. So did they develop intuitions about the new tech that was mediating their work in the same way, and I'm adding this, in the same way that they had intuitions pre-existing about how to make bets in their informal theories of the actual domain? So did they use that trick again?
Yeah, oh, interesting. So that is a great question. Thank you for asking it. I think the intuition that the fashion buyers had at the start, so it actually kind of reminded me of Moneyball. I think that's like a book and a movie that people are possibly familiar with. So where like baseball coaches would be like, this baseball player is going to be really good. I just have a gut. And they would sort of miss a lot of different characteristics or metrics that would actually predict the team being successful. So I think that the fashion buyers were sort of similar. They would like see a pair of, like an item of clothing and be like, that's going to be cool. But they weren't thinking about like the whole inventory. It's hard to model a whole inventory just with your mind. So it was that sort of, their intuition was really focused on items, not inventory. And the algorithm helped them do inventory in a way that was more systematic and measurable. So it was a very different sort of way of making decisions, intuition based on single versus systematic, like inventory, like a system of clothes almost. And then I think the second question, or like the actual question was, did they develop intuition around the technology? I think what changed the more that they used the technology is they were more willing to take the recommendation. The recommendations tended to focus them more on like known performers and would have them kind of buy in more on known performers. Over time, they were willing to follow the recommendations, and they started to recognize that that would buy them some room to experiment and some room to play around with. So I think that they developed expertise in using it strategically to do the stuff they wanted to do. So follow the recommendation on the easy stuff, experiment on the stuff that was like cooler fashion for them. So if you want to, so I think that was like expertise with the technology. I don't know if I would call that intuition per se.
Great.
I had just quick clarification. Is the data that they're looking at only their own sales data, or are they looking across the industry, and does that lead to kind of even more of this fast follow cycle of following trends really quickly?
Yeah, it was their own historical data.
Just their own data.
Sales data,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, their data science team was very research R&D focused, so they were doing cool stuff with like pulling computer vision of like Fashion Week and stuff like that. But the one that I was looking at was just the historical data.
Okay, we had another question over here.
On intuition. And sometimes it can actually be worse having that intuition, because a lot of the physicians that we saw, and even the patients, relied a lot more, I think, on Google Translate than they should have. And I think a lot of that is because of their past experiences, which might have been while traveling or like translating a menu that worked pretty well. And so people develop this intuition that this works pretty well, whereas when you look at the data, it actually works really worse. And so I think that, and there were even, we found one case where there were some recommendations for how to use Google Translate in a medical setting, and it had recommendations like use the back translation to check. And there's been some research on it with mixed results, sometimes showing the back translation is even worse, because what the model misunderstands, it then misunderstands again in the back translation. And so you get the correct thing back, but the other thing was just completely rubbish and had nothing to do with the meaning. And so I think that intuition can be a little bit of a dangerous thing. And it's important, I think someone talks about education, I think testing, frameworks, institutions that can, do these larger scale evaluations and then teach people how you should be using this, how you should be evaluating it, when and how to use it, and where the liability lies, I think is going to be really important moving forward.
And you said that revealing the accuracy maybe not be the right thing, but we probably do actually know, like the numbers you showed, the accuracy between different pairs of languages.
Yeah.
So, those people might get the wrong intuition because they translated English to French when they went to Paris.
Exactly.
And it seemed to work good, but they had never really tried Mandarin
Exactly.
before.
So there's a big difference across high resource and low resource languages, and also languages that are further apart. English-Spanish works pretty well. But then the interface doesn't show you any difference, so it's still the exact same interface of this text is the equivalent of this text. Whereas, for instance, in Farsi, we were just testing a data set of conversations that a physician had had with the patients, and the Farsi was just rubbish. It just didn't mean anything. And some of the times, the back translation actually was the exact same thing, but it just wasn't working in the Farsi. But again, the interface will show you no difference, and I think that's a big problem.
Okay. So I know you've been waiting a while. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Betty Xiong. So my question is, in the absence of a consensus, for example, if there's no ground truth, like in medicine, there's a lack of gold standard in many cases where clinicians don't even agree with each other. How do we establish good metrics around this or a proxy thereof?
So there's a really interesting paper out of Google AI Research. Carrie Kay was the lead author, where they looked at onboarding of a diagnosis tool with physicians. And so they brought physicians in, they showed them this diagnosis tool. I think it was for cancer diagnosis from images, and then they asked them, so what questions do you have if you were going to actually use this? And one of the most salient questions that all the physicians asked was, the person who coded this data, where did they go to school? And I thought that was just fascinating. I think it has a lot to do with how physicians actually think in a context where they have to make these decisions, they have to be pragmatic. You know, yes, I know that this tool has errors. Almost every tool that I use has errors. And you know, I rely a lot on my colleagues. If they have doubts about something, they will assemble you know, a group of colleagues. They care a lot about where someone went to school. And so I think there's a lot to think about there in terms of in other kinds of settings where we have these uncertainties, but also really, really high stakes. What are things that we can learn from how we've been doing it so far that may be translatable?
We had a really interesting thing happen after we published this work, where a researcher at UC San Francisco, who's medical researcher, reached out to us and said, "Well, no, I don't care about like figuring out what the optimal jury is of like different kinds of medical specialties, but what I do want to be able to do is actually sort of put on different tinted glasses and see what like a radiologist would see when they look at this image versus what an oncologist would see when they look at this image, and so on." So I think that there are, you know, again, human augmentation answers here that may be appropriate.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Professor Paredes.
Hi, my name is Pablo Paredes, University of Maryland. So I'm curious about how much bias it's actually tolerable for humans to operate in real life, because we learn to be biased such that we don't have to make so many decisions on an everyday basis. That's why we're like, you know, our emotions are limited in how we describe them, our feelings are limited. Is there a point where we show people too much information, too many choices, and then they eventually, this paradigm of choice breaks it and say, I just want to be indoctrinated, right? You know, help me up, because, you know, it's too much for me to decide, and I just need somebody to tell me what to do.
Yes.
Could it backfire? Yeah.
So there was an article that we just published that was looking at, it was kind of a counterintuitive finding about explainable AI. In this case, it was, again, in fashion allocators were being shown a lot of information. And when they were given a lot of information, the kind that like an explainable AI person would say they should be given, they started to override their own previous judgments. They would like make judgments that were different. And when they learned, the thing that eventually in this setting sort of helped with that problem is when they saw that their peers were involved in the development of the system, then they started just taking the recommendation versus needing to like sort of see all of the information. I think you're asking a different question, just people looked at me, so I was like giving you, that's in fashion. I think you're talking about social bias. So this was an instance where like too much information was making people make bad fashion allocation, bad decisions, like just things that they themselves would not have picked previously. So there's an example that bought you time to talk about misinformation.
If I could interject, though, in medicine where I work, there are systems that want to explain, want to be interactive, and the doctors who have 12 minutes to see the patients say, just give me the answer. And when I want to learn for continuing medical education, you can explain it to me there when I'm getting credit for my CME. So It's true, and that's a real, they have very little patience when they're in the trenches. And so time and resource urgency can change people's reaction to these systems.
I think it just depends on what the situation is. It's design, and it's going to depend on whether that task needs that control or not. And you're right, there isn't one answer.
Yeah, I mean, some blissful ignorance goes a long way too sometimes.
Okay. So anyways, with that, I want to thank the panelists for a great conversation. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes for another demo of GIMO, and then our final panel of the day. So there's some snacks out here. See you soon at 3:15. We'll start again.
Thank you for being in the room. There are some of our colleagues who haven't even gotten into the room yet. We're going to have our second demo of the day. It's called GIMO, or Gaze-Informed Human Motion Prediction. It's presented by Yang Zhang, a PhD student in computer science, working with my colleague Leo Gibas. Yang?
Hi everyone, my name is Yang. I'm a first-year PhD student at Stanford, and thanks for introducing me. Today I'm pretty happy to be here to present our work GIMO, Gaze-Informed Human Motion Prediction in Context. And firstly, I'd like to introduce some background of this work. We know that human motion prediction can actually benefit a lot of applications to build better human-machine interactions. And here is an example. You can see in this picture, an exoskeleton equipment is used to help a paralyzed patient walk again. But usually, this is implemented by implanting some micro device into a human brain for recording the electronic signals so that the patient can control the exoskeleton motion. But it's not always good and safe because it might cause some damage to the human brain. And how could we find a better way to do this? If we look into a more science fiction scenario, that is the Iron Man movie, we know that there is an artificial intelligence system called Jarvis. So whenever the Iron Man wants to do some fantastic things, he will just call Jarvis, and Jarvis will figure out the future motion and help the Iron Man to plan the motion, which gives Iron Man some superpower to fight against his enemies. So motivated by this, what we are trying to do here is to build such an intelligent system for reasonable human motion prediction based on understanding of the human's intention. But however, it has long been a big challenge. To this end, previous works have focused on long-term motion prediction in 3D scenes or from egocentric image inputs. But I think the main problem of those methods is that the predictions are quite ambiguous. For example, in a 3D scene input, a subject might want to sit on a chair or lie in the bed, which means there can be multiple candidates, but you don't know which one best fits the user's intention, the user's purpose. And another urgent problem is those methods are usually limited to simple actions due to a lack of data. And in our work, we aim at tackle those problems. And to solve the challenge of ambiguity in motion prediction, actually we need to incorporate more useful information to infer the human's intention. Here, we find that the human's eye gaze can actually serve as a good proxy for understanding their intention in daily activities. And you can see in the images, the red dot is the human's eye gaze, which means the subject is looking at that point. You can see in this 3D environment, the two motion trajectories align well initially, but their destinations are quite different. However, we can see the eye gaze of the subject reveals his intention, which could help to disambiguate motion prediction. Yeah, so we propose to use the eye gaze data as well as the 3D scene to predict intention-aware human motion. To this end, we collect a large-scale data set called GIMO, which provides the 3D scene, the human gaze, and the corresponding human motions. Yeah, so let me introduce our GIMO data set. You can see here, our data set provides human motions in daily scenarios collected in common indoor scenes. Yeah, and we contribute high-quality motion data, including both the body poses and the detailed hand poses. We can see some video for better visualization. And here in the left video, the red dot is the human's eye gaze. yeah, the human is moving in the 3D scene, and we collect those motions in those daily activities. Yeah. And from the gaze data, we can see it actually tells us how the subject wants to move in the 3D scene. They move to a destination and avoid those collisions and obstacles in the environment. So we believe the gaze data is informative for a reasonable human motion prediction. To collect this data set, we use HoloLens 2 headset to capture the egocentric images and the gaze. And we use an IMU-based motion capture suit to get the human motion in 3D environment. As the result, we propose such a large-scale data set, including many, many egocentric images with human gaze and the corresponding motions in the 3D environment. Yeah, now that we have the data, we can develop some AI algorithms for gaze-informed human motion prediction. Like I mentioned in the first slide, that is the Jarvis-like artificial intelligence system. And here is the pipeline of our method. The input is the 3D gaze, the 3D scene, as well as the corresponding human motions. From those inputs, we want to predict the future motion of the human. And here, I won't go to too many details, but long story short, the key idea in our pipeline is the feature fusion module, where we can incorporate those multimodal information effectively. You know that the gaze and the motion data, they actually come from different modalities. So to this end, we firstly extract those motion features, the scene feature volume, and the gaze feature using deep neural networks. And then we propose such a transformer-based architecture to incorporate those multimodal features together. Yeah, here we propose a cross-model transformer. Finally, we combine those features together and feed that into a positional encoded predictive transformer to output the future motion. Yeah, all right, let's see some motion prediction results. And here we evaluate the destination pose error and the path pose error. We show that the gaze information can help to significantly improve the human prediction accuracy. And I'd like to show some visualization results to better understand the role of gaze in predicting human motion. And here, in this case, the subject wants to sit on that certain point of the sofa. You can see with the gaze information, our method predicts quite reasonable results where the human sits exactly on that sofa point. And in this case, the guy there wants to grab something on the wall. And without the gaze inputs, you can see the results are pretty random and far from the ground truth. But with the gaze inputs, our method predicts the most reasonable motion. Yeah, so the results is pretty interesting. And finally, we also perform a human evaluation to better show how gaze could help us to tell the user's purpose. Here we ask some human subjects to predict the destination of the motion based on the egocentric video they have seen. Here we can see this egocentric video, but there is no gaze there. Based on this, we might have like multiple guesses of the future motion. For example, the guy might walk directly to that chair, or he might turn left, but everything is possible. And here, even someone thinks that the guy is interested in that clothes. But if the egocentric videos provide eye gaze, we can see our human can be much more confident to say that guy wants to sit on the chair. So I think that's how gaze can help us, can help the artificial intelligence system to predict the human motion. Yeah, and as the conclusion, we collect such a high quality data set with gaze, human motion, and 3D scene. We propose a novel architecture to predict accurate human motions. Also, we verify the effectiveness of eye gaze data in improving human motion prediction. For the future works, we aim at like more natural human motion prediction and stuff like this, we might also want to test the AI algorithms on the real exoskeleton equipment. So you can imagine that maybe we don't need to implant some device into the human brain. We can just ask the subject to tell where he wants to go just by using his eyes. So I think that could be some possible applications of our work. Yeah, that's all of my talk. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Yang. Very exciting. Next, we have our final panel of the day, Human-Centered AI Health, Augmentation, and Assistance. I would like to introduce our speakers to the stage. Wow, very well-behaved speakers. Meredith Ringo Morris, come on up. Jeff Bigham, Carla Pugh, and Tanzim Chowdhury. Meredith is a principal scientist at Google Brain, an affiliate professor at the School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington. Jeff is an associate professor at the School of Computer Science, the Human-Computer Interaction Institute, and the Language Technologies Institute, all at Carnegie Mellon. Carla is a professor of surgery and the director of the Technology-Enabled Clinical Improvement Center at the School of Medicine. And finally, Tanzim is a professor in integrated health and technology at Cornell Tech. So let's start, and if Meredith, if you would start.
And which is the good clicker?
The good clicker. It's the one with the green button. Try that.
Right. Wonderful, thank you. Focusing AI research on accessibility challenges can help us advance the state of the art in AI and human-computer interaction while addressing societally meaningful problems. So today, I'm going to give 3 examples of challenges in accessible technology that I believe we can be focusing on. First, why should we care about accessibility? So worldwide, more than 1 billion people are disabled. In the United States, that's 1 in every 5 adults, according to the US Census. So in addition to reaching that audience, accessible technologies can actually benefit us all. We often think only of people with long-term disabilities, such as congenital or acquired disabilities, but all of us benefit from access technology because of temporary and situational impairments that we experience. For example, someone pushing a baby stroller temporarily has reduced mobility and agility and can benefit from the same curb cuts and ramps that a lifetime wheelchair user might also benefit from. In the space of AI technology, think about AI-generated captions for YouTube. Those are vital for people who are deaf and hard of hearing, but they also benefit all of us when we have situational impairments, like being in a noisy environment, or when we want to search the web, and now there's better metadata that makes a video more easily indexed for search. So let's go to another example of a challenge that can improve the state of the art in both AI and HCI, which is thinking about automatic alt text for images. So alt text is a kind of metadata that describes an image for people who are blind that access their computer with a screen reader. So here I'm using Google Slides interface to add alt text to this picture, saying, this is Mary at a 4th of July parade standing in front of a costumed man on stilts. This is great, but the problem is that most people don't bother to add this metadata to their images. In fact, research by Jeff Bigham and his colleagues has shown that on popular websites, fewer than half of images have alt text at all. And much of the alt text is low quality, like just the word image or a file name. As well as having done studies that show that on social media sites, the problem is even worse. For example, on Twitter, fewer than 0.1% of images have alt text. So in order to scale up image accessibility to the entire web, we need AI to automatically generate captions. But this introduces a lot of problems and challenges. So for example, here's a screenshot of PowerPoint's AI system trying to caption my same image. It says, I think it's Nikki Hilton posing for the camera, and they seem happy. So first of all, there's an obvious error, which is I am not celebrity heiress Nikki Hilton. I assume it thinks that because of the sunglasses. I really don't know. But let's pretend it said, I think it's a woman posing for the camera, and they seem happy. That is technically correct. A lot of our automated metrics that we've been criticizing today would say that is correct. But there's a big challenge, right? What details are we missing in the caption? And how does an AI system decide which of these details are relevant to include? Those of us who can see the image can suggest all sorts of missing information. The man on stilts is an obvious one, but there's more. You can probably guess where I went to school. Anyone? Right, my t-shirt says Stanford. I got my PhD at Stanford. You might be able to guess what day this photo was taken. Anyone? It's the 4th of July. We're all wearing red, white, and blue. What kind of event am I at? It's a parade. There's people in the background. You might even be able to make guesses about where in the country I am or am not. I'm not in California because there's not palm trees. I'm not in Seattle because there's not conifers. I'm visiting my parents on the East Coast. So how can AI systems surface the correct details at the correct time to screen reader users? Another challenge is how we encourage appropriate skepticism of the output of these AI systems among vulnerable user populations who cannot verify the output of the system with their own senses. So this is an image from a study we did a few years ago where we had experienced users of Twitter who were blind screen reader users consume a series of tweets with accompanying images. And the images were labeled by an AI system. People were warned repeatedly that the AI made mistakes. The captions include things like here, Hillary sends a tweet about her campaign. It's a photo of her getting on stage at her campaign, and the AI system describes the photo. I'm not really confident, but I think it's a man doing a trick on a skateboard at night. And despite all these signals that the AI could be wrong, we warned them at the start of the study. It says I'm not really confident. The caption makes no sense as something Hillary Clinton would say. People would rate all of these suspicious captions as being trustworthy. And they would invent complicated rationales for doing so, like, well, I know Hillary's probably trying to appeal to the youth vote, so maybe she's tweeting the skateboarder to appeal to a hip, young demographic. And a lot of AI research is really focused on how we get people to rely on AI systems. But instead, we need to think about how to overcome automation bias and have people more appropriately consider the results. Another challenge we see, which is going to be highlighted in the poster session this evening by PhD student Elisa Christ from the Stanford Linguistics Department, is again around metrics and metrics that matter. So the screen reader user may need a different alt text for the image depending on where the image appears. The same image can be used in multiple contexts. So if we have here a photo of a gazebo with a sculpture in front, you might describe the sculpture in great detail in the Wikipedia article on sculpture. But if you're illustrating an article on architecture, you might instead focus more on the details of the gazebo. And current metrics like clip score that we're optimizing these vision to language systems for do not accurately capture this kind of context sensitivity, which matters a lot for end user applications. Let's turn to another example of an accessibility challenge that can really drive forward HCI and AI, which is augmentative and alternative communication. So AAC technologies are something that people with severe motor or speech disabilities often rely on. And in our work, we work with people with ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, which is a neurodegenerative disorder where people gradually lose motor control, including speech. And people typically retain eye gaze control. So they communicate by using their eyes to select words, select characters typically from an on-screen keyboard, and then that is rendered aloud as text to speech. And this is painfully slow. So typical English conversation is around 200 words a minute. Typical eye gaze typers are usually getting closer to 10 words a minute. Character-based text entry improvements aren't going to get us where we need to get. So again, we need AI to scale up communication beyond characters to the word or phrase level. And there's a lot of exciting possibilities out there. So my colleague Sean Kane and I explored using computer vision to augment communication. People often want to talk about objects, places, people in their immediate surroundings. We can use vision to language technology to identify some of those likely sources of conversation and suggest words or phrases. So in this keyboard, the prediction bar on top shows next word prediction based on the language model in white, like the, we, I. And it shows words predicted by the vision system in orange: building, road, street. But again, just going from characters to words won't get us the speed up we need. But now with generative language models, we can take those objects we recognize in the photo and move up a level to entire phrases. So if we see this image of the bus stop, we could suggest the word bus, but we can also suggest, when is the bus coming? How much does the bus cost? But again, these advances in AI suggest new challenges in human-computer interaction. How do we ensure that this kind of communication is really authentic in the user's own voice, the style in which they would choose to communicate and feel empowered? Another alternative way we could use emerging language models to support communication is by creating new abbreviation schemes or shorthand schemes. So for example, using Google's Lambda model, which is similar to GPT-3, we can create a shorthand where people only type the first character of every word in a sentence. So this eliminates 80% of the eye gaze keystrokes. And if we use the prior turns in the conversation to help prompt the model, this actually really helps reduce error quite a bit, and we can get decent results. So if someone says, "Where's the dog?" and I type IIPITB, then the model can predict it is playing in the backyard, and I can have that full sentence uttered on my behalf. But again, this brings up all sorts of challenges, not just about authenticity of voice. How close does the expansion have to be to what I actually had in mind to be good enough? When the system does suggest errors in a case like this, they can be catastrophic errors that are very different than the kinds of errors you get with character by character, text entry, or simple next word prediction, which creates, again, a lot of challenges for our community. The last example I'll give is about reading and writing support tools for people with cognitive disabilities like dyslexia. So dyslexia is a spectrum disorder in which different people experience different clusters of symptoms to different degrees, including difficulties with reading comprehension, writing, spelling, and math. And as many as 15 to 20% of English speakers experience dyslexia to some degree. So we worked together with a team of Googlers who have dyslexia to identify ways in which AI models could support professional writing tasks. And so we built a system called Lamppost. And I'll just go into one of the features here, which is the ability to highlight a passage of text and say, rewrite this text to be fill in the blank. So you could put anything in that blank. Rewrite it to be more concise. Rewrite it to sound more professional. Rewrite it to be more funny. Rewrite it to be at an 8th grade reading level. And then the system gives the user a series of choices that meet that criteria that they could choose to substitute back into their writing. And the reason we provide the choices is, again, to preserve user autonomy and authenticity of their voice and have them still feel like they are in control of writing. But that poses a trade-off, right, in terms of time and cognitive effort, particularly for people with dyslexia, where reading itself is a challenge. So how do we balance that tension between the autonomy and the error-checking capability of providing choice versus this overhead in time and cognitive effort? So let's recap a little bit here. Hopefully I've convinced you that accessibility challenges are exciting and socially meaningful challenges that can also serve to drive forward AI and HCI while focusing on problems that really matter to end users. And all these problems can impact not only people with disabilities, but the larger population. Automatic alt text, vital for people who are blind, also provides metadata that improves image and video search for all of us. Accelerating AAC communication is critical if you're only typing at 5 words per minute with your eyes. But new communication techniques and input technologies can benefit all of us, say for faster input on a mobile phone or with a voice interface in the future. And writing support tools are critical for entry into the professions and success in education for people with cognitive disabilities, but again, stand to change how all of us communicate in the future in the same way that spelling and grammar check tools have become part of our mainstream usage. Looking across all of these, wrong button. Looking across all of these examples, again, we see themes for how we as a field need to think about these challenges going forward. One is that interdisciplinary research teams are so important here. We need experts in design, experts in user interface, experts with deep expertise in different areas of NLP, computer vision, natural language, as well as experts in healthcare, disability studies, education. And I think the Stanford HAI program is a great example of starting to create those kinds of interdisciplinary teams at the university level. We need to think about better approaches for participatory and community-based design. If you think about populations of people with disabilities that we want to work with, often these are very small populations, right? ALS impacts 1 in every 50,000 people. How do we involve those communities in the research while not overtaxing them? How do we handle error? For example, what's the right threshold for what level of performance is acceptable for a community that might really need the technology to be life-changing, but also for a community that might be more vulnerable to errors in the technology? How do we define safety for AI technologies in a way that's not naive or infantilizing? For example, our AAC communicators using today's AI models are unable to say curse words or talk about taboo topics like the fact that they might enjoy smoking because those are filtered out by safety filters in our models. That is taking away the autonomy of adults who should be able to talk about their interests the same way you and I can. Maybe HCI approaches like value-sensitive design can be employed to give more nuanced understandings of safety. How do we make sure we're optimizing for metrics that matter to end users instead of what's easy to measure? That's a theme you've heard a lot of times today. We've seen some of that with Elisa's work on CLIP score, and that continues to be a challenge in many areas of AI. And finally, how do we make sure that we have representation of data from people with disabilities in data sets, which are necessary to create inclusive technologies that really work, but that pose privacy risks to users by sharing their data online, particularly for small user communities where it might be easy to re-identify someone. So I'll leave you with those thoughts to think about, and I want to make sure to thank all my colleagues from Google Research, Microsoft Research, and the many university interns and students we collaborate with who did a lot of the work I discussed.
Sorry about this. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff Bigham from Carnegie Mellon University. Fortunately, Mary gave this great introduction to my talk, or at least part of it. I'm going to talk about accessibility. But the other thing I want to talk about is to kind of play with this idea of loops. So, the theme of the conference is AI in the loop. I've bristled in the past a little bit about kind of the ML community's new fascination with human in the loop. Like, humans are always in the loop. They decide the problems. They decide how we approach them. They decide the data we collect. They annotate it. They build the user interfaces, and they are the ultimate end users. But it turns out that both the ML and HCI communities actually do embrace this idea of loops. So we all know that progress is not made in pure linear fashion. We always kind of loop around. And so today I want to talk about this in the context of image descriptions, which Mary already introduced, tell you a bit about kind of the journey, not only about convergence towards solutions, but also divergence in that pseudo-random path that we follow through this, and how it can help us uncover, re-remember, and better understand both the humans and the loops that we're enabling. All right, so loopy foundations. So like I said, both HCI and AI know loops, but sometimes we're talking about different things. All right, so in HCI, we often talk about human-centered design, where we design, we prototype, and we evaluate. In ML, we talk about active learning, where we train a model, we figure out what kind of examples, we do a query, we figure out what examples might mess up that model, we collect and annotate that data, and then we append it to retrain the model, make it better. And then in interactive systems, we're often kind of interacting with the ML, where the ML is making predictions. People are somehow in this loop where they're verifying, editing, erasing, getting rid of whatever it's done, and then we kind of go back and do it again. And so all of these kind of simplistic loops, anyway, think a lot about convergence. So we're all kind of converging towards our solution, our interaction. But I also think it's really interesting to think about divergence. And so design often thinks about divergence. And so you saw this with Jodi's talk where she mentioned the double diamond, right? So we expand the ideas that are possible, and then we kind of narrow in. And so I want to talk about how some of our divergences can actually lead to more interesting and I think more profound ways to think about how people might want to solve problems or the people that are involved. And so I'm going to do this through a very abbreviated version of 17 years of image description. So I realized when putting together this talk that I've actually worked on this problem for 17 years. And it's a deceptively simple problem. So this idea of going from something visual to a textual description. And it's really useful for a variety of reasons. So people who are blind need access to images online, access to visual information out in the world. It turns out that a lot of what we do as researchers is put our results into PDF documents, which are visual and only made accessible by image description. Even this talk, you wouldn't have known that there was a picture of a tree, and the description says a tree house and a big tree with a wide trunk and a ladder leading up to it, unless I described it. And so it's all over the place, and it's really important. In 2009, I created this iPhone app, which is pretty simple. It allowed users to take a picture, speak a question they want to know about that picture, and then the picture and question were sent off to crowd workers, and in a few tens of seconds, we were able to get answers back from people, not AI, people, to help make whatever people wanted to make accessible. And it got pretty popular. We had a couple thousand people use it, a few hundreds of thousands of questions answered. And it gave us this really interesting loop between people and what they wanted to know through that real world. So they asked all kinds of things. They asked kind of like, what's the sky look like right now? You know, they asked, like, how do I use this interface? So I just want to get coffee, and it's got all these buttons. So how do I use this thing? And so people would try to describe that. There's also a credit card there. You know, basically, what does this outfit look like? You know, fashion advice. We mentioned fashion before. Melissa mentioned fashion. And you know, we had a lot of broken computers. So here's like a broken computer, or basically to where the screen reader that a person who is blind would be using no longer works, and so needs some way to get access to it. So you take a picture of it and ask questions about it. And then we also had pregnancy tests. So that's my last example. What does this test say? And so a huge variety, and maybe not what you were expecting. Maybe that's what you expected to see, but maybe it's not what you expected to see. And so one of the things that we got out of this was that generic image descriptions weren't enough. Mary mentioned context. And so what we took from this was that not a textual description often isn't enough to help a user accomplish what they actually wanted to do. And so we went on a whole bunch of loopy convergences on specific subsets of these problems. So for instance, fashion, we had a whole project, you know, how do we enable people to get fashion advice not from Mechanical Turk workers, but from people who might know what they're doing. We had a whole, and we're still doing this, you know, we had a whole set of projects using computer vision to interpret computers and graphical user interfaces to make those accessible, especially when developers haven't done that. We didn't work on the pregnancy test, but we should have for multiple reasons, one of which that's very important, but the other thing is you look at that test and it's very similar to the COVID tests that were also inaccessible, which came up 8 or 10 years later and became really a bad accessibility problem. One thing I'll talk a little bit more about is that coffee machine example. So we had all these interfaces out in the world. So we think about interfaces on our computer. There's a whole bunch of interfaces out in the world. They're also not accessible. So we went down this whole convergence toward a project called VisLens, which seeked to make those accessible. And the idea was that a person would hold their phone up, they would put their finger on a physical interface, and the system would tell them what was underneath their finger. So that worked kind of like this. Fortunately, there's captions, so even if you can't hear it. We even went as far as helping people who were blind independently create tactile overlays so that they could take a picture of something with a big process, convergence process. We were able to create a system that then enabled a person who was blind to create a tactile interface that they could then attach to a physical interface that they wanted to be able to use. So here's just a picture real quick of one of our participants attaching this tactile interface that they were able to produce. So for their microwave, all the buttons have Braille labels on them. It turns out, though, this data set, so we had, like I mentioned, we had a whole bunch of questions. It turns out that this data set ended up being really interesting and challenging and formed this other kind of loop, which was between us as sort of accessibility researchers and the computer vision research community. And so when we first started working on this in 2009, I talked to some computer vision colleagues like, that is way too hard. We can't answer arbitrary visual questions. Turns out a few years later, people got much more confident. Deep learning happened. And so we were able to put this data set out. We're also able to work with people like Devi Parikh, who was able to use VizWiz as part of the motivation for visual question answering, which was this whole big challenge for the computer vision community. Donna Garari later turned this into a specific challenge with the VizWiz data set that we were able to put out. And now we just had our fourth VizWiz Grand Challenge, where we challenge the computer vision research community to answer these questions, which are exactly the questions asked by people who were blind. And so we're kind of hopefully helping that loop happen. We're also able, via this data set, to loop in developers with the real problems with the users. And so our data set was able to influence in different ways both Microsoft Seeing AI and Google Lookout, which are commercial projects which use computer vision to do a variety of things, one of which is to describe images. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about what does it mean to produce useful, good descriptions, and what would it mean to be designing those descriptions. And it seems like one of the ways you need to do that is designing data sets. So we talked a little bit in various places about how right now a lot of these features, including automatic text generation, are driven by metrics like blue and rouge and these things that kind of don't really capture the meaning behind the image. And so what I've noticed is that if you take these text generation systems in particular, because they can generate so many different things, there's so many design problems that are essentially our design problems that come up as part of thinking through, well, how would you want the system to respond in a particular situation? And so one I'd like to point out, because in some ways it's very small, but it's just illustrative of the myriad different kinds of problems you encounter, is coffee versus tea. And so in VizWiz, we always gave people the instructions that don't guess from pixels. If you can't figure out the answer, kind of go up a level of abstraction. And so what would you do in this case if you can't tell coffee versus tea, which kind of looked similar even from the human perspective? You might go up a level and say, well, it's a brown liquid. But from a perspective of trying to create a nice, delightful image description, saying it's a cup of brown liquid is not very appetizing. And so in this particular case, you might make the decision to go back and say, OK, let's re-annotate this. Let's not say brown liquid. Let's just take a guess at coffee and tea, because getting it wrong isn't that bad. Once you start thinking about image description and the automatic generation of image descriptions in this design-oriented way, you start to immediately think, well, there are people in a lot of these images. How do we describe people? And so in some cases, maybe it doesn't matter too much. This is me and my student, Jason Wu. We just won the random distance run at Carnegie Mellon University. I'm very proud of it. And so you might just say, Jeff and Jason standing at the track. In other cases, you might have much more kind of serious questions about how you do this well. And so while in some cases it would be really dangerous and potentially problematic or even harmful to describe someone's race or gender or other identity aspects that you can't even know from pixels, on the other hand, people who are sighted often make guesses all the time, and it can be kind of important. So what I have here on the screen is two articles, one about abortion and one about Black Lives Matter. Both of them are written by people who appear to be white males, and you might want to know that from that perspective when you're considering this article and what it has to say. So in order to investigate this, we did a large interview study with people who were both screen reader users and also members of other marginalized communities about what they would want out of race, gender, and disability representations in those text descriptions. And there's no easy answers here, but it does hint at it being really difficult. And some of the things that we could do to start making it so that, for instance, using people's names or making it more of an interactive system so that the system doesn't just by default guess, but instead allows the user more power to interrogate. Finally, I don't want to ignore the content creators. And so there's a lot of assistance that we believe ML and AI can do to help assist content creators in doing better. And so this is a picture of me the last time I was at Stanford a few years ago. My students included this in the video they created about this system called Say It All, where I essentially did not say it all, so I did not describe all the visuals. So we did the study, and basically the audio captures are a lot harder. So there's this whole graph here, and I say basically the audio captures are a lot harder. Didn't describe all of the bars, other things. I'm not going to do it today either, because look, I have 13 seconds. Okay, but we have this other system. This is Amy Pavel speaking, which you probably can't hear. But what it's doing is, as it observes via the speech recognition a person talking about different parts of the slides, it highlights those parts in green so that you know, oh, I talked about this text, or I talked about this image. Give people immediate feedback. All right, so my point is that there's a lot of different ways we can think about loops. I think we tend to think about the convergences, but I'm really interested in this idea of the convergence or divergences, where you converge a little bit, it reveals something new, and then you're able to turn that into a new problem or better understanding of people. And so 17 years from now, I might still be working on image description, but that might be okay if what I've done is I've learned a lot with all of my great colleagues, more about the people and more about the loops that we can create to make technology better. So that's it. Thank you.
My first assumption is that because we're at a human AI conference that you all will not mind if I show a few pictures of gory gallbladders. So when you think about the process of exploration in a new area and think about getting several small wins along the way, it can be pretty exciting. But the problem with the small wins is that if you keep getting them, it feels really great. It can actually prevent you from stepping back, slowing down, and revisiting what's the big goal, and then work towards that big win. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of AI in surgery. So everyone knows that AI has gained significant popularity and being useful as a tool to analyze surgical videos. And the big dream and goal was full integration into the surgical workflows so that we could achieve real-time warning capabilities in terms of potential errors, and that we could be fully connected to surgeons worldwide and be able to share tips and tricks amongst the master surgeons. And then think about the dream of precision surgery. This is something that's heavily dependent on seamless and efficient access to value-added information. This is the big goal and the big dream and the promise of AI in surgery. We're still waiting. We are still, I'm a believer, I'm a believer, right? That having access to efficient information about patient anatomy and disease, team coordination, as well as visual data visualization. And I love this picture because mostly I have all of my x-rays, but I have to leave the patient's bedside to go look at it on a screen, and then I come back. What you see in this picture is beautiful, but 90% of us in the operating room are still leaving the patient, walking across the room, looking at the film, and then coming back. And so then you have that visual in your head, and you're trying to project it yourself. But that's the dream, that's the opportunity. And why are we here? Why do we do all this? It's because we want the best patient outcomes. And I'm a surgeon, and I think I'm the best, but I know that I could be better, and I know my colleagues could be better if we all had the right information at the right place at the right time. So let's think about AI and where we are now. So this is an example of the current benefit of AI for surgical videos. This interface allowed my team and I to look at videos, and basically within this software tool made by this company, the 1-hour video is segmented into the most important parts. So nobody wants to watch a 1-hour video just to review what you did. Nobody wants to watch a 4-hour video. You want to go back to that one part that's important to you, getting to that metadata component, and so all of this is based on human annotation, and then the humans tell AI what to do, and then it gets segmented. But when we actually use the tool, we were all pretty skeptical. We're like, great, we already know the steps of the operation. We don't need AI to tell us it. But when we used this interface, what was really exciting was that we were actually able to review 50 videos in an hour. And you know why? Because we decided that we all wanted to look at the critical view of safety and what was the variation in human anatomy and what were the different decisions that surgeons had to make because of that anatomy. And lo and behold, my surgical colleague and I, we had conversations about gallbladder surgery that we had never had before because we had never had the opportunity to look at 50 videos in an hour. And so we were like, wow, look at all of the decisions we were forced to make because the human anatomy was different in each one. The level of inflammation, the arteries were in different places, and you were forced to make those decisions. And nobody knows that. They're just like, oh, just go in there and cut and take it out, but it's all different, and we do think. We're not just carpenters here. So we are so grateful for all of the object detection algorithms and all of the activity detection algorithms. I don't mean to denigrate all of the hard work, because I know many of you in the audience are the ones who designed these. These are small wins that have been very useful. We're not there yet. So what options exist for us to really look at that big picture? And I want to keep talking, but I want to stay in 7 minutes, and I'll let Russ and ask us all the questions. But this is at the point where you get to, how do you get to that big win? So I'll talk about some small wins that we've had in our research lab, because I know that what I do in the operating room, the fullness of what I do and my colleagues, can't be captured by video alone. You don't know. You can look at a video of a procedure that I performed. You have no idea of my force profile. You have no idea of the decisions that I'm making, why I'm making those decisions, the conversation that I'm having with my team members to coordinate them to help get the exposure, the conversation I'm having with the anesthesiologist, and why I am pausing. You have no idea. You cannot get that information from a video alone. So guess what? We're like, okay, we're going to capture as much data as we can from the surgeon. We want to capture audio data, video data from their perspective, multiple perspectives, video data from the laparoscope, the endoscope, any type of video, EEG, motion. We put a number of sensors. I'll just share these 4, but there's more. So audio data, my goodness. We did a study, and what we found in short order was that how surgeons talk during an unexpected event in the operating room predicts the surgical outcome. So, surgeons who use more forward-thinking language and team language, they allow the other people in the room to be able to help them and give more information. I'm talking, you can tell I'm a talker, I love talking. I'm talking in the operating room, and everyone's like, we love operating with you because we know what's happening, my scrub tech. And I'm like, look, that's not the right instrument. I'm struggling. I'm trying to get deeper in the pelvis. Give me the biggest instrument you have on your table, and they love it. And I'm like, yes, let's do this. So the audio data alone matters. So discourse analysis, natural language processing, please add that to the video. I'm making a plea here for those of you who are the brains behind AI and the research. I'm happy to partner. I get it. We're doing our little research on the side, but audio data is just absolutely amazing. Video data, we talked about it, but I have to share this story because I think it's hilarious. So we did this study. We worked with this computer program that they had trained AI to find the critical view of safety, which is this anatomical definition for gallbladder surgery. And we hypothesized, we're like, yeah, okay, we'll take a look. We'll do AI against the surgeons, and we'll have surgeons review the videos, and we'll see what AI says. And we predicted that AI would fail with the grade 5 gallbladders, where the anatomy was really horrible and you couldn't really discern. We were completely wrong. So guess what happened? This is a traditional video that AI was trained with. I don't know if you can see this, but the larger thing here on this side is the cystic duct, and the smaller one's the cystic artery. That's a traditional view that the machine learning programming was used. Obviously, more videos or pictures than this. But it turns out that for the easy cases, the surgeons took shortcuts. And they left a little more fat on both of those structures. And so The AI program said, nope, these surgeons didn't achieve the critical view of safety. And the surgeons who watched the video say, yes, they did. That's so obvious. We know that's a cystic artery in the duct. We're completely wrong. So lesson learned here, human in charge, we actually have to train AI to do the things that are actually useful for us. And it's not just a pretty picture of a fully, cleanly dissected cystic artery and duct. Next picture, this is me in the operating room wearing an EEG sensor. This is my brain during an appendectomy. This is my brain during a cholecystectomy, and I'm not shy. My brain is really beautiful. The dark red areas are actually when the most critical parts of the operation are taking place. You can see that immediately, real time. And that's at the point of no return where we're cutting across structures. This is a real-time video. This is not my brain. This is the person on the top picture. You see them with this headband on. That person is the main surgeon. There's an assistant. This is a simulated operation. This is a resident in training. And when you look at their real-time brain data, the focus part, that first segment is when they're interacting with their assistant and they're preparing the mesh, and there's a lot of suturing and things happening. The second part, where their focus completely changes, is when they take that mesh that they prepped and dump it into the abdomen. I mean, this is real time. This is like real-time data, so you'll see it really quickly. I mean, you think about working with an assistant, you're talking, you're trying to make sure you don't stitch their finger to the mesh, because that's not a good thing. And there's this whole interaction, and so you really focus. And once the mesh, and you'll see it on the bottom screen, once the mesh goes in the abdomen, the brain waves completely change. What this tells me is that I don't need to train AI to segment a video. I could capture the data from a human's brain and see it. And guess what? When you do AI in the training, it takes 3 days to get the feedback. This is immediate. Let's be purposeful, humans in charge, and really use AI where it's purposeful for surgeons. Moving on. Motion data, and I'm going to get some help. Can you play this video for me? I don't have my computer. So this is a novice plastic surgeon. I kind of feel weird saying novice. I mean, if you're a plastic surgeon, you're not really a novice, and you're able to stitch under the microscope. There's suturing. This is a simulated. It's really a piece of chicken. But they're practicing how to do a microvascular anastomosis under the microscope. And they made a critical error in the beginning, that long suture tail. Once they tied it, they pulled it out of the view of the microscope, and then they spent the rest of their time chasing it. Now think about me as an experienced surgeon trying to give feedback to this person who's been 5 years in training. They're like, I know how to put this suture in. I'm doing pretty well. I can't. They're too smart, right? They're too arrogant, right? We are. I admit it, right? And they're like, I know how to do this, and this is great, so I can't give them feedback. This is their motion pattern. They got a little bit of tremor, you see it. Their working volume is a little larger. Can you play the next video? This is a more experienced surgeon. You'll see a big difference. When they're moving slower, that's the one thing we learned. It was so amazing. Everyone thinks like, oh, the master surgeons, they're probably really fast. They move slow when it counts. They speed up on the other areas where it's really simple. You're under a microscope, and they're so purposeful. They move slower, and they finish faster than the other person. This is what their motion pattern looks like. Wow. Okay? So guess what? I could try and explain to that fellow the opportunity lost of all that work that they're doing because that simple rule-based error. I could show them their picture, and now they're ready to learn. This is the right data. So those were my small wins. The big win is all of it together, right? The big win is all of us working together and realizing that one data stream does not describe the complexity and the beautifulness, did I just make for a word, of human anatomy, human team interactions, and human behavior. My goodness, we have so much technology that actually can digitize and find the commonality in what we do, and there's a lot more. But my time is out. And I think the irony is that, yes, there are a lot of surgeons in this space. If we crack the nut on this thing, complex teams, master surgeons, master clinicians, it applies to all practitioners. Anyone who is in procedural medicine who has to deal with complex anatomy, use visualization, use tools, if we figure out this process, it's highly applicable across healthcare, and all the patients will benefit. Huge opportunity. Keep an eye on this space. Invest your money, your time. Keep talking about it. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. So it's a hard act to follow. It's an amazing talk, Carla. I have been working in the space of digital health for a long time, probably more than 17 years, and not in inpatient setting, mostly in settings of everyday life. So how do we use digital tools and digital technology in supporting health and illness in everyday life? And I've looked at it from different perspectives. So I've done research in this space for a long time. I've been involved and I've been very interested in taking the work that we do into the real world. So I've been involved in co-founding a company that is building digital biomarkers for mental health. And more recently, which is probably unusual in this crowd, I've been involved with one of the biggest insurance companies in the United States, United Health Groups, in kind of thinking about how does digital technology and digital tools actually can be deployed at scale. So kind of I'm going to try to bring together the different perspectives in the work that I've done in this space. So we're in Silicon Valley and Stanford, and we always hear about the hopes about how AI and digital technology is going to revolutionize healthcare. This was a very recent such article that was by a few partners in Anderson Horowitz, talking about what is going to be like full stack healthcare delivery look like. There's some really interesting, I think, realizations that come here now before, like, where AI is going to save the world, to saying that we are going to integrate human and software-driven diagnostics, therapeutics, and medication delivery. So it's not just software-driven. Human is a big component to it. And also there is aspects of how do you partner, not just with the physician, but everybody in the healthcare delivery, including healthcare workers. So why has the impact of technology, at least in the digital health setting, been so slow? So some of you may not agree that it's been slow, but I would kind of want to say that there are kind of two main reasons why the impact isn't been as big as it could have been, given the progress. So along with one kind of what Carla has mentioned, that there has been a lot of small wins. And I think there's been some really amazing technology that we have built along the way. But there's a couple of areas that I want to highlight. One is that although, particularly when we are outside of a hospital setting, a lot of our solutions has not reinforced kind of taking care of our illness while living our lives. So as we think about building these solutions, if they're focused on managing our illness, a lot of times they can fail because they are not actually enriching our lives and how we want to live our lives. So there is an imbalance there. And the other aspect is, as we think about our relationship to health and particularly illness, it's not just us on our own. There's a strong partnership and relationship between the clinician and the patient. And that relationship cannot be compromised, or this relationship cannot be thought about in isolation. They're not different, right? So the technology has to support that kind of relationship and the alliance that a patient has with their clinical care team. So I want to kind of highlight a couple of these examples in the context of mental health, in an area where most of my work has been. So the first is in the context, in measurement. Often we refer to it as digital biomarkers. Right now, all of us, many of you are probably wearing some kind of a tracker. I love my Oura ring that I've been wearing. And it gives you a lot of rich information. And those who are invested in their health, or often fairly healthy, will look at it and make lifestyle changes or act on that. But it's been very difficult to relate those digital biomarkers to progression of illness or progression of disease. And how do I manage what are the best actions to take to manage my illness? And that's where although in a clinical context, a lot of focus is on trying to kind of surface those relationships, but we do it in a very generic manner, in a one-size-fits-all. So I think there is an opportunity to kind of bring these things together. So as I said, you have your own choice of what measurement tools that you can use, but I would say that there is two kind of competing visions of how we have been thinking about digital biomarkers. One is we want to learn about a clinical outcome. So for example, in mental health, there are really not that many lab tests for diagnosis. There is a assessment by the clinician and also some patient-reported outcomes. Some of the very common ones are things like PHQ-9 and GAD-7, where the patient reports on their symptoms and you get a score about the severity level. A lot of our solutions have focused on predicting those outcomes, and you can categorize people based on their severity level. But a lot of times these aren't kind of connected back on what can I do about it in a very concrete way that also respects those relationships and our lives that we are embedded in while we're managing our illness. But in psychiatry and there is explicit intent to try to make those connections. So a lot of these psychometric measures that are used to kind of make those connections in terms of symptoms, behavior, and clinical outcome. And what we haven't done is kind of thinking about those, how do we merge those visions, right? So we have a lot of algorithms that are predicting outcomes, but they're somewhat, in varying degrees, still an opaque kind of box where we are not trying to connect it with some of these psychometric measures that allow us to make treatment decisions. So and where we are not explicitly incorporating the knowledge of the disease and the mechanisms, sometimes biological mechanism and other mechanisms that influence our understanding of the disease. There is an opportunity to actually think about the limitation of the psychometric measures, as now we have richer and more continuous tools for looking at biomarkers that we'll miss, right? For example, in depression, you ask the patient to look at, do you feel like you are eating or talking faster or even walking faster? Those are psychomotor changes. Those kinds of things we can measure much more accurately or kind of have better prediction by using the digital tools and sensors that we have. So one of the things that my student Dan Adler and my group is working on is how do we combine, is there a way to unify their vision so that we can get the best of both worlds, so that you have good predictive power, but you also know how to leverage these signals in managing illness. The other aspect is that we talk a lot about explainable AI, which is great, but when you are in a clinical system where, along with like what Carla was mentioning in surgery, and in a lot of cases, if I tell you that all this data that is coming kind of to the clinician, and also maybe we even have realize the vision of psychometric machine learning. We give a lot more, expose the right information to the clinician about why certain inferences were made, or why we think, like, what are the symptoms that are contributing to the person's changes in their mental health state. Unless we tie it with action someone can take, both the clinician and the patient, I think we're going to fall short. So we can create systems that are predicting, in certain cases, psychiatric event, but how do we manage it? And how do we manage it both from a patient and a clinician perspective? I think we have a lot of solutions that isolates them and actually severs the bond of the patient and clinician. There are patient-facing tools, there are clinician-facing tools. But in reality, these are joint kind of effort where they're working together to improve the state. So I would argue that we need to not only understand the clinical outcome and predict clinical outcome, we have to also think about how we are going to embed the solution in a clinical context or a care context, right? In the mental health, one of the areas that we have looked quite a lot on is integrated behavioral health, where you are embedding behavioral health care in primary care so that you are managing a person's physical and mental health jointly. Now, this is an amazing model with a lot of validation. There is also now within Center for Medicare and Medicaid, there are codes that you can bill for a specific type of integrated behavioral model called collaborative care model, where there's the picture on that you see where you have a patient in the center, you have a psychiatrist, supervising psychiatrist whose time you use very efficiently only when needed. You have a behavioral care team that is delivering the therapy, and a primary care practitioner is the main connection point. There has been over kind of close to 100 randomized control trial that have shown the efficacy in terms of outcome or also in terms of cost. Now, these have been limited to mostly academic hospitals, partly because it requires the infrastructure to support such a setup. This is where a lot of the tools that we build can be integrated for scale. A psychiatrist does not have to be embedded in every single clinic. They can be a supervising psychiatrist that is managing multiple clinics. And how do we deliver measurement-based care and connect the patient and physician in different ways is another opportunity for us. And we can improve access, we can improve outcomes, and without actually compromising the relationship between the patient and their clinical team. And this can be done scalably. So this is something that we have been working on as part of kind of the work that I've been involved in within kind of Optum is how can we embed digital technology to support integrated behavioral health care and really use what are the best tools, but also think about how we can not have the continuous connection. And here is the loop. It's actually called Optum Behavioral Loop, is very few solutions these days actually have a continuous connection with the patient and their care team without increasing the clinician burden and engaging the patient. So the goal is how do we design for that? And so the solution has measurement-based care, which is the foundation of integrated behavioral health, which combines it with existing data that you might have. Just the digital signals and biomarkers are not enough, but really being very careful about exposing the signals, not everything, that they know how to take action on. And can deliver care in a holistic manner. And that also reinforces what is often in behavioral care, it's called about therapeutic alliance. So we have to pay a lot of attention to never trying to compromise the alliance and the trust, because there's also studies shows when a physician recommends a certain solution, there is much more likelihood of compliance, engagement, and adoption. So that is a channel that we haven't exploited as much as we could have. So in the end, kind of echoing some of the points that's been already made in this session, that we have some amazing technical solutions, but we can also not only think about clinical kind of research, which a lot of us do, but clinical integration. And once we can do that successfully, we'll be able to really address the needs of how we can solve for illness as well as helping people live their lives and reinforce wellness. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those 4 talks. I'll remind you guys to think about your questions and go to the podium. But until then, I have a few things. So it actually came up as a question in the last session virtually, and we didn't get time to do it. But it's related to small wins and also the CLIP score that you talked about as a kind of artificially focused. And I want to ask this theme has emerged in the second half of today, that human-centered AI system building is going to be difficult. It's going to require a broader set of stakeholders being queried, a more, as we've heard really 8 times, 12 times today, a broader set of considerations for how to build the system, the human, community, and societal context. And then Michael Bernstein said that like they have these deadlines that they have to get, like the reason we use the score is because we have to have something to compare with in order to get a better metric so that we can publish our papers every 3 months. So my question is, what is the right way to configure research in human-centered AI in all of your areas so that you can get the work done at the pace and with the thoughtfulness that you want to do it, while also not taking so long that funding agencies and deans and CEOs lose interest? Easy question.
Yeah, for me, I'm very visual, very collaborative. You have to change the framework and how we work together and how we think about working together. I mean, even within a university, we're here. I'm excited to see the variety of people. We're still siloed. So if you're thoughtful that you have to have a broader set of stakeholders, you do what you're doing now. You bring them together, but you do a working conference, a meeting, you try it. And we know how to either win fast or fail fast, and you do an active meeting and you try that one thing there. You'll get so many answers, and you also get inspired that you can actually do it. Right now, because we haven't done it, we think, oh my God, it's going to be so difficult, and it doesn't fit our mindset. So I think changing our mindset.
But on that idea, have you had challenges with colleagues from different disciplines who have a different expectation of how fast things will move, how much time they have? Either they're expecting to have more time or less time than is what's relevant on your scale?
Oh, of course, I'm a surgeon, right? I mean, so all the research I've done, it requires me to put sensors on a bunch of surgeons, and they're like, okay, and they'll come because they're my friends, right? They're like, okay, we'll come because it's you, but I only got a short amount of time. And then I train my engineers and my colleagues, I'm like, they don't care what's under the hood. You have to give them a real live experience. Drape it like it's the real OR, have OR lights, and literally, if you give people value in that moment, they will give you the time. They'll complain and come kicking and screaming, but they'll show up and they're like, well, yeah, okay, I'm here for your little thing. And then if you give them something of value, they'll give you the extra time. It's happened for me for 20 years.
Can I take a stab?
Absolutely.
I'll put out something, but you can respond to me in the question. So one thing is, I'm not actually sure that things have changed so dramatically. So I asked that question in the last session. We still need to actually create useful solutions. We still need to go through a pretty substantial design process, just like we always had. I posed a kind of similar question to Stevie Chancellor, who's a professor at the University of Minnesota, a couple of weeks ago. And the answer that she gave was pretty interesting, which was it's not so much about the speed or the different expectations, but as a thought experiment, how much of it is the hubris, right? So it's not that people are toiling away at these data sets which don't completely represent radiology problems, but what if they think they're solving the whole problem? And so I think that's a big part of it as we think about this. Maybe things aren't so different, and maybe it's okay for people to kind of zoom in, converge, kind of spin around, as long as they realize that to actually solve the problem, they're going to have to poke their head back up.
Is that appropriately done in academia?
No, I don't know.
So I saw Meredith and then Kenzie.
I'll give a hot take on the speed issue. I think that archive is maybe the worst thing that's happened to academic computer science, right? I mean, I think it's an example of unintentional secondary effects, right? First, you have this potentially positive first effect, which is people can disseminate their work, and it's free, and it's fast, and it's accessible to everyone. But now I think you have this unintentional secondary effect where it's become a race to plant your flag as fast as possible and to use metrics that may not align with human judgment and values in order to prove a very small incremental win on that metric and get your thing onto archive as quickly as you can. And I think it's up to those of us who are in academia to change that culture, right, and not play that game.
I think from academia, if we really want to do that, like a lot of the time and effort in terms of not being able to churn a paper every 3 months is that we have to build everything from scratch every time we do some research, right? And I think from an institutional level, if we are serious about doing research in this interdisciplinary space, we need to invest in certain baseline infrastructure that everybody can tap into, right? And we've seen that in other examples in academia, but we haven't seen it as much, right? Why isn't like any of the sensing and other data automatically available for clinicians to use if they want to? We don't have to rebuild and cross that barrier. And I think those solutions are possible, but this is not what you would want your PhD student to build. But if you have that infrastructure ready, it's such a rich problem, I think you'll have more PhD students interested because it has a lot of impact.
You have a very interesting role at both Optum and the university. What's the difference in the types of problems you bring to each of those two settings?
So I think it's kind of really thinking about from a different perspective. Within Optum and like within United Healthcare, like if you're interested in tech and in the US, it's a fascinating experience, right? So I learned something that I would never get from working at Google or Apple and others, of understanding like, what does it mean to make a scalable solution? And if you think about that article talks about that I first pointed to, is that the future is going to be these payer providers, kind of healthcare company is going to be the biggest company. And why is that? Because you actually have, not only are you finding what are the things that need to be reimbursed, you also have a delivery channel, right? And Kaiser is an example of that. And then, so you think about like what are the paths of the delivery channels, right? And that's what also got us in thinking about this integrated behavioral setting and how do you scale it, right? This has been a big barrier. And it is aligned with other kind of things that align incentives. So one of the reasons integrated behavioral healthcare is seeing like there's a lot of push is behavioral health, untreated behavioral health has impact on physical care and total cost of care. So if you solve those in an integrated context, you have better outcome, you actually reduce total cost of care and physical care outcome. So those kind of thinking of then how does technology play in the role has been hugely kind of influencing my students and I in terms of what are the rich problems to think. But on the flip side, right, a lot of healthcare is not using the latest and greatest solutions, right? And partly, oftentimes, everybody was like, oh, you have solutions that will just give you a Fitbit, right? And people who use Oura Ring will never use a Fitbit, right? So just even simple things of how do you actually pull this information that is agnostic to what device you use and respects people's identity and how they want to, and just that base level of how you think about pulling in some of this data that is useful, I think has been also from the other side helpful.
I wanted to remind you that we have some mics. Are you waiting to ask a question? Please do.
Thank you very much. Really, really insightful presentations. My name is Jake Okechukwu from Nigeria. I'm part of the AI Connect program. I must actually just thank the AI Connect program organized by the US Department of State and the Atlantic Geotech Center for having me here, and two of my colleagues as well, Professor Ching Yi from Taiwan and Professor Westa from Peru. So I'm an international human rights lawyer, and I just really want to commend the really amazing, great work you all are doing. But I wanted to ask a question about liability, especially in terms of where error and mistake would come in. For example, when we look at the use of AI for persons with disabilities, there is a trust that people would have on the systems in terms of taking it as the Torah or the Bible of what they need to do. So if it goes wrong, as it will sometimes, who takes responsibility for that? Or, let's take the surgical issues, for example, whereby patients can actually now see where a doctor may have stitched quite wrongly, or they can see the interaction in the theater. and then they can then make more positions for kinds of expanded liability or responsibility. Is this taken into consideration at this stage? And what is being done to sort of navigate this? Would it be strict liability? Is it shared? Is it vicarious? Or just hands up in the air, like, well, we're developing these great new things, and the lawyers or whoever will figure it out. Just big question around liability. Not to undermine the really great work, but just to ask this as a question.
Thank you for that great question, and I will allow my panelists to answer it.
I can go first from the surgeon side. I mean, I can, yeah. We already accept when we go into this profession, we're always going to be liable. It's us. I mean, and so there's something that goes into the personality, the self-selection, and there's been a number of medical conferences where we talk about AI and who's responsible if AI is part of the decision-making and so on and so forth. Humans in charge, humans are responsible, AI is in the loop. For me as a surgeon, I'm using AI as another tool with all of the other things that I have to make my decision. Ultimately, it's me making the decision, I'm liable. The irony, there was a lot of fear about surgical video and surgeons being liable and patients having access to the data. Look at the Kaiser, because the Kaiser system implemented video, and they have some legacy systems that were in play. And when you look at the actuary data of the legal cases that happened within Kaiser, when you pull the videos, 80 to 90, it was a very high number, 80 to 90% of the time, it actually helped the surgeon because it proved that the case was difficult, the anatomy was difficult, the patient had extra issues in terms of the disease process. And so most of the time, that actual footage helps the clinical team. So I hope that people take that in and stop, we showed it to compliance officers, like, okay, great, put the videos up. But a lot of people don't know that data and they're not aware. The bigger issue is to get patients to be part of the team and not try to use data against the surgeons in the first place, because it's burning from both ends. You want the best surgeon, but then you want to take the data that could get them there and use it against them. And you don't get what you want in that process. Anyway, there are errors. I openly admit it. There are things that happen and there's things we could be better. If we had AI and it was working, it was fully integrated, we would be able to capture those more quickly and prevent some of them, but we're not there yet.
I'd love to hear all of your thoughts about liability. Thank you, Carla.
So I will start by saying that I am not a lawyer. So my sense of things, and others can correct me if I'm wrong, is that honestly, case law has to catch up to the technology, that most of these are still unanswered questions. But I think even separate from the legal question, again, this issue of error and separate from liability, just what's the right thing to do? Like, let's take image description again for people who are blind. What threshold of accuracy do I need if we're using Jeff's fashion picture? And it's like, well, I have an interview today. Does my outfit match? And maybe the AI system tells me it looks good, and it's embarrassing, and I don't get the job. What's the right error threshold there? Versus maybe I'm doing something less expected. I'm taking a picture of the pregnancy test, and it tells me I'm not pregnant, so I enjoy a glass of wine with lunch. What's the risk level you need there? Maybe I take my thing and I take a photo of the street and I say, are there cars in the street? Because I'm gonna cross the street right now and I can't see the street myself. What level of accuracy do we need there? And I think the answer might be different in all of those circumstances. And as a computer scientist, I don't feel like I have been trained to make that decision, and it's not clear who gets to decide. Does a lawyer get to decide? Does the end user get to decide? Does an engineer get to decide? I don't know.
So I guess to follow on that, I think there's a couple of things that you might think about there. So one is, I think there is this risk of getting really close to something that really works well, but not quite making it. And so in many of those cases, we get really close, but there's this kind of unknown gap between where we're at and where you'd have to be at, where you'd be comfortable making some of these decisions. I also think that there's this huge long tail, and there's two consequences of that. So in each of those cases, you might reason through, well, what should we do in this scenario or that scenario? But sometimes, I think in the case of VizWiz, for instance, we didn't actually know what all the scenarios might be. And I think the easy answer to say is, well, we shouldn't have done anything. But part of understanding the users was putting out something so that we could better understand, well, what are they going to ask? Like, how can we support them? And of course, the practical answer is, when people signed up to use VizWiz, they signed or they clicked OK on a terms of conditions, which I do not know how many I actually read. But it said like these answers may not be reliable. It was in the entertainment category of the App Store, for instance. So lots of things to kind of piece through there.
I think kind of agreeing with Carla that there are already errors and liability that exists and humans are in charge. I also think like sometimes we need to set the right expectation, right? In mental health care, there's already, if someone is in crisis and you call after hours, there is an expectation that you say that this is not if you are in emergency, call 911 and gives you resources, right? So in the solution that we've been building, it explicitly said it's not a crisis service, but there is some crisis detection stuff that's happening in AI underneath. When it detects, it also says, I have detected something that is worrying, and this is what I'm going to do. So I think like setting the expectation of both where the boundaries are and when something that can be in a risky category is explicit about what the actions are. Like it says, I'm not going to call the police to come to your office because that's a big worry in kind of mental health, and they might actually not acknowledge a crisis. So I think those are opportunities where how we kind of set our boundaries and expectation and are explicit about what is happening is important.
Thank you. We'll hear, and then we'll go there. Here first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorothée Caminiti. I'm a lawyer by background, but also a bioethicist. And just to follow up on your question of liability.
Right.
Exactly. So I'm the director of bioethics at the Markula Center for Applied Ethics. And I was curious to know, as you all might know, the WHO published some guidance on the ethics and governance of AI for health a couple of years ago. And I was curious to know, in your various disciplines, how do you use ethics or engage with ethics? And also, what do you see ethics as an added value for the future? Thank you.
Ethicists on your teams?
I can start. So until very recently at Google, my role was the director of the People and AI research team in Google's Responsible AI unit, which is a team of about 50 people that I actually think was a great model of an interdisciplinary team that combined people who were deep ML experts, people who were experts in user interfaces, design, and human-computer interaction, and people with backgrounds in ethics and the social sciences, all working together to advance the state-of-the-art of human-centered AI. And so I do see that as a model in current technology companies, and I hope it's one that continues to grow.
As many of you know, Stanford has a very popular CS course on ethics taught by my colleagues, and it's gotten very good reviews. And it's actually led to the idea that probably every engineer at Stanford should be exposed to ethical training and thank you. And we're working towards that as well. Other thoughts about ethics? Great. Thank you for the question.
Elias Abushari from the School of Medicine here, Department of Psychiatry.
Do you happen to be a lawyer?
A psychiatrist. Just a comment on the exchange earlier about the race to publish, the race to translate some of these products, race to deployment and to deploy them in clinical practice. I would say the medical context is very different from some of the other contexts we heard about earlier today, the retail context, the hospitality industry. And it's not so bad for the process to slow down a little bit when it comes to clinical care until things have been vetted and the review and the peer review process has been has been followed. We did a study where we polled some large number of geneticists who are using facial recognition technology in their clinics to diagnose rare syndromes that come with some facial malformations. And a very big percentage of the geneticists that we polled were not aware of the much higher error rates in facial recognition in certain groups, minorities, but also women and older adults. And when we informed them over the course of the study of these higher error rates, a lot of them came back and said that maybe we should, pause or slow down our reliance on these new tools. So just to make this point and highlight it a little bit more, because in clinical care it really is different, and the stakes are quite different. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. I mean, I've partnered with the American Medical Association that's really trying to be thoughtful in terms of what it looks like with AI integration in healthcare broadly, and how do you train future physicians, realizing that they are going to be the ones that have to work with it, and what does it look like. And wanting to learn from the past and really situating where it fits. One of the examples you brought up, yes, are we going to be making rounds in the hospital, and one of our persons on the team is an AI specialist who has the data that AI pulled from the patient chart, and then we have a conversation about how to use it, as opposed to saying, oh, AI said this is the diagnosis, so that's what it is, and these are the meds we're going to give. No, so balancing that, and there is thoughtful conversation happening, which is great. I gave a title to it, called it Tech Trust. And we do suffer from that. We're suffering from it with CT scans. And, we're getting more CT scans than doing physical exams when you're supposed to do both together. And so we have an example of how that has increased costs in healthcare and increased misdiagnoses. So lots of opportunity there to slow down and take a big look at how this should be integrated.
We now have a question from the virtual audience, and then we'll go back to our in real life audience.
Okay, and I was just gonna, am I on the mic? Or this one. I was just gonna add a comment on ethics, just to let you know that jointly with the McCoy Center for Ethics and Society here at Stanford, the computer science department and HAI sponsors a program called Embedded Ethics, where we have postdocs in ethics, in philosophy, who work with our faculty to embed ethical content into their regular CS courses, so in particular in AI and in human-computer interaction, in addition to just this very popular ethics course that was mentioned. So we're trying to actually improve, and we should give credit where credit is due. Harvard actually innovated in that area, and we've kind of copied the model in some ways. So we have a question from online, which is the most upvoted question that I've actually seen today by a large number. And in fact, the author even emailed me to really make sure.
Wow.
And so the question was, I think for Tanzeen, but others might comment, this is Jim, how do we prevent, not me, Jim, how do we prevent biomarkers from being used for redlining?
That's, I guess I want to first also clarify, like in this context, what is implied by redlining?
I mean, I assume it's many different possible discriminatory things, like, hey, we won't give you that job because we noticed that you have all those bad biomarkers from your health plan.
Yeah, I think that's something. Is an important kind of consideration of like how do we use, and that comes up in insurance company context, right? If I know that you are susceptible to something, how can I actually I cannot insure you or provide coverage, and I think that there has to be real kind of policy and regulations that are put in place to prevent that. I don't think like purely technology-based solutions. There is possibility that if you know that someone has certain kind of tendencies and predictive biomarkers of having certain disease, and particularly, let's say, serious mental illness, if you can predict someone's is going to have schizophrenia or have real kind of mental health problems, do you prevent that? So I think how some of these biomarkers can be used and in what context can it be deployed, I think there has to be regulations, because otherwise the information could be there, and there has to be kind of liability if someone is using that you kind of expose them and have a recourse, right? And I think that's true even for AI algorithms and bias that we have seen, and a lot of it in healthcare, right? That there is racial bias in terms of care and access to care. So I think the other thing that we should enforce is there's some amount of auditing that is being done in how you are preventing some redlining, particularly in healthcare. So those are, I don't think there's a technology kind of solution there.
I work in genetics, and there is a Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, GINA, and it raises the possibility of whether we need an AI Prediction Information Non-Discrimination Act, which would be a PINA. but that GINA is not perfect. It doesn't cover some important classes of genetic information that can indeed be used for some sorts of discrimination. But you mentioned the regulatory setting, and it might be appropriate.
Yeah, I wanted to add something. It's a slight variant on the answer, not thinking about biomarkers per se, but I think the same question about the potential for discrimination is relevant when we think about the inclusion of people with disabilities in AI data sets. So by contributing data to such a data set, particularly people with hidden disabilities that might not be obvious unless they choose to disclose, someone who has dyslexia, someone who has mild cognitive impairment or early onset dementia, someone with ADHD or on the autism spectrum with relatively mild symptoms. If they self-identify and contribute that data, they may be able to be re-identified and be discriminated against by employers, healthcare providers, potential romantic partners, all sorts of people who find information about us online. And I think this is a real challenge, right? There's a lot of potential value in having that data, but there's real risk to end users in contributing it. And we need to make sure to be both protect against those risks, but be transparent about the possibility that they exist.
And I wanted to add one more thing. I think there is also the flip side, right? Like there are sometimes biomarkers we can develop to actually help. That's been true in the context of like pulse oximeters, right? Like we know that there is racial bias there. There has been also activities in trying to create kind of solutions and tools that could be more inclusive, and I think that's true across the board as well.
Yeah, I think the policies and the thoughtfulness is extremely helpful. The irony for me when I look at it from the larger perspective, again, trying to get that big win, it requires allyship. I mean, when you think about our current system where there's already some deficiencies and fears, and so there's always going to be a distrust of data and potential misuse. We know that. We have a history of it. We're really good at it. And I mean, there's cybercrime, all of these things. We're used to it. It's part of our existence right now. So if you instead of thinking about developing a policy so that it doesn't happen, no, think about doing the other thing. Think about knowing that it's going to happen and being proactive and putting in things in place to actually turn it into a positive. Well, guess what? If you do have these markers, then that can help us understand what is the length of time of your navigation through the system from diagnosis to treatment. I mean, so it requires allyship. It requires a group of people who have the resources and access to the data to partner with the people who have the demographics and the genetics and say, what do we really want from this? And let's work on that. We know the other part's going to fail and there's going to be problems. But if you're spending your time and resources on getting the positive outcome, then the negative impact would be less.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the great panel. My name is Dako Wang from IBM Research and also a visiting scholar here at HAI Stanford. So it sounds to me like, based on today's conversation and discussion, that into the next few years, if we really want to build these successful human-centered AI systems, we need to collaborate closely with the domain experts, dive ourselves into the context, and understand the workflow so that we can design the best place for AI system to provide support for the people, user in that context. But here comes a question that I often got from the research community when we start to write about these case studies and systems, right? They say, oh, wonderful that you design and build a AI-based system for clinicians in this hospital. But what about the generalizability, right? So can you easily transfer your system or maybe the knowledge that you identified or even simply the workflow that you found from this particular hospital into maybe another scenario, clinical setting, like in rural clinics or in other countries, right? Because for scientific discovery, they really want to have, some reviewers and committee members really want to see the generalizability, the reproducibility, right? So how would you defend or respond to these kind of challenges? Thank you.
I mean, one answer to that, it might depend a lot on your discipline. So I don't think HCI is perfect, but I think that we're maybe more accepting of those sorts of contributions. And it's kind of interesting to me too, because if you don't have to look too far back to when the AI community was much more into applications and like actually systems that people could interact with, and that's largely been ceded to HCI. But I do think that those sorts of case studies are incredibly valuable and that we should be hearing more from folks like you.
I also think that there is a kind of, we need to think about how much generalization do we need for, and where do you need to customize, right? And I think those things that are different, like something that works here may not work in a rural setting. And it's not, you don't need to be generalizable, but there is ways of adapting it or tweaking it to that context. So I also don't feel that everything needs to be generalizable because humans and systems are very different.
A quick last question.
Okay. Hi, Pablo Paredes, Maryland. So my question is, the World Health Organization defined health in 1948 as way more than just the absence of disease, right? It's well-being mentally, socially, and physically. And we just keep thinking about health as disease, right? And I'm a bit concerned about that. We seem to be doing sick care rather than health care. Like, how do we really get to the point of doing health care using AI and maybe other scalable systems? Because if we say humans are in charge, and then you see that, chronic diseases keep going up and problems with the health deterioration keep going up, then humans are in charge of what? Their own detrimental health misprogression, and now we are doing nothing until they actually cross the door in the hospital, and now we care, and now we take control. So how do we break that cycle? How do we invest more into the real definition of health using a scalable systems like AI? I wanted to pick your brain on what can we do to really change that paradigm.
A nice, easy question to end the conference.
I can go first. I'd actually argue that a lot of the work that's going on at the intersection of AI, HCI, and accessibility is considering the holistic well-being of people rather than just a medicalized version of treating illness. I mean, take image descriptions for people who are blind or writing support for people with dyslexia, right? That's not about curing a medical challenge. That's about enabling full and rich participation in society. That's about allowing people who are blind to socialize by consuming entertaining tweets with images in them. It's also about allowing them to have better educational experiences by understanding the content of images in their electronic textbooks. If we think about communication technology for people with ALS, that's not about curing ALS. That's about supporting socializing and communication, which is vital to people's quality of life and mental well-being. So I actually think that this holistic view of well-being is at least quite common in the accessibility community.
I also think that there's some of the tools and thinking is already there, right? Like even if you think about fitness trackers, they're actually more often like geared towards just general well-being. I do think that there is people's relationship between fitness and illness is not just like one or the other, right? They coexist, and one of the, like, how do we build solutions that help us live our lives while managing our illness? Because I think as humans, like at some point, some illness will occur. So I would say that we want to reinforce the wellness, but also manage and be able to do that kind of more seamlessly.
A big part of the answer to your question relates to the finances of healthcare. The entire system, the payment, I am putting in the disease in the chart. I am not putting in the wellness variables. The metrics don't even exist for me to write that this is a person who looks really healthy and runs this many miles. There's not even a button for me to click for that. So that's part of the issue, is that the entire financial structure and the framework of healthcare is built on disease and built on treatment of that. There are some systems now that are starting to, and I think even some insurance systems that are starting to decrease insurance premiums for people who engage in certain activities, but that's new economic data. So we're gonna have to go to the business school and get the economic professors to help us figure out the win-win, and there is one, because our emergency rooms are overloaded and we're not maximizing the return on investment for the process of healthcare right now. So that's a big part of the issue.
So I think I'm going to take the organizer's prerogative to close on this question, but I would say part of it, for us here at Stanford, if we have a medical school, a lot of the research will traditionally have that medical definition of health. And although we may have had health in the name of this title, I think I was pretty careful to get people who I think aren't just about treating illness. And I think we as researchers need to keep pushing on that whenever we see, hey, we're having this session on health, that we say health and wellness, or whatever other term, maybe WHO or well-being or whatever the right one is, to force that broader conversation. So I agree with you, Pablo, and I think we can keep pushing at it. I do it all the time, so we can all do that. Okay, I want to thank this panel. I think it was really great. There's actually still a bunch of questions online. Hopefully we can share them with all our panelists, because I'm sure you'll like to see what other people were asking that didn't get to ask. So
I'm going to pause. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and then before we wrap, I'd like to invite HAI Associate Director Michelle Elam, who's a professor of English. For those who are waiting for our humanities collaborators to come onto stage and preview our spring conference. No pressure.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm delighted to give you a little sneak preview of, and hopefully whet your appetite for the next big high conference. And the next one's going to be on creativity in the age of AI, which is going to be held on campus here May 24th, 2023. So the last thing I want to do is come between you and the reception. So I'm just going to take a very quick 5 minutes here. So this spring conference on creativity is going to explore a set of topics that goes right to the heart of our focus on human-centered AI. That is where and when the arts and humanities contribute to, and indeed are essential to understanding the development and impact of AI on the one hand, and where and when AI contributes to the development and impact of arts and humanities on the other. So generative AI, of course, is going to be an important element to the conference among a host of other AI technologies, including large natural language models, GPT-3, et cetera. And as you all know, generative AI is hosting a ton of exciting but also really controversial ethical, aesthetic, societal, and political issues. For example, just in the visual domain, generative AI relates to the production of text-to-image or text-to-video systems in realms that have been long associated primarily with arts and creativity, both of which have historically been understood as the very touchstones of what makes us human, of humanity itself. So there's like so many rich, fascinating, complex issues that these generative technologies raise about the creative process, about who or what is human, and the problematic metrics and often ideological context in which the question even gains traction. Who or what is credentialed as making art? Who are those arbiters? And then there's the profound dangers with generative tech released into the wild, the risks of deep fakes posed to psychological health, civic trust, national security, equity, and social justice. And there's a whole bunch of other urgent concerns and policy implications over proprietary rights for AI-generated or augmented creative work, the future of work for creative industries. So think copyright, provenance, data extraction and laundering, valuation, creator compensation, regulation, governance, and so on. And we're hoping that by bringing humanistic and aesthetic inquiry forward in this conversation, we want to offer an interactive and immersive format that includes a very diverse group of panelists from around the world, but it's going to be, the presentations are going to be interspersed with arts exhibitions and performance installations, and you're going to hear from a really highly varied group of technologists, artists, creators, leaders of cultural institutions, and some for-profit media companies, lawyers, policymakers, and scholars, especially from BIPOC and LGBTQIA+ communities, with expertise in how arts and humanities are shaping technologies and vice versa. So our sincere goal is to enable these differing perspectives in one place and to encourage rich dialogues and debates that really too rarely happen otherwise. So you see up there, on I think the slide, oh good, the renowned historian of science, Stephen Jay Gould, said something I think is very powerful about the relationship between the sciences and the humanities. The quote here, I won't read it again for you since I probably shouldn't have posted it while I'm talking too, but he's trying to actually rebut the commonplace that this, you know, that we have these two distinct cultures between science and humanities, because he insists they're always and already and must be entwined, and that different mindsets, methodologies, epistemologies are utterly necessary for the fullest understanding of what he calls the great magisteria of our being. And it's necessary, of course, for creating futurities that are also most conducive to human well-being and flourishing. So speaking of the profound and existential power of socially transformative technologies is here where he points out that something great has happened, something incredibly enormous that we're trying to get our heads around. And as he said, it touches every fabric of our lives, humanistic, aesthetic, ethical, theological. Science can't resolve it on itself, but that it touches all of us. So he wants, so the humanities and arts aren't an afterthought or an ad hoc. We really want to present them as centered. So we hope you'll join us this spring for this unique conference to experience and participate in these discussions about generative AI and more, and we can promise you that there'll be a lot to reflect on, to galvanize, to provoke, and given that there's going to be artists, creators in the house, some things you can do, see, hear, partake of, take joy in, so please mark your calendars for May 24th. Yep.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks all.
So thank you, Michelle. I'm really looking forward to seeing that and seeing you all back here in the spring, which I think this conference on arts and creativity is going to be definitely the most creative format we'll see from our conferences. Finally, I want to acknowledge the contributions of many people in the room who helped make this event possible. So our HAI staff and directors, especially Celia, who runs our event staff. Thank you. Stanford Events and Services, Stanford Catering, and Stanford Video. Please give them all a hand. And I would say, please join us for our reception and poster session in the courtyard out here on your left, my right. And we'll see you out there for the next hour and have some drinks and snacks. So thank you for coming. Hopefully it doesn't start